Mic check. 1 2 1 2.
1 2 3 4 5 6. Yes.
Fully functional.
Yes.
Unlike the globe model, am I right?
Yes. 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 What globe model? What are you talking about?
Exactly.
Globe model.
It's more like a puppet show, right? It needs strings that nobody's supposed to look at.
Has anybody ever presented a working globe model? I mean, you need to have curvature for that.
No, they don't have the budget for a working model. Come on now. That's asking too much.
Right, that's 60 million a day, right? That NASA gets. That's nothing. We need more. We need more.
Have you had any interesting conversations today?
Two Irish boys came in and it's flat, man. It's flat. So when you press them on it, yeah, it's just flat, man. I don't know if that was my best Irish.
Nah, we don't need to mock you too much.
But
I can't even remember. I'd need to go and hear a sample so that I could try and mimic it. And then again, you've got Northern Ireland, then the rest
yeah,
of
it was
Ireland.
Northern Ireland. Yeah,
Then you've got
breaking down was there. Yeah.
Right. Then you've got all the different regions within Ireland. The accents are unique to postcodes, really.
Oh yeah, we have that in the Netherlands too, man. I can drive like an hour, and it's a totally different accent. Totally.
Yeah, because I've actually known quite a few people along the way from the Netherlands.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very very different stuff.
Yeah, I can drive for 2 hours, and it's still the Netherlands, but just a different language. They call it Fries. So that's in the northern part of the Netherlands. It's just a different language. It's even classified as a language. So not Dutch.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what the name of it is anymore. It's been so long. But the part I went to was very close to one of the ports. I guess the main port you would take from Dover to wherever.
Oh,
and
yeah, that would.
It's where there's lots of like inlets from the sea.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like a mishmash of sea, of water and land when you look at it from a map, like a bird's eye view map. Mm-hmm. Maybe hinterland or something. I don't remember what it's called. Something like that. But that's the only part I've physically gone to before. But I've met people from all over there. Maybe you could figure it out. I don't know. It was so very long ago.
Was it in just at the coast?
It was relatively close. So I think it took. So once we landed from the ferry, it was about like less than an hour bus journey.
Yeah, that is okay. Hinterland. Yeah, it's translation.
Okay, was I right then?
Yeah, it's a translation. Okay. So Achterhoek. I think Martha knows Achterhoek. So that is more close to Germany.
Okay. I'll take your word for it because, like I said, at this point, it's been probably like 15 years or something.
Sorry, Martha. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, if you drive an hour, like from the coast, then you will be pretty close to Germany. So you're going east. Yeah, you're going east.
One thing I definitely noticed I mean, I already kind of got that vibe before I'd ever gone there from the people I've met. But one thing was the hospitality and the kindness. That's something you lot, at least that region specifically that I have personal experience with. It's something that's quite prevalent there, which I liked and I enjoyed.
Yeah, I think when you're like a Brit, right, and you're I don't think anybody has anything against you, but I think it's the same everywhere when they say, well, these immigrants, this and that, and then if you have a skin color, then usually it becomes a bit different at that point. So it's
Oh, really? What, in your side?
sure, yeah.
Maybe I just had a good time then.
Right.
Because I mean, that was interesting because I think the time I went there was when they were doing that. What's that thing with the chocolate? Is like a pre-Christmas type.
Oh, that's
idiosyncrasy.
Sinterklaas, right? So
Yeah, that
Sinterklaas,
thing.
yeah,
But
Sinterklaas was.
for me, I just took it as like a. They just take it. It's just a cultural thing. Now
Mm-hmm.
I have different opinions on it because of like my scriptural perspective, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of just a cultural thing, it was like, to me, it was just an interesting thing, right?
Yeah.
And they didn't seem to have any guilt about it. So I don't know. Maybe I just had a really good, like a good town that was used to being hospitable to everyone who visited them. I don't know.
Could be. I mean,
Either
when
way, it was fun.
yeah. So Sinterklaas, for the people that don't know, is a festival, is like a national celebration. It's Sinterklaas is like the antecedent, no, the predecessor. Fuck. So basically, Santa was forked from Sinterklaas. So the Dutch tradition was there first, and then they took it and then they morphed it into Santa Claus. When people from abroad see this celebration, they usually think about racism, because Sinterklaas is a tall white dude with a white beard on a white horse, and then he has all these black helpers with curly hair and red lips. But yeah, the children, they don't notice this. Of course, he has black helpers, but they don't see it as racism. They just get presents and candy from the people,
right?
From the
Yeah, and I suppose it only becomes an issue if you have like easily offended retards interacting with people like that. So I never had that issue from youth. So for me, I was just like, okay, this is cool. Free chocolate, no worries.
Yeah, and of course you get these moments where little children, like 3-4-year-olds, right? They see Sinterklaas and his helpers, and then they grow up in a predominantly white neighborhood, and then they go to the city and they see a colored man, and then they're all like, look, man, it's Black Pete, because that is his name, Black Pete. It's Black Pete, and then it's pretty awkward, and I get it, but it's not like they are. How do you say this? It's not racism, because they think they get candy, right? It's like, yeah. But there's a whole every year, like in
So if
yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I interrupted. Carry on, please.
Yeah, well, just to finish up, every year, like I'm already expecting to happen, that it will happen, like now, anytime, that there is going to be a discussion. Well, we need this Black Pete. You get pros and cons, and it's already being phased out also on the television, where they have multicolored Pete's, and smudge Pete's, because the story goes Pete goes down the chimney. That is why he's black, right? Because
Right. Yeah.
the charcoal makes
Yeah.
his face black. So now you have these white Pete's with smudges on their faces. So it's already being quote unquote phased out. So, but you still get these groups that they want to have this pure black Pete, or you have these groups of no man, it doesn't matter. I will take smudge Pete, and so yeah, it's always a big discussion. I mean,
Yeah. I do apologize. I know I started this conversation, but I have to take a quick phone call. But please carry on if you can.
Yeah. That's intricate information about Santa Claus.
Mm-hmm.
I never knew so much information about that. That's awesome.
Like, Roger, have you pushing for the rainbow Pete's at this point, though?
Yeah,
definitely.
Go ahead, old dude.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Have you? No, I was asking. Do you have a link that we could trust on it? Because I see there's lots of stories and lots of hype about the story. So have you got a link to the original story, maybe?
Let me see.
Yeah, that was interesting. Internal conflicts in the Santa Claus area. Interesting. They lure the kids in with sugar. See how that works. Here you go, kids. Here's a nice globe to play with. Have some candy.
What can I say?
Globe is not for educational purposes, though. It says on the sticker.
I know.
Trustable source. I mean,
Teacher, can we go play with the globe out in the field? No, let's.
Yeah, but you need a string
pile them
first.
up. Let's pile. We're gonna burn those globes today, kids.
Yeah, but the globes only work if they have a stand or if they're hanging from.
We're gonna have a big globe. We're gonna have a big globe bonfire out here. Come on.
Have you lot ever done that? What is it called? That breakdown in terms of the centripetal and centrifugal force and how much of a laugh it is, because it requires that there is a tether there, so it breaks their own pseudo definition.
Yeah, what if you go different to different latitudes, further? What's keeping you from being crushed or thrown off? There's no way around that.
But as soon as I'm back, I just wanted to ask Roger one last question. So would you say that my experience from the hospitality side was maybe unique to the place I went to?
No. I would say that usually people in the Netherlands are hospitable. So they're
okay.
It's not
cool.
a big deal.
Maybe because I heard. Okay, because I heard something initially in your comment that I thought maybe I got it wrong.
It's you because you're from Britain, right? So that's different. It's all over the plane that when people get indoctrinated with the fact, well, these immigrants come and steal our jobs and the yada yada yada. So if you're, it's usually the people that follow that route that are not that friendly against quote unquote immigrants, right? But you're a tourist, so everybody, I think, that
it might have had something to do with that town was so the group that I went with was like a sports group.
Okay.
There would always be like that kind of event happening like on a yearly basis. So maybe they were just used to it.
But
it's just something that I seem to take as, I kind of collated it with more because I just happened to have more experiences than just that visit. I had more experiences prior and after. So I kind of collated it into one understanding of these guys seem to be very, very hospitable in general.
I'd probably get along I'd probably get along there with my tall Viking good looks.
Now that I think of it, though, I know I messaged in the chat that I think I went to the South Holland area, at least according to that map. But now I'm thinking that maybe I went to Zeeland.
Okay.
How long did it take to get from Zeeland to Amsterdam if you were to ride a bike?
A bike? Well, that would take you. Well, by
No, sorry,
car.
a moped.
A moped. By car, from Amsterdam to Zeeland will be around. With a car, would be around 1.5 hours, 2 hours, approximately. 1.5 hour.
Yeah, so
1.5 hour.
maybe it was Zeeland that I went to.
Yeah.
So about 80 clicks or something. 80
of
kilometers.
People in Zeeland are pretty hospitable.
Is that like 60 to 80
Okay,
kilometers or so?
Yeah.
It would definitely have had to be in either that or the red area in the picture at least. Anyway,
Yeah,
that's just me being I just like to delve into stuff so I can have a better understanding. Let's continue with the mocking of the lack of the globe model.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it depends where you are. If you're in a big city, people are also hospitable because the big cities of the Netherlands are pretty multicultural, right? When you go into a village, they're also very hospitable. But yeah, it depends, right? If you're quote unquote immigrant, then yeah, people will look different at you. And I think that's from all over, right? It's not different in any other place because people get, they just get this on the news. Well, look at these immigrants coming here, stealing our jobs, stealing our women. But all in all, the Netherlands is pretty hospitable.
I would say it like really depends like where you grow up, in what area,
Mm-hmm.
like what your family's like, etc. Because like even in the same city, you can have different areas where there's like more or less tolerance, or like a predominantly immigrant neighborhood, stuff like that, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly.
We grew up. It's like this little street with all these adjacent like houses, but there were like immigrants and people from all over Iraq and some Middle East and a couple of Chinese people. It was really relaxing. Came over bringing food, shit like that. But yeah, that would have been probably a rare occurrence. Especially in the city, because like in Amsterdam, you had kind of a neighborhood like that for a while, the Jordaan, but yeah, that basically disappeared too. Like the unity that they had there, that's gone, dude.
It's pretty interesting, the Sinterklaas story with the Black Pete and how that evolved now in the Netherlands. Was never a problem, right? Because we were always a multicultural society. Lots of people from Suriname, right, and Morocco and Turkey and.
Well, I mean, like to be fair, we did kind of ran the whole international slave trade thing, so yeah.
Sure.
Even really a problem, like because like even the people who like voice some issues that they have about immigrants, basically what's going on is that the immigrants are wanting us to adjust to what they're used to. Like they want to have us adapt to them rather than, okay, you're here, so follow the rules that we have. learn the language, stuff like that.
And most do, right? We have lots of people that came here as workers because we lazy Dutch folks didn't want to do the hard jobs. So lots of people came here to work and they learned the language. They started businesses, bakeries and supermarkets and clothing stores and lots of people. So.
So there's still a bunch of people that think they live on a ball. Y'all heard about this?
Ridiculous.
It's crazy, man.
So last year was the year of the Black Swan. This year is basically the year of the sextant, right? And I'm already thinking about next year. I would say sonar. Sonar can't work. Whales cannot communicate with each other over 4,000 miles on the globe.
Yep, I like sonar too, Roger. It's a good globe killer. Too much curvature should be in the way of that sonar, right?
Probably easier to do another like radio transmission.
Yeah, I don't know. Glober will say, well, ionosphere. The ionosphere.
You ever thought about what you're saying when you're saying that word? Ionosphere.
Right.
Ionosphere.
Somebody just
layer of curved charged gas.
I never thought of it that way. Ionosphere.
Yeah. So, shit, Marconi sent a radio signal 10,000 miles. How are we going to patch this, guys? Well, we're on ionosphere. Yes, let's call it ionosphere.
Let's just do that. Let's just do that. Pick that one. I picked that one too. I concur. Ionosphere. Simple, to the point, and easy to remember.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's funny. I actually tried to like make a little like scale thing in Paint of this. Like take the globe radius at a given size and then like calculate the distance and work out like where the ionosphere is supposed to be. And basically, I came out. It would have to bounce off the ionosphere and the surface and back like 7 to 9 times, which is just insanity. Because they claim the ionosphere is like something 60 to 300 kilometers, which is not that far considering the radius of 6,000. So yeah, there's no way to get like from one way to the other without bouncing a couple of times.
Yeah, I like that. So where are you at? Ionosphere. Ionosphere.
Why people can't be honest on a sphere? Honestly.
So you said we'd have to your calculation, you have to bounce it like 7 or 8 times back and forth off the ionosphere.
That was less calculation, more like trying to draw something up in really simplistic. But yeah.
Yeah.
Because like they
makes
claim
sense.
they claim an altitude for the ionosphere, right? So that's pretty easy to like put in a scale. So
Yeah. I guess we sort of got to give them credit for making up some decent bullshit, or maybe not. I don't know. I go back and forth on that. They did a damn good job convincing everybody they're on a space ball, and they let it.
I mean that's the easy part, right? Just
Yeah.
tell them when they're young. That's it.
Yep. That's what did it for me. I never looked at it until I was 52 years old. Smart guys got that figured out. I don't have to worry about it, right?
Don't worry, I was 58.
He's the same smart scientist somewhere figured all that shit out.
But nothing happens by accident. NASA was created in 58.
Probing Uranus since 1958. Yes, sir. Most of them don't know it. They're probing Uranus.
Nowhere to go once a sextant came to town. Came back. Yep, no place to go with that. There is no perpendicular from a sphere.
There is just no sphere. Very simple.
No sphere. That's why everything we do is from a horizontal plane. Sea level.
But guys, I thought I was
the creator had some mercies on us. He wasn't going to make the calculations difficult. It's like he's not a sadist. Unlike the ones that the rest of them worship, they worship some.
I know.
Some pseudo sadist is what they worship, right?
At least the creator gave us Earth.
Can you imagine trying to make sense of a life where there is no up and down and everything's just chaos? No, please, just end it now, for flip's sake. But pardon if I interrupted the theme of the discussion and just It's just so laughable, right?
No, it's all right.
Is there any new blood in the house? Should I do a roll
Just
call?
looking, we got Michael Craxton, but he's a broken mic gang.
Sebster is
okay.
VC verified.
I'll do some.
How
I'll
about
do some
Sebs-
fishing in the
Sebster?
verified chat. See what I can get.
Thanks.
We seem to be getting a lot of VC verified that like to hang around the lobby and not engaged in the voice chat. I'm trying to hook a few of them in, but I don't know. They don't want to bite for the voice thing.
Yeah, old dude, how do you get VC verified with a broken mic? I'm curious about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? That's a special case.
Did you already try to talk to Sebster, Sonny? Hello, Sebster.
Hey, what's up, guys? I heard my name mentioned.
Welcome to the server. How you doing?
Doing just fine, thanks. How about you?
Doing good. Do you think you live on a ball?
Not at all.
Okay, he's one of those flat earth crazy guys somebody else talked to.
Good for you. For using your senses, we applaud you.
Thank you, but it's not just about my senses. It's more about the gut feeling I got.
So it's common sense. Yeah.
Yep,
What's
pretty
this?
much.
So, Sebster, how long have you been investigating the validity of the globe? Or the lack of it? But
Around 5 years, I guess.
how many years?
But I've been questioning the reality presented to me by the mainstream much longer. Let's say 20 years or so.
I think I'm about to robot, but I can try. Am I here?
Yeah, you're good.
So, like 20 years ago, what made you question your reality for the first time, if you remember?
Mostly looking in the sky, comparing what I know with what I see. It never matched. And what else? I think 9/11 was the biggest wake up call for me.
Yeah, if that's the 20th anniversary of that event coming up Saturday.
Right. Would that be phrased, or would you accept the phrase that it was that you were woken up to the possibility that them geezers in charge could have been lying to you this whole time?
Yeah, I would say that. Yeah, and
Right. It just takes one little chink in the armor of what you thought you knew, and then oh boy, you have to question.
I always had a feeling that I was being lied to, and after 9/11, I had no more doubts.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, my personal perspective on that, in a general sense, is that it's like, because of my, and again, this is very personal perspective. It's that when you've been living in a world of lies and truth is knocking at your door, I see it as the creator trying to reach out and go, hey, I've been here this whole time. I want you to investigate me. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. I totally agree.
Because and again, I say this because of the room, right? I don't want to impose my opinion on anyone else. So this is just me speaking right now as a man. One of the main consequences or objectives, I would say consequences is undeniable, but objectives is what I would say is my opinion of all that they have done in terms of the lies, is to put people in a position where they don't actually know that they are created and that there is a creator out there who actually cares about them and who actually wants them to seek him. You know what I mean? But again, I leave it at that because the focus of this room is the creation rather than the creator. Though if you're going to investigate the creation, I mean, it's going to lead you to the creator, at least to some degree, right?
Well, definitely. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the phenomenon called out-of-body experience.
I'm sure many
OBE.
people here are. If you'd like to
Astral
comment.
projection, exteriorization.
Yeah, I mean, some of that stuff is a bit booky and a bit dangerous, but yeah, I'm familiar with it to some degree.
Anyway, when I was a teenager, I've done that stuff a lot. Then at some point, I forgot how to do it. But at that point in my life, I have no doubt that there is a creator, and somehow I'm a part of the creation and the creator itself.
You know what? I was actually listening to today, and that I think pertains specifically to this kind of position of knowing that there's something wrong with the current situation and where one stands. To put it briefly, it's the book. So the title of the book is The Apocalypse of Abraham, and it's not that long. I think an audio book of it is about maybe an hour long. If you have the time, if that's something of interest to you, I'd recommend it personally to look into. The reason I bring it up, The Apocalypse of Abraham. So if you type that into YouTube, like maybe audiobook, you should find a couple of examples without too much difficulty. But the reason I bring it up is that it pertains specifically to what you were saying about, if I'm correct, I kind of forgot the gist of what you said in terms of the language you used, but the essence was that there is a creator, right? And that what we know is bunk, because how it starts off is he's in his household, he's a young man growing up or something. He's aging out of adolescence, and he's growing into like testing things for himself, and he's seeing how his father, who is a constructor of idols, right? False idols, meaningless, dead things that have no strength, right? He's seeing that these things that people are worshiping are of no value, right? And he's questioning it. He's like, this is stupid. And he's setting up little tasks and little things for it to see, to kind of see what the value of this is. And I kind of parallel that to when you actually go, oh, is this globe thing, or is this government narrative or whatever, is this thing legitimate? And then you actually test it and you find out, oh wow, it's just complete nonsense. And that's what he was finding out with those idols, because they were made of brass, or they were made of stone, or they were made of wood. and they would burn in the fire, or they would fall over, they were deaf and dumb, they couldn't do anything. And he was just kind of assessing that, and it was like an inner calling within him to seek the creator. And then it goes from there, and it's a big story, and I would definitely recommend you listen to the whole thing or read the whole thing if you're more of a reader, depending on your style. But the gist of it ends up going to the extent of actually giving you, and it pertains to the flat earth in that it gives you a model of creation to a higher level of detail. And that level of detail can only work if you understand the fundamental nature of what we're living on, which is a level plane, firmament, or enclosure or gas pressure, however you want to phrase it. But I think like the essence was what you were talking about earlier, right? About how there was definitely something lacking in, you were being lied to this whole time. It's just like there was a calling that was kind of pulling you away from the lies and towards the truth. And again, I'm fully and 100% biased, and I have no problem admitting that. But I think that it would, for those who like to dig into those subjects, it would be worth the investigation, in my opinion.
Sure, I'll check it out. Interesting stuff.
Yeah, well, hopefully that was a balanced perspective on my very biased opinion, but yeah, I just like to share things like that, especially when it goes into the deeper levels of creation, right? Because sometimes when we stick to what we can definitely verify and demonstrate, we are somewhat limited because we can only demonstrate and verify very few things, right? In terms of the parameters that this arena has set up. But I like to go, okay, well, I have the foundation, let me build from there. So I like to dig further than that. But then again, when we have the newbies, we have to bring them back to basics.
Of course, I think the basics is actually all we have, because if you start digging, you realize that we don't know much about the place we live on.
Right. And any time, and this is the thing, like I'm not sure how many people think like this or operate like this, but one thing I learned from mathematics is first principles, right? So when you're dealing with a quote unquote problem in mathematics, if you don't have the specifics, you go back to first principles. So you can actually get to some of the more speculative areas that people in this arena like to talk about, as long as we're clear that it's speculative. You can actually logically get to those areas from the first principles of level, observably level, users level, non-rotating, and enclosed. So you can get to those higher level things that I've mentioned, that I've talked about in certain scriptures, from those first principles, because those first principles are the foundation of the rest of it, right? So you can have the discussion of, okay, maybe there's multiple firmaments. Yes, I can't prove it, but I can at least say that this does not contradict the first principles. So therefore I can entertain that idea because it's based upon the first principles of level, non-rotating, and enclosed. Whereas when you then compare that to some of the mainstream narratives and the rhetorics, you can quite easily disregard a lot of what they say because it doesn't line up with the first principles that are so core to what we talk about in this arena, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you'd like to share more about how you got to where you got to, please go ahead. I enjoyed hearing the small part that you did share so far. So,
real quick there, Elisha, I think you make a good point about the creation. Is even the creation itself is screaming at us, the waters every day, stuff like that.
Could you repeat that last one? It was a bit hard to understand you.
I was just saying the creation itself is screaming at people every day. The water, stuff like that. telling you there's a creator. You know, you have to at least acknowledge a creator.
Right. Yeah, there's a few scriptures that pertain to that. I think one of them is it's one of the Psalms that the hand, you know, that Warner von Braun has on his, or had put on his gravestone. I can't remember the name, the number of the Psalm, but it was something to the effect of, the handcraft of the Creator declares the glory, or something like that, right? The heavens, you said, the heavens declare the glory of the Creator. So it's that the work that he actually did, right? The firmament, as we would put it, declares his glory. And then you have another scripture that says, if men, I think if men didn't speak, the rocks would cry out. So basically, the whole of creation is like, bruh, wake up, this thing is created. Can you not see it? And then the thing that I always like to say, because sometimes I think people don't appreciate they don't appreciate themselves for what they actually are. Because when you go back to Genesis, right, he created man in his own image, right? So the thing I like to say a lot is, just look in the mirror. If you have any doubt that this world is created, just look in the mirror. If you really are in the position where you look in the mirror and you think you were a mistake, or you're an aberration, or just a probability that came from rocks, then there's something wrong with you, and you maybe need to address that. But if you can just be honest with yourself, cut through the rhetoric that you've been fed, look in the mirror, that is a design. Even if you're an ugly son of a cheese face, right? You're still a design. You know what I mean? I might have lost a few people there, but that's something that I can
You're on point.
I can never not say, because I don't care who you are. You're designed. Now what you do with that's a different question. But you were designed. You're not some kind of mistake. So, you know, I would use that to encourage people to maybe take better care about how they live their life, considering that. I think Biget, I think you wanted to say something. If you want to jump in, please go ahead.
Oh, I was listening. I'm at work break.
Are you working the late shift?
Yeah, second shift. But it's almost finished. Last hour.
I feel you.
Someone has to play with these robots.
Exterminate.
Yeah. And these industrial robots are not toys, nothing like in the movies. They are really strong ones.
Right, and there's no hesitation. They just do as directed.
Yeah, yeah.
Have you shared what exactly you work with, or is that more something that you keep to yourself? Because I'm interested, but I don't want to pry beyond what you're willing to share.
Yeah, I don't mind. I work for GMV in Germany. They make all sorts of metal components for auto industry, for solar panels, for whatever, you know. They produce a lot of standard mechanical parts.
Okay.
Yeah. CNC machine.
Yeah. And what's your opinion on that whole rhetoric of, oh, robots will replace humans? I think you might have a more based perspective on that one. Go ahead.
No, it's not about replacing humans. They make your job easier. They do the heavy work very precisely, but they still need human control. But nowadays, I observe that they start give up programming robots. So um, you don't program them; you just animate them. You know, and this is going like very weird stuff.
Oh, so they've got to the point where, correct me if I'm wrong, but are you
Oh,
saying that they've got to the point where you're literally just running through examples, and then they just take that example, and then they just they program that into themselves because you just run them through the movements. Hopefully
yeah,
that made sense. Because I
it's
think I know
like
a bit about the technology. That's why I mentioned it.
it's like when you do computer animations, but you also need uh, some sort of sensors, like just a video camera, and he can see himself, position, auto correction, and yeah,
That must make life easier, right? So you don't have to translate the thing. You literally just put it into
yeah,
a learn this movement,
yeah.
and then you take it through this movement. It's like
You just
teaching
show
someone
them the
how to
parts,
dance, right?
and you say you just show them the parts, and you say, I want this part in this place, this box, or in this position, to fit uh, as much as it can. And yeah, it's going to do all alone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes it easier, right? Because
Mhm.
otherwise you
Yeah,
end up spending
yeah, they
hours and
don't have
hours
this. They
giving it
don't have
machine
this.
code just to do one movement.
Yeah, they don't have this kind of robots here, but I've seen these emerging lately.
Yeah. I have heard about it, and it really isn't that complicated. Like,
Yeah,
as long as the system itself has the ability to, okay, we'll put ourselves in the free movement and log,
yeah.
right? So
Mhm.
if it's in free movement, s- it, I'm
Yeah,
using incorrect terminology, I'm sure, but if it's in the free movement condition, and then you just run it through what it needs to do, it would log that of its own accord, and then
yeah,
you don't have to go through the hassle of writing out each
yeah,
individual thing. You just take it through the motions. It's like teaching someone by hand how to do the
yeah,
dance movement, and then
yeah,
you
exactly.
you
And
don't have to guess whether they learnt it, because it's a robot.
yeah,
It will just record it coordinate by coordinate, and then you just go,
yeah,
okay, well, I've taken it through what I need it to do, it's remembered it, and then we carry on from there.
yeah.
Yeah, that is one cool thing about
But they can
it's
do
almost
now
like a
like
dichotomy, right?
they don't teach coordinates or something like that. They just use video cameras and sensors, and they
Right.
see a 3D model of of the environment they are in, and he can see himself too. And
Okay, so they see themselves from the third
he's
person.
just told, when you see this component part coming, you take it and you put it in a box. You
Right.
have to arrange like this, and that's it.
It's
He's gonna do it.
interesting, right?
Yeah, yeah. He's finding alone the coordinates every time, and yeah,
Right. So
it's
for humans to get a machine to do that is somewhat simple, right? But then
yeah,
for for us to do that is like that's very difficult. And
yeah,
then the things that we do more naturally, so
yeah,
we're more free, and we're more versatile with our movements. You get a machine to do that,
yeah,
and now we're kind of tripping over ourselves, because a machine
yeah,
to walk down the road and maybe just
exactly.
skip a step and maybe
Yeah.
jump over a puddle and that, the machine's like, hold on a minute, I wasn't programmed to do this. That's too complicated.
Yeah.
It's an
Yeah,
interesting
but
dichotomy
they
between like
they also can
what we
identify
know and what we
errors.
can make.
Yeah. They
Yeah,
can, programmed robots, when you have a error or something, yeah, it just stops and, But these ones, they
right.
can identify errors and correct themselves. They don't
Yeah,
mess things. Yeah,
that takes a lot of engineering, right? Because if you haven't
yeah,
given it the parameters ahead of time,
yeah.
then it's literally just
Mhm.
it's just that. Well, what can I do? You
Yeah,
put me down. You put me down a rabbit hole with a dead end,
yeah.
and they just revert to
Okay, I
type.
have to go back. Catch you later,
Okay,
guys.
peace out, my dude.
In an hour. Peace.
All right. Anybody new? Anybody with some questions, some topics, some something? Some observations on the current state of things. Well, don't everybody talk at once now. One at a time. All right, sound off. 1, 2.
3, 4.
1, 2. I'm probably roboting though.
We have 3 active people in the chat.
Yo.
4. Nice.
Up.
There we go. Up. There's a good lad. Come on. Test your metal, why don't you? How about this? I'm feeling generous. Present me with the latest hilarious argument from the ever rhetorical globeheads, and I'll enjoy demolishing it.
Is there a latest? Is there anything new?
Yeah, it could just be a remix from the 60s, who knows? But either way, I'll enjoy demolishing it on its face.
There's a few of them bouncing around the sextant idea. I don't know if it comes from Dr.
Have there been any rebuttals to the recent sextant stuff that's come out from the globe side of the equation?
I still haven't heard anything serious on it. If it's designed to work on a globe because it's designed to work on a globe, like how? What?
Yeah, that's just lazy. What was the general gist? Because I've heard of this sextant thing. I think I watched at least half of the video. But if you'd like to refresh me.
I don't know the ins and outs of it other than what I've picked up from Bob and his cronies, but the general base of his claim is that it couldn't work on a flat Earth because it was designed to work on a globe.
Well, that's just hearsay, right? It has no foundation. Plus the fact that, I mean, I might be jumping here, so correct me if I'm wrong. I have no problem with that. It operates on an XYZ axis, right? You don't have an XYZ on a globe. So what are we dealing with here, right? Not to mention that you first have to demonstrate the globe before you bring up the globe in anything substantive, or however you say it. It's just, the point is, it's a reach and it's nonsense because people were navigating using stars, using these methods for time, and at no point did they have to delude themselves into thinking they were upside down, spinning around and hanging on for dear life.
That's kind of the point, right? Because it's basically Eratosthenes all over again. Because they're assuming the star distances, right? They're using the sextant to measure the angle.
They're assuming Aristotle's even existed, right?
It's either the curved surface and the stars are far away, or it's a flat surface with closer stars. Works the same. So it's like, are we still stuck on this?
I mean, even that's a false dichotomy, right? Because let's just go with what we observe, right?
I don't think it works the same, right? Because
it doesn't matter how far away the luminaries are. The surface has never been observed to be anything other than level. So the rest of it is just nonsense.
I think the sextant might be different, and maybe I just haven't looked into it enough, because with Eratosthenes, you're assuming parallel light rays, where with the sextant, you can't assume that the x-axis is curved, otherwise your calculations would come out incorrectly and you wouldn't be navigating properly.
Right. Because you need.
But they're measuring angle to the stars.
Yeah. Right. So you're measuring straight lines because that is needed for a sextant to work. Because if you assume a globe and you measure, so there are no straight lines on a globe, right? But they need this straight line to measure the angle to 3 stars, and then with the almanac they look up where they are, right? So they need this straight line.
There is
make a 90 degrees. So you make a dip correction. So when you're standing on your deck and you do your sextant, and then you make a dip correction to the sea level, right? So the line is now on sea level, and it's like 3,000 miles away to make the 90 degrees to the star, to get your angle to the star at that moment. So if the Earth was curving, then you get a curved line, and then that angle wouldn't be correct anymore. So what they say is, so you just look at the horizon, and that is a straight line, right? So this is just what they say. I mean, follow Nathan. Nathan is, and 10th Man and Brian's Logic. They all have this on their YouTube channel.
But yeah, no, I agree. But there is one straight line on the globe, Roger. Do you know what that is?
Horizon.
No. It's the string that holds it up.
Right. Yeah.
No, because there's a vertical deflection on plumb lines.
I know, I'm just mocking them, right? Because none of their ideas work unless they're held up by a string or by some nonsense thing that says, "Oh, not to be used for educational purposes." It's fiction. It's fiction dressed up as non-fiction. But don't look too closely. You know, the emperor has no clothes, but don't question it. That won't get you anywhere, will it now? It's just the levels of disrespect they have for mankind. Well, as always, they have nothing to show. Give them an invitation, they don't show up.
Thank you. When you
Is it just me, or is Dave roboting?
were 5 or 6 years old,
Dave, could you repeat that? I at least couldn't hear you properly.
Uh, is there a moderator or gold online at the moment, by any chance?
It depends who you ask. What's up?
A friend of I invited a friend of mine to the server, and he's waiting to get verified after. If anyone would have the time, or
Yeah, I can handle that. No worry.
thanks.
Yeah, welcome to the stream, Sin. What's happening?
Hey.
So, what's your understanding of the topic? What's your opinion on the shape of the Earth?
I mean, like, I'm pretty new to this topic, but like, I'm pretty neutral, let's say that. Like, I'm open for a discussion.
Okay, what's your understanding of it so far then?
I still kind of believe, like, that the Earth is a globe, but like some things make me like think about it if it's really a globe. Like, like my friend Shinji like showed me things and like explained me things that make me like think about it. Like, bit suspicious if it's really a globe or not, or like if it's really flat. Like, I'm starting to think like that it's actually flat, to be honest.
Okay, I understand. So, would you
As I said,
agree
I'm
that?
really new.
Yeah, no, I fully understand that. Would you agree that for it to be spherical, that it would needs must that there is actually curvature, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so given that, would you be in agreement that that curvature should be measurable and that should be demonstratable? If it were the case.
It's a hard question, actually.
So basically,
Hard in what way?
he's asking you if the Earth is a globe, right? You should be able to measure it, like measure the curvature.
Do you agree with that? Do you agree
Yeah,
that
I do.
that would be logical?
Yeah, it would be.
Okay. Well, if you check the live stream voice text, I've pinged you a message of the FE core. Now I can go into kind of the general gist while we're talking, but I'd recommend that you do your own due diligence and actually peruse that document and get familiar with it so that you understand where we're coming from. It's one of the more rigorous examples of what we're talking about. But long story short is that the globe claim has specific measurements to it, right? So it has a specific radius value and specific circumference value. And those specific values that they have claimed would need would need that when you then do observations and do measurements, that certain things should be the case, so certain things should and shouldn't be visible within that understanding, within those measurements. But what we actually get when we actually do the measurements is the complete opposite. So when measurements are done over vast distances, as you will see in the example, which I highly recommend that you go through now if you haven't gone through it already.
Yeah, I do right now.
You will find that, so this example I believe is 40 kilometers. You will find that over those 40 kilometers there is no curvature measured with this rather rigorous laser test. So when you then compare it to what the globe rhetoric is putting out, that there is such and such a radius with such and such a dip value over distance, right? And now I'm not being specific because personally I don't give a monkeys. I think it's more just to get to the core of it. But if anyone else wants to jump in, be my guest. I'm just doing the way I do. So when that is understood, right, over a certain distance you should get this much drop, you should get this much physical obstruction to what you can see. But then when we actually go and do the measurement in real life, like the example we give you, or we can give you a more simplified, less rigorous example of the black swan, if somebody would like to go through that, be my guest once I finish speaking. You actually find that you don't get the drop, you don't get the obstruction to your vision. In fact, you get a long distance verification that there is no drop, right? There is no obstruction to your vision, which when you analyze that correctly means that it is that example, right? So the FE core, the black swan, maybe someone who has the time and who's paying attention, if they could maybe just do the black swan the meme or something, just so that I can refer to it more simply for my dude's sake. But when you actually do that, right, you get a direct contradiction. So you get a direct contradiction to the claim and the dimensions of the ball Earth or the globe Earth. So if you get an in reality demonstration that contradicts the measurements and the dimensions of the ball Earth, the only logical conclusion is that the ball Earth is wrong. Are you following me so far?
Yeah, I do. All right.
Okay. So again, this will require some research. I'm not here to convince you. I'm just here to point you to the data and to the examples that will help you gain an understanding for yourself. So that I'll leave that as the general gist. If you have any follow-up questions, go ahead. I don't want to own the chat. It just seems like it's rather quiet right now, so I'm just making sure that you get at least some of your questions answered. But please ask anything that you have after what I've just said.
Do you mind if I take him through the black swan?
Yeah, be my guest. Go ahead.
Okay, who am I talking to? What's your username?
You talking to me?
Yeah, yes. Your username?
Sinlord.
Oh, okay. All right, this is Golden Lieber. So you were given these numbers. For example, the radius value of the globe Earth is said to be 3,959 miles or 6,371 kilometers. That's the numbers that NASA puts out. They say that's the radius of Earth. And if you don't mind, because you agreed that there should be curvature based on the radius.
Yeah.
Would you mind looking up, just taking a bit of time to go to a curvature calculator, a globe curvature calculator, and finding out how much, or I'm sorry, where would the horizon be from a 1 foot observer height? It doesn't matter how long it takes you, just so that you know that we're not trying to, give you anything that that NASA didn't tell us.
Now it says distance to the object.
Yeah, distance to the horizon from a 1 foot observer height. And Old Dudes put up a couple of curvature calculators in the live stream text.
This one. Okay.
Yeah.
So in feet, and then observation height was?
The observation is 1 foot, or the observer height is 1 foot.
Okay. Calculate distance. Distance to the horizon, 1.2 miles.
Yeah, 1.2 miles. So there's your distance from a 1 foot observer height, and I'm just going to drop a little, just a photo in here. You see in the live stream voice text. You have this is an observation from Santa Barbara, California, out to 2 oil platforms at 9.4 and 6.2 miles. And based on what you see there, where would you say the horizon is, in front of or behind the oil platforms? Maybe hard to say.
Moment of silence for the globe.
What's that?
Like the habitat platform looks like it's far away, like more far, like behind the other one.
Yeah, it looks. Would you say that it looks like the horizon is probably behind the platforms?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. So then you can see this, and we'll drop in some confirming evidence, the video evidence where this is from. But this is from a 1 foot observer height in Santa Barbara, and the horizon appears behind both platforms, and those platforms are just distance markers. It helps us to predict or to see where the horizon should be. So I'm just going to stick. I'm going to drop some video evidence into the live stream so that you can go later and check out the Black Swan original, or a number of other observations. The Mark Sargent's Black Swan observation's pretty interesting too. It's from 8 feet early in the morning, so you're not going to get as much air. The air quality is not going to interfere as much. So anyway, you see that's the argument. You notice that the horizon is not where it should be, and that's how it is everywhere you look. You're always seeing way too far. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello? Hello? Is it anybody in here?
And feel free to ask any questions too, if you have any other questions of us.
Yeah, I actually don't have any right now. Like, y'all can feel free to talk.
Yeah, this one and a number of other observations. I mean, I was a flat earther before I ever saw the Black Swan, because of observations like the Ice Swan, and Mount Canigou. We just always see way too far, and once you understand, there it is. Once you understand the globe geometry, the horizon calculation, the one that you just saw, or the curvature calculation, we're always seeing way too far. So it's pretty clear that whatever we're being told is not true. And that pretty much did it for me.
That was well done, Golden Lemur. My mic's working right now.
Oh, hey, thanks, bro.
What did it for me is seeing that it was the same shiesty ass people involved. All it took from me. Oop.
Yeah, but we like to stick with the things that we can prove, right? We can measure. We can speculate all we want about who did what and when and how. Well, the how, we kind of figured that out, right? It is in the globe. They told you it is, but
Why do you guys think that they told us it was a globe?
is it really that important for you?
Yeah. Yeah, that means it was some
So,
kind of malicious intent.
okay.
And that is important to know who's doing malicious things to the society, the world.
Well,
I'm a flat
like
earther,
it
by the
maybe
way. I
just really,
just wanted you guys' opinion on it.
well, maybe just really quickly, like if somebody can tell you that your reality that you experience is actually something else, then they can basically fool you about anything, right?
Yeah, I
Because
find that's
all
my
bets are off at that point because you're starting off disconnected from reality right off the bat.
right off the bat.
So
Absolutely.
it's like a foundation, right? That's how I see it.
I
It's
see
like when
that.
you're trying to figure out conspiracy stuff and you're just starting to figure things out. You're playing with the Jenga tower, trying to take the bricks out one at a time, and then no, the flat Earth is like the foundation. It's the bottom four you're not supposed to touch because the whole thing instantly is gone. It's like, what is even real anymore, right?
Yeah, yeah, I love that. My response to that question is always fear. They want to have you under control through fear, which I mean, like you just said, I mean, they can just make believe anything into existence, and that's how they use that fear. They can tell you all kinds of crazy shit, keep you in fear, keep you in need of the government and religion.
Could be anything, right? So the motive would be, yeah,
control.
For me, it's not that important, right? If more people just realize that they're not on this thing that they were told, then
Yeah, it's always got to come back to it. Is it flat? That's the question, or is there curvature? And once you answer that question, everybody kind of goes on their own journey about what they think motives are or whatever. But we know it is. It's pretty obvious. It's not that hard to figure out either. That's the thing that kind of gets me is it's pretty.
Yeah, it's like just right there. All you have to do is look at it and just realize a few things.
If the Earth is not curving any place.
Well,
yeah,
it's
just
not that
little
hard to find
curvature
out.
calculator.
Yeah, it's almost as if they have some kind of mental
calculator.
block, right? Like something pops up and they just can't get that little simple stuff. It's weird. Is there some kind of
long distance observations and a curvature calculator, and there you go.
Let me ask you guys something, because I've been doing this for a while with the flat Earth stuff, and I've only convinced, like, openly got someone to be like, "Oh wow," like 3 times in the 7 years I've been doing this. So, have you guys like gotten people to be like, come on board with flat Earth, like right at the moment?
I've had a lot of people say, "Oh wow," and then disappear.
Okay.
Because they don't have. I know I have one family member who knows for sure that the Earth's flat, but I don't talk about it unless it. I've done that too many times in my life. Where I'm trying to convince everybody around me. So I just take her easy and take it one step at a time. Try to plant seeds, all that.
Has anybody actually gotten into a physical altercation over this? Because people talk crazy on the internet. Bro, they talk some crazy shit on the internet, but I've never seen anybody actually get into a physical altercation over this. Has anybody witnessed that? Jesus, Randy.
No.
No, yeah, I didn't think so.
Witsit got arrested.
Oh shit!
Witsit.
Over Flat Earth?
He was outside with a speaker. That's what he does. He tours America now, and he
Nice.
Activism, right? Flat Earth activism.
Right.
He does that, and he films it. So let me
Nice.
share his channel.
Oh, thank you.
My uncle
That's
and
awesome.
I almost got into it one time because of it.
Fucking rolling out in the fucking yard with your uncle. Motherfucker, it's
Right
flat.
on.
It's round. I want to be depressed.
Yeah, it was
Hit me
pretty
up
funny.
my Marvel comic books. They hold on to it so hard. It's because Hollywood has their imagination just so twisted up in that. And if you unravel that, you have to give up all of your Star Wars. You have to give up all your Star Trek. You got to give up all your comic book movies. And people just love that shit so much, and they are so attached to it, they will not let it go. They have nothing to replace it with. There's no other entertainment that they can get that doesn't involve space. All entertainment is space based.
Most of my family, they're scared to death that any of this could be possible. That the government could be lying to that extent. That they just can't wrap their mind around it. So it just can't be.
Can you imagine not knowing any of this and hearing about that for the first time?
Yes, sir.
That's why I
That's
feel like
actually me right now.
yeah, what got me into
Like,
this is because
I'm
it
pretty
was the
new.
same. Yeah, it was the same shiesty people that was involved, so it wasn't very hard to make that jump for me.
Yeah, I was like shocked. Like, I didn't know how to feel. Like, I think you understand me, but like, I felt weird. Let's say that when like my friend like actually showed me proof. Like, I don't know.
That cog disc comes rushing in.
Ooh, like a wave, like a tsunami, huh?
Yeah, I fought it for I was a big UFO buff, so I was fighting. I was hard up to give up my UFOs and aliens and all that. So about a year before I finally came to terms with it.
I can assume everybody here at this Discord was like some kind of mega heliocentric, follower before they turned flat Earth, right?
Yeah.
Like nobody's like nonchalant about space and then becomes a flat earther, right? You have to know about space first. I think that is a trauma that induces people to be either YOLO life or a fanatic life. And the people that were fanatics before about space, that think they can learn enough about space to help when NASA comes knocking on your door, right? Oh, you just know everything about space, and you know everything about this one asteroid, and so NASA comes to your house and knocks on your door and sends you into space to, some bullshit like that, right? And that's the fanatic life, and I think that's what I know I was. I was like, I got to get everything I know about space because this is our survival, and that turns into a super weapon, actually.
Yeah, when it comes to like knowledge, I hear you. Like I needed to know everything I wanted, and I'm still that way. But I have always had a healthy skepticism of the government. That's for sure.
Yeah, but you were always be able to look past the government and be like, oh no, this is science.
Yeah.
The government is shady and always will be. Like,
yeah, but science can't
trust
be.
them.
So NASA is good. That's the mentality.
Yeah.
Fuck, Okay, let's address this Australia thing. I think Australia is a place, but I think they use that place to film a bunch of wild bullshit that could never happen in the real world to show us that they're able to take the rights away and everybody's cool with it. Like the other day, they chased some guy down because he went to the park or something, and with helicopters and shit. I think that's fake. I think they filmed that in the vast expanse of Australia somewhere.
Yeah, I always thought Aussies were feisty.
Yeah, they're prisoners. They're literally prisoners put on an island to survive, and now you can take their guns away and fucking push them over? I don't think so.
Back to the beginning.
What happened in the beginning?
All prisoners,
Who's that?
Australians.
Oh, Aborigines? Don't
Yeah,
know
it's
what
me.
it is. Yeah, I don't see no Aborigines wearing no masks. That's weird.
I mean,
Remember that time all the Amish got COVID-19 and died? Me neither.
I've always asked myself, right? Like, so the virus. I'm not. I almost said it.
Don't
Like
say it.
those small particles. I'll just call them particles, right? You know
We
what
call
I
them
mean?
bacteria.
Yeah, like bacteria particles or whatever.
There you go. Yeah.
They're so small. They should be able to like pass through. Yeah, what you wear on your face. Like,
Yeah, it'd be like a mosquito through a fence.
yeah, like, it's not gonna help even if that thing exists. Like the logic doesn't make sense at all. Not to me.
No, sir.
That's on purpose. They put out all the contradictory information just to keep people confused. That's what it's all about.
Divided. They got that shit down.
And the zombie serum, like you know what I'm talking about, right? The zombie serum.
Yeah, the Fauci ouchie.
Yeah, the space needle. So it changes your genes. Yeah, it changes your genes. And I've taken a look in, like, I don't know about like the European laws. That's where I live. But about the American law, it's written that any genetically modified being, it didn't specify animals, it didn't specify anything, it just said any genetically modified being would become property of the state. And I can send, I don't think I can send it in Livestream voice text, but so yeah, like once you take it, you become property of the state if you live in the US.
Like Monsanto corn.
Yeah.
Do you have a link or do you have a PDF or something?
Yeah, like one of my friends actually sent it. Ace, if he didn't change his name, at least. I have to scroll all the way down. Wait. I'm gonna check my history. 3, 2, 1. .com.
Guys, have you watched the video of the Australian Qantas pilot who's had enough? Hello?
No, I've not seen that.
Can I share it?
I'd like to see it.
All right. Just a second. It's going to be in live stream voice text.
What's the summary? What does he do? I can't look at it quite yet.
Well, basically, the guy tells it like it is. He's so straightforward. He doesn't beat around the bush.
About the jab or the Earth?
Everything that's going on in Australia right now.
He's a Qantas pilot. Is that what he said?
Qantas pilot.
And he's Earth. Does he say the Earth's flat?
Could you say that again?
Does he say that the Earth is flat?
No, he didn't say that.
Okay.
But he never mentioned it was round either. So.
You guys still there? The party's still rolling?
Probably wrong button.
Yeah, I'm here.
Driving.
I just am cooking lunch, so I don't want to make a bunch of noise.
There you go. Where's all the trolls at? See, the traffic of trolls getting a little lighter lately, huh?
Yeah, hopefully most of them have learned they're just wasting their time unless they come in here and do something funny, you know.
There you go.
We'll allow that. Maybe like, if you're gonna troll, at least be funny the way I look at it.
Exactly. I seen what I see the other day. I seen some report. It's kind of like one of these one of these prepared awareness thing reports, like the what to do in a case scenario of this, and they were talking about shutting down the economy and locking people up in their houses again over a natural disaster emergency. Now, pretty weird shit. Said they were they said they were going to take red meat, put petroleum, and I forget what else they were going to fucking take from you, but they were going to do this over.
You sure that wasn't the Onion or something like that? Is that a real article?
It was some kind of weird report from some agency that people don't really hear about a lot, you know. And they're talking about shutting everything down. They're saying they did recently for this sickness
agency
thing.
which agency?
Let me
And
find
maybe-
it.
Okay.
Yeah, let me find it. It's one of those fucking abbreviated one that's at like 15 different abbreviations. Let me find it though. I got it over here.
I'm of the opinion that everyone's going to get real hungry real soon.
Oh, me too. I'm on the same page with you, dude. Tell me about it. What you think about it?
Yeah, so I kind of took off to Oklahoma. I left California over a year ago, thinking about all this shit. And it's nice about over here is you can step outside and literally 10 feet away from you something to eat.
Nice. Yep. Billy Gates owns a ton of farmland now, namely animal product farmland.
Right.
And he's super ambitious about selling you laboratory grown meat. So he's probably going to buy out these farmers, kill off the animal products, and say it was because of some disease that was causing a pandemic. And then the only thing that's going to be left on the market after you get that super hunger is going to be
Soylent
that
Green.
laboratory, that laboratory meat made out of who knows what, right?
You will eat the bugs, and you will like.
Mm-hmm.
I eat
You guys,
plants, but you know, a lot of people
Yeah.
like to go to bugs for some reason. Like there's protein or something in bugs, but you don't even
Yeah,
need that much protein.
They say that there's more protein in like a handful of crickets than there is in like a whole pound of cooked red meat.
Right? Wait till you see what broccoli has going for it.
Yeah,
I'd rather eat some broccoli.
I'm
There
a
you go.
vegetarian.
You don't
I'm a
partake in the
vegetarian as well.
crickets. You don't partake. Like, I'm in Mexico here, and literally dudes have like wheelbarrows filled with fucking roasted crickets. It's so gross. Ah! And they just selling them too, man. Like literally wheelbarrows filled with roasted crickets, and they bag them up for you, and they put them in. Like, there you go. Enjoy.
Watch him Bear Grylls do his thing.
Yeah, Bear Grylls over there trying not to vomit. And fucking tourists over here just munching.
Sorry to interrupt, but I found it.
Oh, did you find it?
Who asked for it?
Put it in
I'll
the
DM.
website.
I don't know, like it'll
whatever you guys.
be taken down.
Stop looking
Where
for
can
it.
where can I send it? Let's see. Is there a channel for it? Like for the zombie serum?
The zombie serum. What? Yes, I want to see that, please.
No,
Yeah.
like what's going on right now. I'm not gonna say the word.
Oh, I get you. I get you. I think
Search
you can put it like in lobby or something, maybe. No,
Send me two.
Just do it in DMs, right? This is not no medical advice, and this is on YouTube, so
just
don't want to get in trouble with the YouTube. No YouTube for you.
Right. This is the flat Earth server, right? The topic is flat Earth, so
flat and
so
stationary.
Jason, Roger, and who else? There was one other person who asked.
Yeah, I'll take it, please.
Did someone else ask, or I heard someone else ask for the link?
You can send it to Eartherton.
Oh yeah, this is where they patented you. Yeah, I seen this. You consent to them being you being a patent when you take this. Transhuman. So they weren't trying to turn everybody homosexual. They're trying to turn everybody trans. It might be. And they were hiding it under the homosexual thing so they could just pass it along and get everybody to accept this word trans. Transhuman or transhuman is the concept of an intermediate form between human and post-human. Well, what does post-human mean? Let's find out what post-human means.
Oh, it's more simple than that. They're just trying to get you off the narrow path of truth.
Post-human or post-human is a concept
Left hand, right
originating
hand.
in the fields of science fiction.
Like basically something that's not human. Like
A person or entity that exists in a state beyond human being. Beyond or below? Post-human. It's not subhuman, I guess. I guess post-human. Oh, yeah. In other words, a transhuman is a being that resembles a human in most respects, but who has powers and abilities beyond those of standard humans. Vaccine's going to give you a fucking superpowers. Nice.
everyone can start to fly.
All right, just get a vaccine. Just take off, dude. That would be the only way I would actually do it. Like literally, they promise you can fly, and let me see it. Oh wow, you can. Maybe I'll maybe consider it still. I don't know, man. Can't talk about that stuff here on and this one's with flat Earth. It's flat and
Yeah.
stationary.
Yep.
Why do we use the Black Swan instead of Bedford Level?
It's just because it's convenient and simple, but the FE core is definitely better.
Yeah, but all that atmospheric refraction and interference and shit leaves it vulnerable for the ball earthers to kind of like, you know, throw shade on it.
I mean,
Nah,
atmospheric
it's only
refraction would need.
vulnerable. It's only vulnerable to that if people aren't focused on the point.
And they're not going
Now
to be.
it's not sufficient in my opinion.
Uh-huh.
It's not robust enough in that the FE core is fully there. Just read the document. If you don't like it, that's your business. That's my comment to the Globers, right?
Right.
But the logical framework of the Black Swan is simply that you presented these numbers. These numbers require that if they're true, that it can only be this. Anything other than this means that these numbers aren't true. Then we present you with anything other than this. Therefore, the numbers aren't true. End of story. Go home and cry.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm just putting in my own words the modus tollens that they've trapped themselves into by giving such
Right.
dimensions as they've given.
Is the
And
Black
then you have that
Swan still
observation.
there?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so man, we should get some money together and like literally stretch a tape out. You know, because they keep saying there's atmospheric refraction and everything, and it's just they're a visual people.
Yeah, but something like that will only suffice to those who are already capable of understanding that which is self-evident, right?
Or the super skeptical.
If your intention is to do something like that to convince those who are just knuckleheads, that doesn't help. Because
I like to be more scientific. I like to be
people like
super
that,
scientific.
the more you give them, the more they dig down into their
make them hit rock
rhetoric.
bottom. Make them hit rock bottom. Yeah. That's why I like the Bedford. I like the Bedford, but
pardon me,
because
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I'm sorry. I'm just gonna say I like the Bedford level because there's no denying it, and we actually could stretch a tape on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I suppose.
So it really just, I mean, and then they went back and did it again, and then they said it was atmospheric refraction that caused them to see the boat over 11 feet of curvature, which is crazy talk. But and then the people that are real skeptic to go out and do a binocular
for
test.
those who know how to argue that that's an easy. Well, okay, by definition, by bringing up quote unquote atmospheric refraction, that's a concession to the fact that their supposed physical obstruction of physical horizon is no longer physical, so they contradicted themselves. So it's a concession. The moment they bring that up, the problem is that the majority of them don't realize that the moment they bring quote unquote atmospheric refraction up, that they are conceding. Then you have that issue because then you have to then spend like half an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours arguing the fact or explaining the fact that they don't understand definition and terms or the implications of the things that they say, which is why we're here 24/7, because it's one of those things of dealing with let's say special cases by way of heavy indoctrination for the last 100 years.
I have a riddle that I usually tell ball earthers, and they haven't been able to figure it out. The riddle goes, if I have to use and equate for atmospheric refraction over 6 miles in cold, zero humidity Bedford level, why don't you have to account for atmospheric refraction when doing Eratosthenes over the super humid Mediterranean Sea over 500 miles with zero atmospheric refraction? When they go, oh shit.
Well,
We didn't
I'd
use
be
that
curious to
external
say
location.
what the zealotry response. I'd be curious to hear
You
what the
you
zealotry
can you can
response
see
would
what
be.
Fat the Flat Earth says about that. You can see what Planar Walk says about
What do
that.
they
You can
say?
see what MC2's. I'm on there. I went on their stupid show and they fucking. I tried to tell them about that, and they just spazzed out and started like furiously beta
Okay.
laughter. It's,
Yeah. So you
it,
triggered their inability to address that fact. But my response would be that's besides the point, because they're begging the question. They're already presupposing the curvature ahead of time. So the refraction or the whatever your question was specifically is of zero relevance, because they have already assumed the fact that they're correct ahead of time. They're just confirming their own bias. The whole set, and that's the thing, right? They're using a historical example that they have no way of verifying to confirm their own bias. I mean, it's just laughable. If I haven't lost anyone with that, what I mean is the presentation of that idea, of that quote unquote experiment or demonstration, hinges on at least one presupposition. So once you've done that, if you're going to be honest, if one is to be honest with themselves, once you've done that, all you've done is you've just presented your opinion, and you've just said, because I said so, therefore it is so. It's like, well, that doesn't work when we're dealing with reality, when we have to be able to verify and nullify whether what we presented is correct or not. That's kind of a long-winded way of saying that their whole rhetoric is just nonsense, and they've got nothing but the assumption that they were correct before they opened their mouth.
Well, they were saying, let me see. Okay, the boat goes over the curvature. I think that's a curve. So let me test if it is. What I'll do is I'll put a stick here and I'll test this. Boom. Okay, well, then the equation comes out to this. But he forgot to put the atmospheric refraction in. Yeah. And then there's no control. You know, there's no way you can know how much atmosphere is in how much water is in the atmosphere that's causing the atmospheric refraction at any given time. So there goes your scientific credentials. They had no control, no variable. There goes another, And then they have what's his name, Carl Sagan and Bill Nye, or all them assholes saying we can disprove flat Earth if we used more sticks and whales. Boom, there it is. We totally could.
Bill Nye, the really low rent actor guy.
Oh my goodness, bro! I can imagine they found that dude homeless with a big criminal record, and and he said, "What do you know about?" And he goes, "I know it's about science. I got an A in high school before I was kicked out." And I said, "Good, study up on science. You're gonna be Bill Nye, the science guy, and you're gonna tell kids stupid shit, and you're gonna sell this, and you're gonna do it, or else you go back to the car, hobo." And he goes, "Whatever." It's just that easy.
My favorite thing from that guy's existence is that there's a quote of him somewhere. Maybe one of the meme lords can bring it out nice and quickly. But there's a quote of him somewhere saying that the Earth is a closed system and you cannot leave it, or something to that effect.
No, I want your generation to really understand this. I want your generation to really understand this. We are in a closed, sealed environment, and there is no getting out of it.
Right. So hold on. His brain was broken for so long that it finally spat out some truth.
No. They have to tell you, the people orchestrating this bullshit theater show have to tell you what they're doing legally and religiously. It keeps them free of sin. All they're doing is selling you sin, which keeps them free of sin. And they tell you what they're doing right in your face, and that's a form of consent. When they tell you that and then you don't question that and you just keep going, they just said, "Oh, you consent."
I mean, think about it. I mean, they have to, just in case the truth comes out, just to be able. I told you the truth.
Told you. I'm doing. What? Lie about nothing. Legal. I don't know why I did that accent. It just came naturally. I didn't lie about nothing. You love the animal products. You love the porno.
I mean, that's why NASA government the documents The CIA documents.
The documents.
It's there. The truth is there. You just have to look for it. We told you. Now, the problem is y'all are ignorant. Y'all don't want to look for information.
Problem is you like it. You like to be scared and have somebody else control your mental so you feel safe. They like that shit. They like having a Republican or Democrat to take care of them. So you save them from some kind of space invasion or catastrophic event or they're so scared, man. Like that guy said, they tell you you're on a ball so they can invent everything in your world so that they can remain relevant in your protection. How they got us like this? How are they able to scare the shit out of everybody? They ain't scaring us no more. So we're done. The French ain't taking no shit. Pretty awesome. You guys got some background music over here? If there's a pandemic, then where are all of the doctor discords? There should be so many doctor discords where these people trying to get together and discuss things. But no, all you see is a bunch of TikToks. Bunch of dancing ass TikToks. There ain't no Discord going on. There's TikTok dances going on. Maybe if they got on Discord and they like shared their dance moves, maybe. I'll be back.
We only have one shot at this guy. Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the Earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh. Globe, Earth, sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him! Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage, or that means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
What's up? Yo, yo, yo.
We are sleeping.
What?
We are sleeping. Don't wake up us.
Yeah, I couldn't understand any of that.
What happened?
Was there any globers in here?
Nah.
That's a shame.
We have somebody with a bunch of numbers for their name and all it. You talk. Bunch of numbers in your name. 25, 9, 4, 1, 3, 5, 6, 3, 2. Don't make me say all those numbers and not talk. My mic working.
You think that's a sign that they're a Glober?
No, it should be 39. I don't see 3959 inside. Only 259.
Guess they're not going to talk. Right below them is Big Root. Your VC verified. What server? What the Big Root? Hello? You trying to talk? I can't hear you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Okay. What's up?
Yeah, we hear
I
you.
hear you now.
Welcome.
You hear me?
Yeah, what did you say?
Yeah.
Go ahead, get you talk to him.
You're roboting, Hank. Or
Yeah, I can't make out what you're saying.
welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. How did you find the server?
I'm just telling you to go ahead and talk to him because I'm a robot. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you.
What me? How did I find the server?
Yeah.
I've been in here for about a year now, a couple of years, maybe.
Okay. Cool. So, what do you think the shape of the world is?
I don't know about shape, but I know it's flat and stationary.
Okay, good. So you're a flat earther.
Yeah.
Cool.
Welcome. Can you prove that?
Yeah. Good to have you.
Thanks, bro.
This was quick.
You got to quit sounding so disappointed when a flat earther comes in here.
Yeah.
I'm the
I know,
same.
right? I know, right? Have any questions?
I listen a lot. I listen to do you know Gem Panda's channel?
Yes, I know the server. Yeah.
I spend quite a
How you
lot of
can
time
swallow all of
listening.
that? How you can swallow that?
Yeah, how do you handle it?
Yeah.
Well, I
dropped
tend
it. Go
I
ahead.
tend to only listen when the flat earthers are engaging. Otherwise, they just sort of pat each other on the back for ad homs and shit.
Yeah.
But I do like it when Witsit and Chemo and Lemon are on there. They do a good job with them, I think.
Yeah. Yep. Some of our calmest.
We should all be so good and that knowledgeable.
Yeah, very good.
What do you think about Chemo?
I think I like Chemo. I think he's trying really hard to spread the message and try and reach people that a lot of flat earthers would give up on. So I do have a lot of time for him. He doesn't give up on people. He tries to keep logical and keep fair, and I do like his approach.
Yeah. All right.
I do prefer though. Witsit gets it when he's in there. He absolutely destroys them.
It's much better than Chemo. Witsit, yeah.
But I feel like Witsit is the bridge between the flat earthers and the globers. Like he can talk to them on their level, where some of us have just given up with that shit. If you get me.
Yeah. Yeah. It's these globe trolls that make you, say, I had enough. you know.
Yeah, I
And
mean, the arguments have been gone over. I haven't heard a new argument for a long time now.
yeah, that's the same feeling I have when I go in Japan. By the way, I've been yesterday and I was posting some the globe in a trash bin, and they were like on fire. Everyone.
How they measure
Doing my
mountains in Chimpanda server?
They don't.
This is the new. This is the old. How to say argument? How we measure mountains?
Yeah.
Because water, because sea level is sea level everywhere.
Well, they argue with each other on that point.
But how you can measure mountain if you have sea level all around the world? Let's say Andy in coming from Chile to Argentina. How you can measure that? All the tops, you know, in distance. If you have curved air, if you, I don't know if you don't have if because we are measuring mountains reference to sea level. How it's everywhere sea level if it's curvy.
Yeah.
How some mountain can be reference like a one, I don't know, 1 mile away mountain, and let's say we have mountain near beach, and that mountain is like doesn't matter 2 mile high, and its reference is it's sea level. Now we go 100 miles away, and we have how much drop we have 200 300 miles, and we still have a mountain on 300 miles, but we still measure mountain to reference to sea level, even it's dropping that mountain somehow from the first mountain.
Yeah, Sasha, he's a flat earther.
No, I'm saying how we can explain that. Like we don't need to go outside.
I've heard them argue with each other about these sort of points, and what I agree with your point. Basically, it doesn't make sense. You can't do it. You can't do it properly.
Yeah, you know, I brought up a point. I mean, not a point. Something that I read and I've seen quite many years ago, about 2 decades ago, early 2000s or late 90s. I was looking into this helium gas and liquid helium stuff, and there was this company. They were making some special tanks for containing helium, and you see, when you store it as a gas inside the tank, it's a metal tube, you know, like a metal tube, but closed on both ends, and pretty much like oxygen or hydrogen and acetylene gas also. You know those welding tubes like scuba divers have on their backs. Mic check.
I got you.
Thank you.
What
Did he left?
what were you saying about the welding tubes?
Yeah, I was looking at these gas tanks for storing helium. And when you store helium as a gas, it has inside the tank, there is a gradient in the gas pressure. So you have 199.999% helium gas inside that tank, and at the bottom there will be high pressure, and at the top will be a lower pressure. But the difference between the two is like 0.001 or a thousandth of 1 psi. It's very small, and because of this, this is negligible when they are manufacturing helium tanks and all that. This gradient can be observed with precision gas pressure gauges, and the funny thing is that when you store oxygen or nitrogen in a gaseous state, let's say not 14 psi, but 100 or 200 psi, it's quite a high pressure, gas pressure. But despite all that, you will notice if you have one gauge at the bottom and one at the top, you will see they will show a slight difference, that gradient. And always at nitrogen and oxygen gases, the higher pressure is at the bottom. But when you measure it to helium, yes.
What's the question?
Who is this?
It's Elijah. I'm trying to figure out what the question was that you're saying all this.
It was no question. I was telling him a discussion I had in Gem Panda.
Yeah, you were talking about how the helium creates a gradient.
Yeah, and when you measure that pressure differential, you find that the higher pressure is at the top, and at the bottom, you have a lower pressure. It's upside down.
Well, I heard two reasons
in
for this.
regards to the other. I'm sorry.
I heard two reasons for this. One, because you can't get pure helium, so there's two different gases in there. Well, there's helium, and then there's something else in there. And the other thing is that at the bottom, there's liquid, so it's not the same phase. So that's why there's a difference in the gradient.
Helium, you cannot store it in a liquid state if you don't have a condenser, so it needs constant refrigeration.
I don't know. That's what I heard.
Yeah, but helium tanks.
I'm not saying the helium is liquid. I'm saying
high.
there's liquid at the bottom of the helium tank, which again makes sense that there's other things in there and it's not pure helium.
Yeah. This is what I proposed them, and because of this, because the helium gas pressure gradient is upside down in comparison to the other gases, it means that it always being pulled upwards, even if it's in like if it's not in normal air, it still
Forgive me if
wants
I
to.
don't agree with you.
That's quite a big
Yeah, no
claim.
problems, Elijah. I mean, yeah, this. I know my claim needs to be tested. Yeah, I don't afford to test it. So yeah. But if I'm not mistaken, Kimo said he's going to be performing some tests with helium gas and vacuum chambers and stuff like this. And he said he's gonna show me the data he's getting. But
I think that's
nothing
biodual,
yet.
not chemo.
Or biodual? I think so, yeah.
I think they did a test that he tried to show mass attracting mass over the space of 2 or 3 days on a live stream, but he obviously failed.
Well, mass attracting mass is not. Well, I mean, we already know. So it's like, and it's silly.
In a vacuum, he tried it.
I mean, it was literally superseded, literally because people are agreed that there is no inherent force in between two objects. There's no way to prove that. That's why they dumped it. That's why Einstein came up with what he came up with. But with Einstein's, there's no definition of weight now. So now there's no definition for why things weigh things if you live on a globe in the current paradigm. They just say, well, let's stick with what Newton said. But as far as everything else, yeah, sure, that's relativity or relativity, whatever. It's very weird how they try to piece things together, leave some, keep some.
Well, the Globers, they'll make out like they still use Newtonian, like it's a combination or something. And one thing I noticed online was they call it, well, obviously everybody knows, they call it Newton's law of gravity, and they still call it that, but they don't call it Einstein's law. So I think this is why the Globers are still using it, potentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It was debunked as a law for the specific reason that I gave. The same reason Newton gave. I don't know how brute matter has inherent properties that attract things across any amount of space. Yeah, no one does. That's why they don't. I mean, if there was a phenomenon, they'd still be able to try and figure it out. But there's no phenomena to begin with. There's just things falling. And we know why things fall, why things rise, and why things float. But scientifically speaking, we can just call that relative density and call it a day, because it depends on the medium that something's in. I don't know how else to look at that.
Yeah, because you theoretically you should be able to, if mass attracted mass, wouldn't you see snowflakes being attracted to, I don't know, skyscrapers?
Yeah. I have a question.
Something.
Yeah. Sorry, Elijah. I want to ask him a question about that experiment. What did he use? Like, what material did he use in the vacuum chamber to show that mass attracted mass?
I can't remember exactly. He actually had.
Was
weights.
it lead weights?
Yeah, they were like kettlebell weights.
Made of lead.
I believe so. I was just jumping in and out because it was on for 2 days, and I didn't see how they set up the experiment. But it after a few days, it became apparent that it just wasn't working. It wasn't moving.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. If he's going to use lead, this metal is slightly magnetically attracted to itself, because lead as a single atom is diamagnetic, and as a metal, when you have many atoms of lead together, bonded. They show a paramagnetic behavior, and because of it has two magnetic properties in the same time, it has this weird behavior. If you put like 10 kilogram weight of lead on a scale, precision scale, you will see it's weighing 10 kilograms. But now if you add a 10 kilograms piece of lead underneath it, without having any contact in between them, you will see that lead weight hanging on the scale is going to be pulled down. It will increase a little bit in mass, in weight.
Really? Did you say dielectric
Yeah.
or diamagnetic?
Diamagnetic and paramagnetic, yeah. It may be the other way. The lead atom paramagnetic, and when it's a metal, diamagnetic. Yeah. It's a metal when you have like, I'm not sure, at least 3 or 4 atoms of lead together, bonded. Yeah. It has this weird property. It attracts to itself, it conglomerates.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah.
I actually wanted to play this video from yesterday from Nathan's.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Share it.
You guys want to listen? Listen in?
Yes, go ahead.
What is it? Audio?
Yeah, it's just an audio. About 19 minutes. Hold on real quick, though.
Well, give
I'm
us some
actually ordering
context.
food. Yeah, I'm ordering some food. Give me.
Hey Elijah, why don't we ever see Nathan in here?
He's been in here once, but I think he has a lot to do with producing his show, and he doesn't expend more time than he has to because of his family. Guess that's his prerogative.
Yeah, I suppose he's growing his channel and all that.
He's constantly uploading clips. He does a lot more than I do. That's why I'm always in here, and I ain't got shit to do but work.
Yeah.
On other things.
Despite all that, I would still love to hear him give us a shout in here sometime.
Yeah, he came in here before.
I know.
Briefly.
Yeah.
I think I don't know. I'll ask him.
Yeah.
So okay, so the now, so you guys know that the Glover is when you bring up the geometric horizon, they say, well, you wouldn't expect to see it because light bends.
Yeah.
Through the atmosphere, which is begging the question. Okay.
Yeah.
But so now we have the sextant argument that no one's talking about. I mean, at best, you'll probably hear someone go, "Oh, he's dumb," but they won't say why. They'll say you don't need 90 degrees, and it's like, okay, but they're subtracting 90, and it's like, okay,
yeah,
whatever. So the point is, we got this conversation about the sextant and how you measure angles across the plane, super sewn up, and no one's actually come in to challenge anything except for Kuma Virus, who doesn't understand why it can't work on a curving surface. And so, yeah. So from there, I guess I gave you enough backstory, and we can listen in, and everybody can determine for themselves if it, like, who's making sense and who isn't.
Let's do it.
Is there a DJ in here though? Because I definitely don't know how to do this. DJ, anyone? DJ, where you at?
Mike, Roger, Sonny.
Oh, Roger's there. Roger's there. Dave Hinkle, I think he has the DJ role. Even if I gave myself the DJ role, I wouldn't know how to do it.
If I got it, I don't know how to do it, and I'm driving anyway. Sorry.
All right.
No
Be safe.
problem.
Be safe out there.
What's the
Roger?
Hey,
What's the bot?
James.
I've got you. What do you want played?
Ah, nice.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna post it right now. Thank you very much.
Yeah, post it, man. I couldn't. Okay, 1 second. 1 second. I couldn't talk for a moment, son, and at that moment you were calling me. Okay. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Two positions that cannot be held simultaneously, but he does. There's no straight lines to acquire, but I can acquire one just by looking, right? That's the pain in the back of your head virus. Laugh it up.
But don't play games. Virus, what's an angle and a sextant? Can it work with one of the parameters being a bent surface? Or is the sextant inoperable once you bring a bent surface to it? That's the question here. Is the sextant an angle measuring device as it's said to be, or is it not?
It is a angle measuring device that measures relative angles of the horizon and the celestial body. So yes, it measures angles.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Well, yeah, thank you. Thank you, Nathan. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to the Flat Earth. Yeah.
Okay, do you know what a vortex is? A vertex?
Yes.
Okay. You've got one of the lines that meets the vertex coming from the star's position to your position. Do you understand?
Okay.
The line that you're measuring the angle of, you're pointing your sextant at a star and measuring its angle. So you've got one line from your position to the star. That's one line, and it's meeting at a vertex. You understand?
Yep.
Yep. The other line, straight line, in order to achieve that, is running along the ground. You understand that, right?
Before the dip angle, no. But after the dip correction, maybe.
Okay,
but not before.
Okay. The guy's doing it on the ground, as in this example. He's basically on the water in his boat. On the water. There's no dip correction in this example whatsoever. He's in a tiny little sailboat. So he's not doing any dip correction. He's just measuring an angle. Now, I've got you to concede we've got a straight line to the star. What's the other line? Along the ground, right?
Straight line to the horizon.
Straight line to the horizon.
Straight line to the horizon.
So we've got a straight line from this position to the horizon. Well, in your globe world, that's a bent line, not a straight one. So welcome to Flat Earth. It's measuring a straight line to the horizon. You don't have that on a globe.
Yeah, it's a
sorry, I'm making my conclusion.
Yes, you do.
I'm making my conclusion.
Okay. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can detect the conclusion coming. That's why you started interrupting it. So we've got a vertex, we've got two straight lines, and you've just conceded one of them is a straight line out to the horizon. You don't have that on a globe, Virus. Period.
Yes, you do.
No,
Yes,
you
do
not. Stop. Don't tell me that you've got... Stop. Do you understand that you have atmosphere on the globe?
Yep.
Then you never, ever, ever have a straight line to anything. Do you understand?
No, it's called your eyesight.
Sorry, it's called standard refraction. It's light bending as a standard through sphere-shaped air. Are you denying standard refraction on a globe?
No, are you?
Well, then you've got standard refraction on a globe. So you have never, ever got this scenario with a straight line that you describe out to the horizon. You don't have that on a globe. Period.
Okay.
Okay. That's the end of the argument for a globe. You require a straight line. You do have one, and it works. Ergo. Not bent, as it must be and always is in your fantasy world of being on a sphere. No straight lines ever. This requires them. Along the ground, straight and flat, towards the horizon, as you've conceded. Welcome to Flat Earth. You don't have this straight line on your globe. Period.
We do. It's called looking at it. When you
looking at it through sphere-shaped air will bend the light at a standard rate of atmospheric refraction, otherwise known as terrestrial refraction, otherwise known as standard refraction, through sphere-shaped air occurring always. You don't have this straight line. Looking at it? What do you mean looking at it? That's not going to give you a straight line. On a...
It does give you a straight line.
No, it doesn't. You've just hand-waved my description of air being sphere-shaped on a globe and having a standard rate of the light bending always.
That affects what you see, but it doesn't.
Yes, so we can't see a straight line then.
Straight.
So you can't see a straight line then. You can't do this on a globe then. Yeah, it affects what you can see, so you can't get a straight line. You don't have one.
You still have a straight line.
No, you don't. Not on a globe. Don't just tell me that you have. You haven't.
I'm telling you, you
don't just tell me. I've debunked it based on the rhetoric of a sphere with sphere-shaped air, an atmosphere, and light bending around it always. Tough luck. You don't have a straight line. End of argument for you. Don't just tell me that you can get one by looking at it, when looking at it involves the light bending on your globe world.
Why don't you look at how eyes look at stuff and not...
On a sphere, they look through sphere-shaped air. So we haven't got a straight line. So don't describe how optics work when on your globe you always have light bending.
And you still have a straight line by looking.
Refraction comes back to bite you guys, doesn't it?
Yeah, sorry.
Terrible,
sphere-shaped air, standard refraction. You don't have a straight line. Why are you chanting through me that you do and you can just look at it to get one? No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
Don't just chant that you can when I've described why you can't. I describe how on a globe you've got light moving through sphere-shaped air always. That is how you see on your fantasy sphere world. That's a fact. Now, unless you can contest it, don't just hand-wave it again or I'm going to kick you out. Do you have a rebuttal to what I've just said in terms of the globe claiming you've got sphere-shaped air and light always bending through it at a standard rate based on R? That's a fact.
Okay, when light bends at a distance...
I don't give a shit. It means you haven't got a straight line if you're now going to describe how light bends. Right? That's not you acquiring a straight line on a globe because you don't have one.
Yeah, we do. It's called eyesight, man.
So eyesight gives you straight lines. So therefore black swan. Horizon, we've got a straight line to it. Therefore, we haven't got a physical geometric sphere edge horizon because if we've got a straight line to it, it's way beyond the geometric limitations of a sphere. So black swan, buddy. Straight line to it, well, black swan.
Yeah, the black swan.
Yeah, but black swan.
Out and you
black
still
swan.
see the horizon. Yeah, black swan. Yeah, you.
Yeah. So if you're saying we've got a straight line to the horizon, it's beyond the geometric limitations that straight line could be.
Oh, the horizon is still straight in front of you.
No, according to you, it's refracted always. That's what the globe states. You have a bent line always, never a straight one, always refracted. Don't you forget how you tell us that it's okay that the horizon's not where it would be with a straight line to it. It's refracted, right? Yeah, that's because it's always refracted on a globe. You've never got a straight line ever.
Nathan, refracted or geometric is still straight in front of you.
Sorry, refracted or geometric? No, geometric only exists in the maths.
Okay, regardless.
Okay, it means you've never got a straight line. Your okay is no geometric, no straight line. Back to the original argument. So we're drawing a straight line with a sextant to the horizon. That's right. Welcome to Flat Earth. All your lines are bent.
The argument right now is if the horizon is straight in front of you, you can get a straight line to it.
Sorry, if the horizon is straight in front of you on a globe, it's got a bent line to it. That's the argument. You just ignore it.
Those bent lines are still...
So you haven't got a straight one then if you're going to go out describing the bent ones? Yeah, you need a straight one. You haven't got one.
Yeah, and it's called...
Yeah, so that's the end of your argument. We need a straight line for this tool to work. It works on the principle that the ground is straight and flat to achieve 90-degree angle to the star and its GP below it. That's how it works. It's as simple as that. Well, you say, well, no, it can have a curved line. No, it can't. That's not how the tool works. It needs a straight line, as you described when you defined it. So if it needs a straight line, and all your globe lines are bent, you have no straight line for this tool.
If the horizon is straight in front of you...
It's not on a globe. How many times? You're just going to keep telling me if it's straight in front of you? Well, if it's not refracted, like you all told us. You all told us it was refracted.
I said it doesn't...
Yo, dumb shit. You all told us it was refracted, right?
It doesn't matter.
Sorry, bendy crane refraction doesn't matter now. Suddenly bendy crane refraction's irrelevant. You've all told us it's refracted. Now you need a straight line to it. Suddenly that's a problem, right? Oh, the horizon's refracted. Don't you know what refraction is? Yeah, we do. You have it always occurring, always bent lines, never a straight one. Now you need a straight one. Suddenly we should forget about the refraction that you all told us. The horizon's refracted though, isn't it?
Refraction. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying...
You're not saying it. Yeah, you are. You just don't want to be now. It's bit you in the ass because you need suddenly. Yeah, for this tool to work, you need a straight line. You've described it as working with a straight line to the horizon in your own words. But you haven't got one on a globe. It's refracted, right? Like you thought that was somehow going to get around the black swan. Yeah, that means it's not geometric, no straight line to it then. Same thing applies here. So... if it's refracted, which it is on a globe, it's standard, then you don't have a straight line anymore.
Okay. It doesn't matter if it's a straight line. If I throw...
Oh, it doesn't? So when you describe this tool and how it worked with a straight line, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the tool uses a straight line because you haven't got one. So suddenly the fact this tool needs and uses straight lines doesn't matter. It just debunks your globe belief.
No, let me...
Yeah, you described how it needed a straight line. I got you to talk me through it with a vertex and the straight line that meets that vertex at 90 degrees to the star. Then you went on to tell us how it doesn't matter that it needs straight lines because you haven't got one on a globe. Yeah, we know. Your globe's absolutely decimated and hasn't got any straight lines to give you.
Okay, if I throw a ball into the air that takes a curved path, my eyesight to this ball will always remain straight to this ball.
I'm afraid not. The horizon's apparently refracted, and that's what this tool's using. You all told us how the horizon was refracted. That was your response to the black swan. Do you not remember your response to the black swan? To tell us it's refracted? Yeah, we know it's standard practice to refract stuff through sphere-shaped air. Standard, mate. Standard.
It's fine.
Standard refraction.
Even in...
Yeah. The horizon's not got a straight line for you. You're going to keep ignoring this indefinitely.
No, I'm not. Even when the black swan photo, when you're looking at the horizon, it's still a straight line to the horizon.
No, it's not. You've told us how it's refracted, you stupid mong.
Yeah, you're being too easy on him. It's not standard. It's extreme, remember? Refraction.
Either way, as a standard on a globe, there's refraction because there's always sphere-shaped air. Remember when they told us, we don't ever get to suck the air off the Earth to see the geometric horizon? It's always got atmosphere. Right? Remember that, Virus? Hello?
There's nothing wrong with that. You're still looking straight at the horizon with your eyes.
No. Not unless you suck off all the atmosphere, my friend. Not looking straight at the horizon with your eyeballs on a globe. Not unless you suck off all the atmosphere. Why would we expect to see a straight line to it? We've always got atmosphere on a globe. So you've never, ever got got a straight line to acquire as required by this tool. You don't have a straight line for your sextant. You don't have a straight line to the horizon. Hello, audience members on the anti-flat earth side. Hi! What's that you say? It's refracted? Look at how bent the cranes are. Well, that's a big problem when you need a straight line now, isn't it? Oh, yeah. Doesn't matter, though, does it, Virus? Doesn't matter that it needs a straight line, right?
All right, so if I'm looking down at this cigarette in front of me, is my eyesight going straight to it? Am I making a straight line?
No, not on a globe. Let me lay it out for you while you look down at your cigarettes. With your sphere fantasy. No, Virus. You're looking through atmosphere when you look at those cigarettes. So no, it's not where you thought it was. It's subject to atmospheric refraction on a globe. So in your stupid world of living on a sphere, literally nothing is where you think it is. It's all subject to refraction always. Hence you can't get a straight line to this horizon. So when you detailed how this tool works, getting a straight line just because you can see it, you can just see that it's straight and flat, right? Welcome to Flat Earth.
Doesn't Craig Fight the Flat Earth have a problem seeing his hand?
You see how your globe model just made your example, which should be really simple. It just crushed it and just made it seem really silly.
Okay, y'all
nothing.
I'm sorry,
nothing
Chuck,
is where
but
it's supposed
y'all
to be. You get that,
misunderstanding
right?
of the globe
he's
is what's
arguing our
making this
way.
very funny.
You get that?
Sorry, we
You
misunderstand the
get that?
globe. No, we don't. We understand that it's subject to refraction always because of atmosphere, sphere-shaped air, and it's the rebuttal you give us to the black swan. It's refracted. And you tell us that further to that, we wouldn't expect to see the geometric horizon unless you sucked out all the atmosphere into the sky vacuum. Ironically, the very thing that would happen if we had one. But there we go, that's a different story. Ultimately speaking, we can never acquire a straight line to it ever, according to your religious faith, in sphere-shaped air, and like always bending through it. That's a fact. Now, you haven't refuted that, you've just told me I can look at the horizon. Yeah, and if you look at the horizon and assume you've got a straight line to it, then you've got a straight line to the horizon. That would be a flat Earth that you're describing. Then we ask you to describe how that's acquirable given that your globe always has bent lines, and the answer is you can't. Hence, this tool debunks the globe and proves Earth is flat.
Hey, Nathan, do you think that refraction changes direction of your looking?
On a globe it does, yeah. 7
That's
over
what you
6
guys
of the
do.
radius value in standard format is precisely what it does on a globe if you believe you're on a globe. Yeah, that's right. It's standard.
How
refraction?
are you guys have been telling us for years? Why are you laughing, Virus? You clowns have been telling us this shit for years, bro. Don't even try that shit.
I spent the weekend in Gym Pandas real quick, and they were, educating me, from Andrew Thomas Young's paper. They're saying, yeah, those light rays, they're curving to your eyeball, right?
Yeah, buddy.
They are.
Yeah.
They are.
Oh, they are? So they're curving to your eyeball from the horizon then. So you haven't got a straight line to acquire for this tool as you detailed it needing a straight line. You haven't got one then.
I don't care if the refraction wrapped around.
Oh, so the refraction that stops you getting a straight line you don't care about now? Yeah, you should. Because it absolutely annihilates your faith in a sphere. Don't care that you claim to always have light bending into your eyeball on a sphere. You should. Because this tool proves the contrary to that. Proves it's flat.
The back of my head hurts. No.
Good. I'm glad you confessed to that. Hey, anti-flat earth fundies. The back of his head hurting, that's cognitive pain. Because he's told us how this tool uses a straight line to the horizon, right? You just look at it and it's straight. Or we just look at it with the black swan rebuttal in mind that it's always refracted, never a straight line to get. Now, this cognitive problem is called cognitive dissonance. Two positions that cannot be held simultaneously, but he does. There's no straight lines to acquire, but I can acquire one just by looking, right? That's the pain in the back of your head, Virus. Laugh it up.
Yeah. It's funny because you think refraction changes the direction of what you're looking.
That's why.
Sorry, I think refraction changes the light of what we're looking. No, on a globe, when the globe claims standard refraction as a standard, they claim it changes where things that you think you're looking at with a straight line as you would are actually not in the position you think they are because of standard refraction, also known as terrestrial refraction, also known as atmospheric refraction. That's sphere-shaped air bending light into your eye. And you confess to it, right? Through your little chuckle. Yeah, light is bending into my eye. Yeah. Then you told us about the pain in the back of your head now, though, didn't you? Because the pain in the back of your head is what's really going to get focused on. Because that cognitive pain about not having a straight line when you need one is a bit of a bummer if you've got a globe belief.
Ouch. That's the mark.
Boy, he's got the mark of the beast. The Nathan beast.
Did Nathan just destroy somebody?
Crushed like cockroaches.
But I mean, is it really fair picking on retarded kids though?
That's what I keep questioning myself about. That's why I keep
Spectacular.
Hey, yo, man, I'm looking at my cigarette, dog.
Like grape.
when he said you're looking straight at the horizon. No, you're not. Word. Now you're okay. Fine. You're looking straight at the horizon. Well, it's at least 10 times further than it should be. Oh, it's not geometrically where it's supposed to be. Which one you gonna pick?
See, people wonder why I love this so much, and it's like leftist cringe times 10. I mean, it's just cringe level that it is. Like I can't even articulate how embarrassing it was listening to Akuma.
Is the point that the Globers can't have it both ways?
I beg to differ.
Oh, you asked, is the point that they can't have it both ways?
Oh, they can, and they will.
Well, that's they shouldn't be able to have it both ways. But either way, with the sextant, there's nothing you can do. Because if you have a straight line to the horizon, and you're like, think about it like playing pool, and that the bottom of the surface of the ball is touching the surface of the table. Now, the angle between that ball and that corner pocket is 0. So if it was somehow curving, what would the angle be then? Minus, right? So you can't be looking at a corner pocket 3,000 miles away if the corner pocket is curved beyond thousands of feet of globe.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
But what if you've got a 9/8 split?
I didn't research that far into it.
Sorry, a 9/7 split. Oh, stop choking me, sweetie.
Just so I understand the argument, is it that they're not applying standard refraction when using the sextant? If you do, then the tool doesn't work.
The tool couldn't work. In fact, it never could have been developed if refraction was a real thing.
Yeah, so standard refraction is never taken into account, even automatically, by the machine, right?
Standard refraction is just a hijacking of the ray.
It's not a machine. It's just an angle measuring device. It's not it's not a machine in the way people would think. Like it has
Hold on, Elijah. Don't mistake.
It's as much of a machine as binoculars are, is what I mean.
It is classified as what is called a simple machine. It is classified as
Yeah.
a simple machine because it employs a lever.
Yeah, that's why I changed my tune, because I'm like, well, all right. But the point is, it measures angles.
Yeah, you
So
need
I mean,
straight lines.
it's the easiest thing in the world to understand. Like you can't have a right triangle if the bottom of that triangle is curved, right? And if it was curved, then you wouldn't have a 90-degree angle between the zenith, the ground position, and you.
Yeah,
That little thing on the bottom, that says 0, that's that 0 angle I'm talking about. You Google 0 angle, it's just a line. It's not a curved line, it's a line. It's like there's nothing else to really say other than I'm an anti-flat earther and I don't give a shit what you say. Well, I'm black. Actually, you're white because I'll never agree with you. Oh, okay.
He denies being an anti-flat earther, right? He denies that, Akuma. He says he loves
no.
flat Earth. He loves flat Earth, so he can't be an anti-flat earther.
They don't know they're anti-flat earthers. I genuinely think that they must think that the refraction is taken into account somehow. Otherwise, there's no other explanation for their behavior. They are clearly anti-flat earthers.
But the very fact that it's refracted means they never got the geometric horizon in the first place. If you've never seen it and you didn't actually put a tape measure to it, then you're measuring angles. Again, if you're not looking directly where something is at geometrically, Earth measured like, then you would have never gotten the radius in the first place because you damn sure didn't measure it from the center of Earth to the surface of the Earth. So the only way they've done it is optically. You can't do that if you have curved lines that could literally be potentially anywhere.
So they've used the sextant, they've mapped the Earth, then they've added standard refraction to find the R value.
No, that's not what they did. Are you talking about Al-Biruni? Like, because when you say map the Earth,
with the stars,
that's a little tricky. All I know is the stars, they have a GP, a ground position, where if you're at that location, it's 90 degrees above you, so it's directly overhead. So they've mapped that and what time stars will be where. And they use 63 stars in the almanac for you to choose from. So
okay.
I mean,
I think I get you. Yeah.
What happened? But they didn't use the sextant or anything like that to then say, yeah, now I'm going to apply standard refraction. I mean, if how they came to this whole atmospheric refraction or standard refraction is in Andrew Thomas Young's paper. It's just a little bit of math, a little bit of begging the question. They didn't actually do anything other than say, well, the air is curved. So with that assumption, we can figure out what that radius is. And then we can determine the curve rate of that ray of light, which is a theoretical concept. It's directly from Andrew Thomas Young's mouth. Infinitely narrow rays don't really exist, obviously. Well, he didn't put the obvious part behind there, but I did.
Gonna say that's not that obvious. So when you say rays don't exist, you mean they're not what we think?
No, I didn't say that. I said infinite. His words. I quoted him. Other than the obvious part, infinitely narrow rays don't really exist because they don't. We don't have a light source where there's no divergence of the beam. That doesn't exist. But that's what they use, and that's what they must use to work in their math refraction.
Right.
And then on top of that, it only gives you 6.6 times the radius, not 10 plus times the radius.
So
Well,
you're
actually,
saying so it
how
doesn't
many?
actually work anyway. The model, the math doesn't work anyway. Then
Right. That's why I was at Jim saying, well, the math in this paper, the paper that you guys, well, I mean, you guys are just parroting each other. One guy probably grabbed the paper at some point and evangelized it to you guys, and now you're just parroting it wrong. Well, here's the paper right here. So since what you're saying, uh, since in this paper, it doesn't account for the black swan, where is the math you're talking about? This extreme refraction. But again, they stick us with that because they say you're the one that didn't take into account all the variables. Like you didn't go every micrometer from you to the position of whatever you're looking at the exact moment while the fluctuation was happening through the air, as if that was ever possible, as if they've ever done it. Like it's all retarded.
But I mean, that's not even what terrestrial refraction is. It doesn't deal with the horizon itself, so it wouldn't matter if you had those measurements or not. It only deals with objects in relation to the horizon.
Well, there is a page in there where it talks about the appearance of the horizon being a bit further, but it's only mathematical. So basically, I mean, what they're telling you is you see farther because the light rays from a further vantage point is bending into your eyeball. When in actuality, all they did was increase the radius. That's all they did. Effectively making the ball bigger. That's all they did mathematically.
Yeah, they just increased the radius. It's got an R in there. It doesn't have anything to do with light. So that's why I say all those measurements and everything would be irrelevant. They're increasing the shape. They're increasing the size of the object that they're on, not affecting the light that you're looking through.
Right.
Pretty much.
So it's like backwards engineering then.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I mean, some of these calculators, they're like a 690% increase in the size of the Earth. I think your model might be wrong, man.
Yeah, this shit was clearly backwards engineered, and they went along with it as they made it up as they went along.
Well, maybe you could help me out here. So, because the horizon is 10 times further, I said, well, that's 1,000% discrepancy. And they said, well, that's wrong because it's an angle difference. It has nothing to do with
angle, but they don't measure angles. Are they measuring angles?
Which you would need straight line. You know, they're fucking.
Where are they getting the angles from? They don't have a baseline.
Yeah. You're right.
You need a vertical, you need a baseline, and then you get your angle.
When I'm in there, like I get stupefied. I'm just like, whatever you guys say, bro.
These guys have never built anything in their life. They are useless feeders who have never built anything. They don't know practical application. They don't know how things work. They don't know how to use tools. They think you can use theodolites over miles. They have about a 450-foot range. I mean, they're just the lowest of the lowest dirt bags in existence. I have no respect for them.
Well, they learned something from us, and I give them kudos for that. And they parrot it, even though it's like all fucked up. So like when we were saying, oh, that's a bit of refraction doing that out there, and they would say, even though it's not, it's not the law, but we would say it's a bit of refraction, and they'd go, oh, perspective and refraction, derp derp. Ugh.
What?
As soon as the Black Swan came out, that's refraction, son. Word. Oh, word.
Is that them conceding?
They're holding two positions because they're invoking refraction. And if you go back to the sextant argument, that they're trying to hold the other position at the same time.
Yeah, if you defer to a contradictory position, that's you surrendering. That's you admitting defeat.
Yo, they literally said you don't need a 90-degree angle. But that's a lie. Let me post that in the. Bruh, I don't even know. Like Meme said, like I try to ask him, why are you here? And if it gets to a point where they seem like an invalid, I'm like, oh, you're an invalid. I'll stop talking to you now. Don't take it personal. I don't have time for that.
Well, Elijah, let me ask you
Or,
this, because
or take it personal. Gives a fuck.
well,
What up? Yeah, what's up?
I hear people calling them out for having shills in there. Do you think there's actually shills in Jim Pender's channel?
Just a couple. Not a lot. Just maybe one or two.
Who knows?
Because
they're not
dumb
effective
people.
Let me tell you, the
you
most
know?
effective shill is just a true believer. That's the most effective shill.
Yeah, I know.
Right, because
But
I
these
wouldn't
guys,
call Don Pettit a shill. I think he really is that dumb. You know?
yeah, but some of these guys are pretty intelligent, even if, like look at Curved. That guy Curved, he seems to sit on the sidelines and play a very clever game where he doesn't make many claims, and he gets away with. He encourages other people to. He's almost feeding them arguments, and I don't know. It just seems very cleverly sort of calculated the way they combat these arguments.
No, this is true. Because you'll have Curve discredit you, you'll have Jim Penn to cut you off and straw man you, and then outline to the audience that you're acting like a madman for trying to stop him from straw manning you. Then
And someone's
someone
got a
else will
hot mic.
come in and then they'll start talking about QE and Nathan for 30 minutes, because that's where inevitably, if you're saying anything that has anything to do with anything, it's like, well, you just parroted that. And aren't these guys just the poster childs for God's angels? Like they have a whole system over there.
But this is what I mean. If QE and Nathan did go in there and kept their cool, on a regular basis, they went in there. I just think, like Witsit does, I just think that it'd be a very different channel after a few weeks.
They hate QE and Nathan a lot more than they hate Whitsick. Trust me.
I don't like to point people out, but I think eggshells may be a shell.
I don't know him.
Eggshells jumps around between here and Brandon's server. And I don't know any for sure shells, but if I did, he'd be one of them.
I've noticed it just from, 26 years of being on the internet. Once you get into a big community, those type of personalities kind of make up big social dynamics groups. And invariably, there are always manipulators, leaders, followers. and they just make up a percentage of all communities.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Witsit is, in my opinion, as I do listen, Witsit is sort of, you know, and a couple of others are sort of taking a bit more of that dominance away from their leaders. You know, he really does gun for Gem and Curved and some of the other, you know. And I think it does encourage the flat earthers when, you know, that confidence is shown. I suppose the same arguments are argued, but it's the confidence and the you know, the surety behind the way they say it, I suppose.
Yeah. How long have you been on 24/7?
This is my first time speaking live, but I listen a lot.
Okay.
Meme was good, my guy. What's going on, bro?
Welcome.
Welcome.
Thanks, man.
A lot of people do find their voice here, especially when we get nice big raids. This actually used to be where Jim Panda's server used to hang out, was here.
Right.
They were here more than they were there.
Yeah, they don't like, from what I can tell, they don't like this channel. They say everybody
like
agrees.
truth.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, there
They
is a
don't like
point.
that we enforce rules. Like if you lie or if you use bad logic, you have to concede that you've used bad logic, or you have to use a different argument. They don't like that.
Yeah, I agree, man. I think I do enjoy listening though, because I do, you know, as a flat earther, I enjoy listening to the Globe's arguments because, you know, I've got to the point now where I like hearing the different angles that they'll come from, the way that they'll throw fallacies in, and, you know, hold two positions, and this is what you come across in, you know, in reality with your smarter friends. You know, and I enjoy hearing their arguments.
This is what you come across everywhere. Just go listen to a politician. They sound just like the Globers do. They use the same fallacious reasoning all the time.
That is the closest analog is political debate to this.
Yep.
And that's because in the end, this is a socio-political issue because it's woven in as science, but it's actually socio-political because it's the thing that they use to lie to the world to justify their socio-political programs.
I'm back, guys. So yeah, so I mean,
welcome
so I
back.
thought about your question, and I'll say if there's shills in Gym Pandas, there's definitely shills in here, everywhere else. It's not that many places that I've been to that has that many people. You know what I mean? It only takes 3 people to fuck up a good night. So they're everywhere.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's why there doesn't have to be like one is too many. You know, if you have one shill and you have a server of 10,000 and you only have one shill on there, that person is wreaking havoc and you don't even know it.
But you know, at the end of the day, if it's about truth, and you know, the truth's going to win anyway. So you know, I think it's important to have these guys, not just shills, but definitely, you know, they need to be left. Sorry, they need to challenge us. They need to throw their arguments in. They need to expose themselves. Because this is what you know, if it's truth, then they're not really a threat, in my opinion.
That's true. I feel like they served their purpose for me. Because while there are a lot of people who went to years of university and they've already studied this stuff, so, you know, it just went on like a light switch one day, I had to learn a lot to be able to do what I do or speak, you know, and the things that I speak about. It took a lot of effort and energy, and you know, that being the case, I no longer need them because now they're just an annoyance to my day. What I need to do is go to a professor and ask them, what's up? my guy. And the thing is, like, I don't know what it is about people thinking that it must be that people think they can't do it, because why would we just be talking to these? Like, we would be doing that on a daily basis, COVID or
Yeah,
no
but
COVID. And the
if you got to, if you,
listen to what I'm about to finish with.
yeah,
So these people are public servants. They teach our children. Is anyone going to tell me that, let's say I haven't went to university, which I haven't, but my kid does. I don't have a right to question what they're teaching them. There isn't a public forum, a public place in which I can actually question this person and get it on record. That doesn't exist. Because if I'm going to be told no, it doesn't exist, well, that's a conversation in itself, isn't it?
yeah, 100%. I mean,
Yeah.
I was going to say, if you get into the that position in that profession, and you do start challenging, it's only a matter of time before you're going to get kicked out of that profession. But it depends on what your purpose is. If you're trying to raise awareness, then that's probably a good way to do it.
Yeah, I shouldn't need a profession. I should just be able to where's this public forum where I can ask this dude whatever and get this on record? That's like, I mean, nobody's going to just let people teach about pedophilia, right? People are going to go, whoa, hold up, time out. Let me get this on record. You know what I mean? Like, so
yeah,
this needs to be on record. And it's almost like we haven't really realized that we have the right to do that. So we waste time with all these motherfuckers that play games all day. Why? We could aim higher. Why not?
Well, I think a lot of people are getting entertainment out of it. I'm not going to lie, I do get entertainment out of Jem's channel.
No, that's cool, but it's not really funny. It's not really entertaining. It's not a joke what's going on right now. And I think people, I mean, God bless them and all that. But for those that are capable, because I understand that everyone isn't, we should be doing more. I shouldn't waste 5 hours of my day trying to convince a dude that I've spoken to at least 1,000 hours collectively, and I know he's not going to change. I'm just sitting there kumbayaing with him, arguing with him, and then saying, yeah, but he's a cool guy. This is why we stay in this voice chat. This is why we stay in this text channel for hours on end, because we just shoot the breeze at each other. But he's a decent human being.
Are you talking about Platypus?
No, I'm not just Platypus. Everyone who isn't me. Basically.
Yeah, but Elijah, look, I know who you are. I watch Nathan's show. I watch what's Chemo's channel. That's where I listen to.
Because I wanted to. He got shouted out today, and I totally
are
forgot.
you smarter than a flat earther?
Yeah. I gotta check that out.
And it hasn't got as many followers as as it should do, really. But what I'm saying is, I know who you are. I know who the major sort of players are in flat Earth because of that channel. And I think I love when you guys go in there and you challenge him, and Chemo fires these videos out. And from my perspective, I'm hearing the flat Earth dominate completely. The Globers, yeah, I know I'm hearing Chemo's side or whatever he's choosing to post. But the more I listen, the more I realize he's posting most of the daily. You know what I mean? He's throwing conversation that hour, 2 hour posts 3 times a day sometimes. So I know that that's a lot of the conversations that are being had. So I think especially lately, you guys are in there a lot more, and it's being noticed. And it's giving people like myself. This is the first time I've popped up on here. I'm the same. I went to uni, but I didn't study a science. But I'm starting to learn the arguments. I'm starting to do my own research, and I can see, because of these channels, these arguments, how they play out. I can see sort of how to combat these arguments in the real world. So it gives people like me confidence, you know, especially when people like you are in here. I know Chocolate's in here. Lemon was in here yesterday. It makes a difference.
You know what? I appreciate you for saying that, because like I always say every few months, it's like, yo, I feel like I'm out of touch. I gotta fall back. I gotta take a step back and look at the entire picture. And you saying that made me realize, yeah, there's a purpose for the people who are in the trenches, because people like you come along at some point, and it's so redundant that you can pick it up quickly, and there is utility in that. So I guess, and that's what 10th Man was talking about not letting the water get stale. He gave an analogy of a businessman, a salesperson, and he's at the top. Well, if he was just the only competition, well, it would get a bit stale. He probably wouldn't produce as good as he would if he had two rising bulls right underneath him, threatening to take his spot, threatening to take his bonus. And so I guess I should, if I have these ideas about, well, we should start speaking to these people at university, I guess if I feel that, then that is now my place. Meanwhile, the people who are doing what they're doing in here should be doing what they're doing. And I shouldn't be poo-pooing it as much as I have been. I apologize to anyone.
No, well, listen, I know Chemo gets a hard time from other flat earthers, and it's obvious he's not as educated as some of your, especially on Nathan's channel, some of the guys in there. But the point is, they also, he is serving a purpose. He's entertaining, and I listen to his show, and then I get to hear, I find that easier to listen to than QE going through the laws of science. And I love QE. He's clearly more educated than Chemo, without trying to put Chemo down. But there's an entertainment value needed for everything, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Because I'm not trying to make a joke of it. I'm 100% with you on the fact that there should, flat earthers should be doing more. But I just think if we're gonna, the only way to do it is to bring more people in, and the only way to do that is to make the content more entertaining. Look at what Jeranism and David Weiss are doing with their GNN news.
What's your channel, Big Root?
I've just got a few music videos on the Big Root family on YouTube.
Okay, I thought you had a big flat Earth channel or something.
No.
Okay.
No.
All right.
No.
I was going to throw it up in the.
You're spot on with that point, because somebody raised that point today. We were just talking about how Jeranism has added this element of comedy that makes it really interesting and entertaining to watch. And someone else, Chemo. Yeah, these two people were brought up just today. They were getting a lot of praise for being, more interesting lately. And you're right. We can't just be this boring group of people who yell at people who don't understand. That's whack. That's corny. Boring. So.
No, it is entertaining. It is entertaining. I think, I think what Jeranism is doing is, the difference is when I show people Nathan's videos, which is really the videos, and QE's videos, which is the videos I would want to show people, there's either a lack of understanding or they lose concentration very quickly, and they don't really get to the juice. But if I throw on Jeranism's GNN news, I can have half of my family sitting around laughing, and taking more flat Earth stuff in. So I think that's important.
What do you think your strongest argument is? Or make it easier. What's your weakest? What's the weakest thing you argue? Thing you're most afraid to argue?
Who would I most be afraid to argue with?
No. What's your most afraid? The subject.
Afraid? Oh, what I know the least about.
Yeah, everyone's got a pet subject they love to argue about, and everyone's got a subject that they are terrified. And I know a lot of people are terrified of gravity. A lot of people are terrified of the scientific message. A lot of people love those.
Yeah, lunar eclipse. I try and brush up on it every time, but I always forget.
Hey, Elijah's your man.
one of the.
Elijah's your man.
He
didn't
I mean, it's
understand
one
it.
of the simplest
He
things.
learned to love it. That's your man right there. Am I right, Elijah? You were trying to figure it out, and you ended up having to become an expert in it.
Yeah, I mean, in fact, I mean, because globe earthers were trying to refute me constantly, I ended up with a whole 600 something page PDF, and I'm like, lovely. None of this explains the argument that I'm posing against it. This is beautiful, but I know more. Thanks. You know, what about it don't you understand, or how is it presented to you? Really, like as an argument?
You know, the Earth, the actual Earth's physical Earth is causing the shadow.
Yeah. Okay. Well, in the heliocentric model, it's supposed to be in a line, or what they call a syzygy, right? And so the moon goes into the Earth's shadow. That's what they say. The problem with that is when you're looking at it in real life, the angles don't match because you're looking at a V, because you're looking at the sun in the sky over there, you're looking at the moon in the sky over there, and you're standing on the thing that's supposed to be blocking both these things.
Yeah, yeah. I kind of get that.
So think
Yeah,
about
sorry.
this.
Carry on.
Think about this. So they say, well, the flatter.ws website says, well, it's really that the moon and the sun is refracted. Well, okay. So when you're looking, say, at a dawn lunar eclipse, so when the sun is just about to rise or when the sun is rising, you know that you've been looking at that moon the entire night. So when it enters the eclipse, it's nowhere near the horizon. So at what point did it go from I'm looking directly at it to it is now beneath my feet angularly, however it's refracted up? When did that happen?
I get that it's not in the right place. You can, you know, see the moon and the sun in the sky at the same time. Not long before a lunar eclipse. I get that. So you know, this actual shadow though that is being cast. That's the stumbling block though, because you know this what is. I know you probably can't explain what that is, but I mean, how do you
That's the
work around
argument.
that?
That's the argument. If that's the Earth's shadow, why the hell is it upside down? Why the hell is it going left to right?
So then I'm hit with the question: what is the shadow?
Nobody knows. But it's not what they claim it is in their model. It's outlined in the details. And the one thing that's not outlined in the details is exactly the thing we all have a question about. So it can't be that. So the model's wrong. So it has to be something else. Well, who's ever had a perspective where they can see both the sun, moon, and earth in alignment to say, yeah, that's what's happening? Nobody.
Yeah.
So why should I have to explain anything? I can describe what I'm looking at. And if I describe it, it definitely doesn't describe anything in the heliocentric model. Second of all, when they bring up, yeah, well, we predict it. No, you don't. It's a post-diction. And if you look on the NASA website and you look into the guide, it's actually geocentric. It's not even heliocentric. So that's another problem. But they've just said, yeah, it's a heliocentric proof. It's impossible. I mean, you have everything wrong about it.
And then
Yeah,
when
I
it
think.
comes to the observation, it's like it's over.
Yeah, that's it. The only thing I've got to show them is the all I've got to show them is a lunar eclipse where with the angles are wrong, which is I'm guessing a majority of all the footage we have of lunar eclipses.
Happens every few months.
Yeah, Elijah, I liked what you said there when you said we don't know. That's one thing that you'll always find from the flat earth side is that when we don't when we don't know legitimately what it is, we don't try to purport to have a claim. We don't resort to ad hom attacks when we know that we've been backed into something that we don't know. We don't know, but we can falsify your model with things that you guys are claiming. That's the one thing that's really enjoyable about most flat earthers is that they can admit when we don't know. I do not know. You never hear that from the globers most of the time.
So how would I go about showing them or proving to them with just videos that I can find lunar eclipses that are where I'm able to at least explain or show these angles are wrong?
Yeah, I mean, there's a video. Where is that video? Saved it somewhere. There's a video where the guy's looking at the eclipse happen, and it's like in the sky. And they claim like he's on this high elevation or what. It doesn't matter, honestly.
He's at
You're gonna
Cahokia
tell you're gonna
Mounds,
tell me
Illinois.
you're gonna tell me a couple of thousand feet or whatever it would be. Like how high? What is the elevation then?
It's not that high.
Regardless,
I've been there.
you're gonna tell me that the little bit of elevation you could get on the Earth is gonna change the angular position of the moon 230 miles away? For real? No. But that's what they'll try to tell you. But yeah, so you're looking for a video, I'll find it for you. But in all honesty, you should just try to get your own. One should be, matter of fact, let me see when the next one is.
Yeah. Yeah, good idea.
It also depends where you are though.
But I've got to find a way to keep an eye on the moon and keep a time lapse going with, a timestamp or something, and then be able to sort of demonstrate that the moon can't be in the right place because it was over here not so long ago. If you get me.
So the next one is November 19th, and it'll be a partial lunar eclipse. They're saying it's going to be damn near a total lunar eclipse. But they're all selenilian. Well, no, because technically a selenilian eclipse is a partial eclipse, but a total eclipse includes the partial bit, right? Because it's total. So when it's partial, it's just part of the total. And when it's total, it's total. So it's always an impossible eclipse. So yeah, the next one is November 19th. And then, hold on. Right. And then December 4th will be a solar eclipse. Now, what I didn't know until last year is that there's always a solar eclipse 15 days before, 15 days after a lunar eclipse. I don't know if I'm getting that wrong, and sometimes it's also before, but for the last couple of times that I've been paying attention, it always happens 15 days after. And then when you have a new moon, somewhere around 7 days, I think it's 7 days, the moon jumps like an obscene amount of degrees. That's also unexplainable in their model. It's a lot of shit that the moon does that you can show people to prove to them, hey, that's kind of wacky. Guess what? There's no answer for that. And the heliocentric model is supposed to account for all of these motions, right? I mean, for God's sakes, they say that they have predicted these things for hundreds of years. We know everything, even though we don't know everything, and science doesn't prove things, but we get an accurate enough estimation of things. I'm being very sarcastic because no, science does prove things. Depends on if you're actually dealing with the scientific method. Because with the scientific method, all it is I'm saying if this, then that. And the null is if this, not that. So either it is or it isn't. And that's what makes it empirical. So if you're not doing that, you're saying if this, or you're saying not that, which is actually going to end up being a begging the question or a presupposition where you already have the conclusion baked in there somewhere.
Yes, it's disproving, isn't it? I thought science disproved rather than proved.
Mm.
I thought science didn't prove things.
I've heard Indio say that, but I don't quite understand that still. Maybe Meme, are you there?
No, I
No, he's
don't.
probably. I don't exactly get that. You know, when people say that.
Yeah, obviously I'm just repeating what I've heard, but I've heard a lot of flat earthers agree with that point.
It sounds like that comes down to philosophy, doesn't it? So what you're really asking is, like, let's just say that you do thing A and then thing B always happens. Well, it could be that thing C is causing both, right? So that's kind of, I guess that's where they're going with that. It's like you know that when thing A happens, thing B always happens, but it might not necessarily be that thing A is causing thing B. It's the kind of the correlation doesn't equal causation element of science. I don't know if that's what they're like trying to go with there.
Yeah, they go to philosophy, the Globers, at that point, and they'll say, "Oh, you can't prove anything."
Yeah, but philosophy is the groundwork of science anyway. Like if you don't understand philosophy, you can't understand science.
Well, I
Yeah, but
mean,
isn't the
in
high
my
school?
mind, how could it not prove things if when you set out and you observe something happening, a natural phenomenon, you're trying to figure out what causes that.
Yeah,
That's
that's the
what
point
you're
of the experiment,
trying
right?
to do.
Yeah. Sure.
So how could it not be? I don't understand. I've heard Indio say it, and I understood it when he said it, but I still I know there's a reason for why he said it. I need to learn a little more.
Right, well, I think I can explain it. So let's just say that the sun rises and then you make a cup of tea, right? Or coffee, sorry, you're in New York, of course. So I didn't want to offend you with tea. So the sun rises and you make a cup of coffee, right? So did the sun rising cause the cup of coffee to be made?
It caused the coffee and cigarettes from New York. Remember?
Obviously not, because if you don't make a cup of tea or a cup of coffee and it comes up anyway, well then you've disproved that it was that, right?
So there's your disproof, right? So I think that's kind of where he's going with that. It's like if the sun comes up and the coffee is made, doesn't necessarily prove that the sun coming up caused the coffee to be made. However, if the sun comes up and the coffee isn't made, then you've proved that the sun rising doesn't cause coffee making. I think that's where he's going with it, but you'd obviously have to double check with him.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. But okay, whatever. I don't know.
Well, I'm not exactly, science literate, but if in your hypothesis, doesn't it come down to a point where you're saying it's either going to be this or this or this or this,
Let's just say that I mean, a hypothesis has to have an IV and a DV, right? So You got your independent variable, you got a dependent variable. You manipulate the independent variable, you observe a change in the dependent variable. Cool. That's kind of why manipulating it is really important, because if you just observe two things, you have no idea what's the actual cause. So just a very simple example: if I have a stereo and I, twist the knob up and down, I observe the volume increasing and decreasing as I do it, right? Whereas, for instance, if I just see the volume increase and I see the knob increasing at the same time, it could be something else causing both, and that's where the problem comes in. So a really good example of this is, I've said this hundreds of times, as the weather gets warmer, ice cream sales increase and murders increase, right, relative to the area you're talking about. So, I mean, if you wanted to just go on a correlation argument, you could say, well, as murders increase, ice cream sales increase. Therefore, the murders cause the ice cream sales, right? Obviously, we know that's nuts, because we understand that the murder is done by a human, and that guy isn't necessarily requiring ice cream to murder people. But if you kind of, in this situation where you've got very little context, you could fall for a logical mistake like that quite easily. And I think astronomers do all the time.
But you're talking, that's metaphysics, is what you're talking about. The cause, it isn't, going to necessarily be measurable that the heat is causing the murders, but and the ice cream sales. But let's face it, it is, because people are out more in the summer and people are.
No. Okay. You understand what I'm saying? Ignore the heat. What I'm saying is that as murders increase, ice cream sales increase. Now we know that happens in summer, but if you took out the context of summer as a correlation, you would be asking yourself the question: does ice cream sales cause murder, or does murder cause ice cream sale? Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, linking correlating the two. I get you.
Because you've got a correlation and you're saying, well, there's a correlation, one must cause the other. Without an experiment, there's no way to verify it, right? And this is the problem with astronomy, is that they only have correlation because they can't manipulate shit in the sky. So then they just say, well, we've got correlation, therefore we know X, Y, and Z, when they can't possibly know it.
Well, yeah, that's the game, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. And that's the problem.
And these guys, a lot of you guys, and we're trying to slowly but surely pick it apart. And that's what I'm realizing from this conversation, is that there is no proof of a flat Earth. All there is proof of the backwards engineering.
Well, we can disprove the globe easily. We've done it many times.
Oh yeah, I mean, with the math and the theories.
But we can also prove that we can also definitely prove positively that with the angles, we're measuring across a straight surface or a level surface.
So,
that we can do. And if you take the like, say you're triangulating a position using a star, and you're using one star, it's like, okay, well, that star is 3,000 miles away from you. And that's just the radius. Now, what about the diameter? That's like 6,000, and then there's the area, so you square that. And all of that is level. That circle of altitude is level.
Yeah. So
now, if you have three stars, that's three circles that are just flat all the way across. So the only thing
I see what you mean.
So the only thing we can't say is, well, I don't know what kind of object the Earth is, because unlike a banana, unlike a chair, unlike my bike, when I think about the Earth, I can't think of it as a whole thing because I've never seen it. So I can't say what it is in that sense.
Hold on. So you're talking about the sextant, right?
Yeah.
So if the three circles is proof of a flat Earth because you've got enough distance measured.
I mean, it's just proof that the what you're measuring is flat as far as that is. That's what it's proof of. Whatever you're measuring, all that's flat. And if you can't, if you're like, well, all that's flat, but it could still be a triangle. I mean, God bless you, you know.
So can you just draw more, make more circles, do more measurements?
Well, I mean, you're only triangulating using 3 stars to get your position to be more precise. But I mean, you can only that. I mean,
Yeah, but aren't you saying we're going to move position and then take another measurement from another star and prove it's flat for that radius or whatever?
well, after you do it, all you got to do is stick to the heading, and then you get there. So if you did another measurement, then that would be something that'd just be you doing another measurement somewhere else. I guess you could go somewhere else and say, okay, this 3,000 miles is flat too. You know, like I guess it's not like that's gonna not be, you know, flat, because pretty much if it wasn't, you wouldn't be able to use the sextant. It's an angle measuring device.
You don't know about the 2021 curved angles, bro? What you mean?
Wasn't that 2015?
Oh shit! Time dilation.
Turn off the logical fallacy.
What up, crypto? Good,
Hey man, how's it going? It's been a minute, isn't it? Fucking hell.
Yeah, bro. Going up. Okay, but
far too busy.
I was listening about the ice cream and the murders, and I was just thinking, you know, somebody don't got my chocolate chip cookie though. Somebody just might get shot. So I don't know. Could be a good correlation right there, bro.
You got to rename yourself Chocolate Chip Cookie Dough Saying.
Bro, don't make me do that. I'll do that shit.
You might know the characters though. You've only got 32. Don't know if it'll fit.
It's good with you, man.
Oh mate, you know what? I was in a pub the other day, and you'll feel my pain. You'll feel my pain. I was in the pub the other day. On the menu, it said chocolate chip cookie dough sundae. Right. So I went up to the bar, and I went, I will have a chocolate chip cookie dough sundae. And they were like, we don't have any cookie dough. Like, what do you say to that?
You ruined my life.
Yeah, like I'd be speechless. That's the one thing that would make my eyes like, what? Chocolate chip cookie dough? You don't have it? It's terrible.
Literally.
So just Sunday?
Literally. It's like, what is in this sundae? Oh, ice cream. Sweet. Yeah.
Okay.
So then I killed all the stuff. So. Really. But yeah, no, man, just been working my ass off. What about you?
Same.
Yeah.
We're the same, brother. LT trying to make this guap.
Still pissing off all of your co-workers with flat Earth.
Oh yeah, bro. I got one to come on to Nathan's show.
Oh really? Oh sweet.
Yeah, I just gave her the phone. I was just like, here, have fun. I got other shit to do.
Yeah.
Because he was arguing with me freaking like an hour beforehand about the difference between theory and scientific theory, and she like legit did the whole globe head shit where they're like she had no idea what the hell gravity was or scientific theory. And then after I tried to break all that down to her, she was like, you see how you didn't understand about the scientific theory? And I was just like, oh, okay, thanks. I didn't understand the thing I just explained to you. Thanks. that's nice. Really, you're really going to go that route? And she was like, yep. I was like, oh, okay. So then I go on Nathan's and I say, I start mentioning it, and she's right next to me. And she's like, are you talking about it? And I was like, yep. and then Nathan says something, and then I said, "You can say that one more time." And I put the speaker on, and she was like, she started listening. So I gave her the phone. I was like, "Here, have fun." And just spoke to him for about 20 minutes or so. I think it was about something like that. And then that was that.
Oh, sweet, man.
She's still a globe head, so I mean,
Yeah, of course. Yeah. There's a bit of progress on the old Mexican beer jam stuff, though. I think, like, I've got a team of 10 people at work. I kind of. You haven't heard that?
I haven't heard that in a minute. It's been a minute. I haven't been here for a while.
Sweet one. So there's Mexican beer jam, there's Fauci Ouchie, and what was the other one? Oh yeah, Cuck Down. It's not a lockdown, it's a Cuck Down. So we've kind of been using these terms.
Actually, makes more sense. Because only the cucks really stay locked down anyway, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it's a Cuck Down, and all of us, like, 3-digit IQ people, we just kind of get on with our lives. What was it? Oh yeah, so I've got 10 guys I manage at work now, and basically I've managed to convince all of them to some level or another this whole last 18 months is total bollocks.
Nice.
And me and the guard are like just talking shit about it the whole time, and like the rest of the team are just like, you know what, it is a bit funny. Like my auntie got like 2 Fauci ouchies and then she was ill for 10 days. Maybe they don't work. And I was like, oh really? You think? Yeah, so it's kind of cool, man. I think people now that they've seen that this is full on total bollocks, I think they're definitely open to other stuff. So you're just like, this last 18 months, total bollocks. Yeah, so is the moon landing. Yeah, the Earth's flat. Like people are more open to that shit now. It's kind of cool.
Yeah. That is, man. I mean, you would hope so, right? This level of nonsense that we've had to deal with the past 2 years, almost 2 years now. Can you even believe that shit?
Yeah, it's coming. It's 20 months, I think, now, because it was. What was it in January? They were like, "Oh, a deadly virus," and I think it was like March when it started, like, really, they started all the cuck downs.
Well, for us, because Fauci knew in 2017, when it was just like, "Oh yeah, definitely a surprise outbreak coming for this administration."
Surprise! It's going to be a real surprise in 3 years.
Yeah. 3 years earlier. Yeah, that's a hell of a surprise, bro.
Isn't there 3 new variants now?
Yeah, probably.
Man. Take your pick.
Of course. Well, I was thinking about.
They got the whole Greek alphabet, so there'll be how many's in the Greek alphabet.
What up, Dave?
Well, I was thinking about this. I was thinking like, sorry, Dave, go on.
What's up, chocolate?
I was thinking about this.
I was just saying that, and then said hi to chocolate.
Yeah, what's up, brother? Good to hear you.
How about this, guys, right? So let's real talk for a second, right? So obviously you guys know about terrain theory, I assume?
Yeah.
Okay, so you got the idea.
Yep.
You cut off.
I was about to say my internet is bugging. Shit. Crypto, you dropped out, brother.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. The whole argument, germ theory versus terrain theory, was something I was looking into way before the pandemic. I've actually got a business. The Big Root Family is a website, and I sell alkaline herbs. And it's because I was looking into the whole idea of terrain theory being, nature being the food you eat, being your medicine. Because most of modern diseases are diet based. I mean, cancers, they try and claim it's 1 in 2 now. I don't think it is quite there yet, but it is increasing. The highest cause of death is, cardiovascular. And, that's a recent thing, really, with diet and environment. But the argument of, does a virus even exist was was a big argument even before the pandemic. I think that's where he was going with it. Anyway.
Out. Hello? Am I back?
Yeah, we can hear.
Cool. Where did I get up to? Oh, for fuck's sake.
You just mentioned terrain theory.
Okay, cool. So
Last thing I heard, you said germ theory versus terrain theory. Go from
yeah,
there.
so you've got this idea that germs cause viruses. We all know rhetoric. Terrain theory, the idea that the body uses viruses to cleanse the body of toxins. All that's right. Okay, so you've got these disparate populations that have different genetics and therefore have slightly different ways of dealing with toxins in their body, right? So if you're testing for a deadly virus that is actually created by the body itself, is it not just sensible common knowledge that different populations would produce variants in order to deal with the toxins within their environments? And therefore what you're testing for is actually the genetic difference between people and not the genetic
Yes,
That's not weird at all.
difference within a virus. I think cool. I mean, what do you guys think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm with. Listen, you know what I'm not with? Something that's outside of me that's also not alive, but I can consider as alive. That's gonna attach to my lungs, get into my bloodstream, and then do something. That's what I know I'm not experiencing. Because somebody could be sick as a dog, and all they should have to do is like cough on me or some shit. And you never get sick that way. You either get sick or you don't.
Yep. I've noticed that I only ever get sick if I've had very, very bad sleep and a very, very bad diet for a few weeks. If my diet's good and my sleep's good, don't get ill.
Exactly, and there's I know that when the Caribbeans came over, I'm mixed race Caribbean, and that at my side of the Caribbean side of the family do struggle with diabetes. They struggle with just more mucus, and I, we all believe it's to do with the fact that the diets were different for generations before.
There could be. I mean, there could be a genetic thing in there as well. Who knows? Like, the Western diet is very heavily kind of dairy based, and I don't think their diet is as dairy based in the Caribbean. Like, maybe it's better for them not to have so much milk. I don't know. But for sure, yeah. I mean,
Yeah. Well,
sugar as well.
My dad's lactose. I don't drink milk. I don't like milk. And a lot of the family, that side of the family, don't deal with dairy at all. And even a lot of them don't get on well with too much meat.
Oh, really? That's interesting. Yeah, so I think it's just about recognizing that different people are different and we need to have different diets. Like this is why, without throwing a fucking steaming hot potato into the chat, this is why I think that the whole veganism versus carnivorism debate is a little bit moot, because I think different bodies require different nutrition, and some people will get on really well with veganism and other people have a horrible time with it. Just my opinion.
Well, I mentioned earlier that the whole argument of the virus was a big debate well before this pandemic, and the pathogens that come in your body aren't the viruses, like you said, that come from within the body to react to the pathogens. But it seems to me, and it seems like that the only way that the virus will be released is if you have enough toxicity in you where the pathogen can actually cause a inflammation response. Otherwise, if you are in a perfect state of health, let's say, or close to it, you won't get reactions, a viral reaction to the pathogen.
They're doing what in your body?
So a virus is a pathogen. It's not, the virus comes from within the body, like that said, and the virus itself. All viruses are stored within your body. There's like 65 million viruses within every single one of us now. And as you pick them up, as you grow up, you pick up these different viruses. You create an immune response, and your body stores all of these viruses. So the argument of herd immunity is this is how your body works. This is how your immune system is. You pick up your virus, you get an immune response to it, but then your body has these antibodies then to deal with it if it ever comes across it again.
So
I
why
mean, that's
can't you
germ
become
theory.
immune to cancer? Shouldn't you be able to build up your tolerance to it?
Yeah, I'll just get my cancer vaccine. No, I don't get cancer.
Just get a little bit of cancer in you, and then your body will build up a resistance to it.
Yeah, and also if you want to be like immune to like acids, just like drink a bit of sulfuric acid. That'd
Or
be
if you want to be immune to bullets, just shoot yourself with bullets.
Yeah. You have to start off by flogging yourself, and then you work your way up to bullets.
So are you saying that inoculation or whatever the right word works, or it doesn't?
I don't think so.
No, there's a doctor guy. There's a guy called Dr. Shiva. He does. He's like a specialist in the immune system, and basically he's got presentations on his YouTube channel where he explains how there's different parts, the innate immune system, and then there's 3 parts of the immune system, and if your body isn't going through the full process of how you would normally catch a virus in the real world, then you're not stimulating the body's not going to respond to the inoculation is not the antibodies that are created by the inoculation are not going to be as complete and as whole as those that picked up the germ through natural means.
I think it was.
But this is all based on germ theory anyway, right? So you have to understand that there's a base fundamental assumption even within that it is germs spreading and causing illness, which, as far as I can tell, hasn't been proven in an experiment. So I mean,
and they've actually done studies. I guess I wouldn't. Well, I mean, because you have controls and you have test group A and test group B, and you'll have the sickest of the sick in there, like coughing and doing all types of things. I don't know exactly how they do it, but they take samples and they try to literally get you sick. I think there have been instances where people have been injected. I don't know. Don't quote me, but the point is they haven't gotten sick. On top of that, so about these super spreader events where they're still spreading this conspiracy theory around on the through the mainstream medias, and the point is there was a paper that China had came out with some results showing that exactly that wasn't happening. So
that's always the case. They literally can't, whatever they try to do, they can't infect directly another person through contagion with a virus. Especially, even animal to human to human, you can, because there is pathogens, you see. So these pathogens are, they exist. When we say viruses don't exist, they're not. These viruses aren't, these pathogens aren't killing people. It's the state of the body and the person who receives the pathogen. And yes, there's lab-made pathogens and there's natural pathogens which will confuse the subject even more. But there's different strengths of, different viruses, I suppose. But at the end of the day, if you're in a good state of health, these pathogens will fly through you like a common cold. And there's a book by Arthur Furstenberg called The Electric Rainbow. And basically he proves very clearly that flu is seasonal and it doesn't matter. There was an instance where there was some Marines on a ship on the coast of an area that was going through their seasonal flu, and the guys on the ship caught the flu and had no interaction with the people on the shore. Which, you know, there's also many instances where the people haven't interacted with other people, but they've all got flu at the same time. So the cause isn't contagion, or it can't be contagion for these at least.
Well, it could be an environmental cause in another way. So, for instance, let's just say that the Marines all were ill, and it turns out that, I don't know, one of the meals that they had contained something that it shouldn't have contained or whatnot. Like, so it could be environmental in another way, but not kind of contagion, as you say.
Well, I mean, the book was basically outlining that there are detoxes. You know, a flu or a cold is a detox, and these things happen. You know, you tend to get these detoxes at similar times to the region or the area you live in. These people all have, you know, flu at the same time. We assume it's because it's spreading through contagion, but there's a lot of argument, you know, to say that this is happening because of the environment around us, and it depends on the state of your body as well, to whether you might have a runny nose for 2 days if you're in a good state of health, or if you're in a bad state of health, you've not slept properly, you haven't eaten right, you know, you pick up that pathogen or the seasonal flu, and that's when you run into problems.
So I've had a really trivial idea, seeing as that, you know, I used to watch like quote unquote independent news on YouTube, and my ailments used to be eerily similar to other people's ailments. If I had a sort of itchy throat, I was watching the news and the dude in Miami is like, my throat is a little itchy, must be my allergies. Then the dude in LA, same thing. You know what I'm like? Why is it? And then if I'm like, you know, I gotta like just something more severe and I had certain symptoms, they would do the same thing or say the same thing. Like if I'm sneezing all over the place, they're sneezing all over the place. And my trivial idea was that, you know, perhaps it just has to do with the degree change. Because whether I'm here experiencing New York temperature or somebody's in Miami experiencing Miami temperature, it always seems to be that if I'm cold, they're cold, specifically because the temperature dropped for me 10 degrees and it dropped 10 degrees for them as well.
Yeah,
whatever the temperature might, you know. So
well, you guys know the word SAD, right? SAD. So if someone's sad, what does SAD mean? It's an acronym, right? It means seasonal affective disorder. So, so your mood is affected by the season. Yeah, and everyone knows this is true. Like, even if you don't get ill when the season changes, you know, people will say, "Oh, I've been really tired the last couple of days," and you'll always notice. I mean, in England especially, it's always September, right? Loads of people recently are saying, "Oh, I'm really tired," even if they're not ill, they're tired, right? Why is that? Well, we're going from summer to autumn, so of course, if they're getting SAD, seasonal affective disorder, they're going to be feeling that because the season's changing. And this happens also in March. A lot of the time when people go from being really, really cold and now there's a little bit of a, you know, uptick in the temperature, people get very, very tired even if they don't get ill. It just, like you're saying, and like the other gentleman saying, this just appears to be a natural way that the body deals with the change in the environment. It's got nothing to do with spreading anything.
I really agree with that. I mean, it makes more sense to me.
Yeah, and you know, to take it a step further, if we're, you know, all interdimensional, everything's connected. If something's going to be true, it's going to be true on every level. Then this is, you know, this is a you know, a multi-dimensional thing that's happening. We're going through a cycle, a full cycle, spiritually, physically. You know, we're connected to the, you know, they say the sun's a portal. You know, everything's electrostatic. Well, you've got to take these things into account and assume that these seasons are having a massive effect on us psychologically and physically.
But you can even see the result. Sorry, go on.
If you take just one cycle that we know of, the Saros cycle, which tells us when we'll have eclipse and stuff, That's an 18-year period. And we know that our attention spans are very, and we also know they manipulate data. So anyone who is paying attention, they may have old news clippings or whatever because they peep game, but the larger majority is going to be inundated with what's being said online. So these crackpots will just be that, crackpots, right? But there's this 18-year cycle that we know of. Who knows if there isn't another cycle that's like 100 years? And so, like, the thing is, what if they know specifically when people will be affected by the seasonal change of a cycle that's more than just 12 months? And then they take advantage of that and people's ignorance. Isn't that also possible?
In my opinion, that's exactly what's happening. We have these resets with flu, pandemics, the Black Plague, the Spanish flu, and it's always, similar. It seems from what I've read, similar to what's happening here. It's it's on the fringes of society. It's not as extreme as what it sounds like when you hear about it in history class. There were lockdowns. There were masks. They were asking them to wear masks in streets, and it just seems like this is blatantly a taking advantage of a situation. The seasonal situation. We've got no knowledge of that really. So then on top of that, we're changing our diets to more plastic and fake food. So these problems are increasing, and that book that I mentioned, Arthur Furstenberg, The Electric Rainbow, he said that when we implemented the electric grid is the exact year that we had the Spanish flu. And then when we introduced the electric grid, there was a different one. And then when we introduced radar, I think it was, and it seems like every time we introduce a new frequency of technology, there is a reaction to it. And then that's the advantage that they have the moment that they have when they introduce new technology, where this sort of has a mass effect where they can pull it off to a certain degree.
And my question would be, is there actually any evidence that anyone's getting sick and dying at all? Like at abnormal rates? Because as someone who understands the quote unquote testing quite well, so the process is as follows, right? So person A goes in, they shove something up their nose. Okay, that thing then gets handed to a minimum wage, non-medically trained worker. I know that for a fact. Who then puts it into a box, right? The box is then taken by a driver who's also not medically trained, who then drives it to a laboratory, allegedly, right? Now, the box is then dropped off at this laboratory. Who the fuck knows what happens at the lab? So in this whole arc of a story, there's no guarantees. Like no one person even has a track of that test through the whole cycle. Okay, now it gets tested by fuck knows who, and then it gets passed on to a data collection agency, presumably, who then reports to the government. Right. So there's 5 separate people there. And even if all of them are competent, there's still the possibility of a lie for financial gain, and at least 3 of the people in that chain are not guaranteed to be competent at all. And this is all based on the assumption that the test is legitimate in the first place, right? So there's like so many problems. There's so many problems with this period of history.
You've seen the clips of Kerry Mullis, right, talking about his test, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so he's basically saying you can use it to prove anything, which is true. And so I think that's why they picked it, because they can. It's like a volume button, isn't it? You can kind of dial up and down the cases. Oh yeah, we want to kind of lock down, so we're just gonna dial up the cases. But to be honest, they don't even need to do that. They can just tell the BBC, oh yeah, we got shitloads of cases. We're gonna lock down, and people just go, oh okay, yeah, that sounds legit. How would anybody know?
You cut out there.
Who can verify these numbers?
Okay.
But I was just saying, who could verify these numbers? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, there's no independent. Even if they did have an independent source, I would doubt that it was independent. But
Sure.
so my thing with this is, and you raise like a very valid point. I mean, sheesh, how many times have you gone to the hospital and the hot young doctor comes in with like 5 other medical students that are trying to figure out what's going on with you? You know, like it's insane. But
The real question is,
as
how
far
hot is
as,
she?
she was extremely hot.
Boy,
So I mean, geez, you ever seen Quantico? She was hotter than the lead in that. But anyway, uh, so with this whole thing, it's like, damn, what was my point? Like, how do we actually know? Oh, what we do know is that their practices. I can't say a lot. Yo, okay, I'll say this: the ventilator policy that was handed down from China and recommended to the World Health Organization that our country, the U.S., has picked up. From that, after people have been hooked up to these ventilators, 9 out of 10 of them died. Okay, and of course, the official story is, well, it couldn't be helped. We did everything we can, right? But so not only could they have just manipulated the numbers, but they had to make it. You guys know where I'm going. I don't really want to.
Yeah, it's multi-dimensional. People are going in with kidney failure and ending up dying on ventilators with COVID, and that was the biggest contribution to the spikes, because they changed the policies in the hospitals to anyone who tests positive for COVID has died from COVID, but the argument wasn't settled on whether these PCR tests were actually picking up COVID or general flu.
Now there was this website that got shut down immediately. So I'm gonna post it. Maybe I won't, because it'll end up on the YouTube live stream. But the test basically, I mean, this chart basically said, because of feelings and people's fear around the topic, these are the terms that you should use instead of these terms. So on the left, it was like, for example, hospitalized, and on the right, it said death from COVID. And it's like, what? What? So someone, first of all, how does that help? Number one, and number two, it's like, whoa, okay, so you're basically saying that you can count someone who is hospitalized as dead from this, and you can put that to the
And
number.
somebody dead is hospitalized? What?
Right. I
And they were
can't
incentivized.
verify that specifically because the site was taken down immediately after this was going around. So I don't even know. There's no way to verify that other than keep your ears open.
Bro, there was evidence and photos, and doctors were admitting that there was two pamphlets released when they released the COVID jabs, one for the patient and one for the doctor. And the doctor had symptoms and potential complications that could happen that weren't on the pamphlets given out to the general public. So there was, even in the open, they were hiding. I mean, there was things about they had not tested it on pregnancy. They didn't know whether this was going to affect pregnant women's ability to reproduce. And this was not on the pamphlets that were given to people to inform them about this thing. So this is standard practice for them in the open. To me, I caught. I say caught, but I don't believe that. I developed TB in the worst health state in my life about 10 years ago. And I had the TB jab when I was at school. What happened, they had no idea where I caught it from. I was chilling with people. We were smoking, drinking, doing everything. And I didn't pass it on to anyone. And it turns out it was in my lymphatic system. But that, to me, was the turning point where I started to look into this. And for me, it's very similar to flat Earth in the sense that everything you break down, that you look into all of these claims, even the basic claims of a virus. What is a virus? You know, these claims break down very quickly without proof. And like the gent said earlier, these viruses have not been isolated and have not been proven to be causation. Just, you know, very similar to flat Earth, the way that this whole line is set up.
Yep.
Yep.
We're getting deep now. I don't even know if I should mention that we're in a cult, but whatever. If anybody's curious as to why I made that weird flex, I can send you the video, and you'd be like, "Holy shit! I have a new perspective on why they would lie now."
I'm interested in that video based on what you were saying last night, Elijah.
Yep, same.
All right. Yeah, I was supposed to find. I got you right now because I know the. So I'm sure there's no harm in sharing somebody's channel. So the channel's name is probably Alexandra, and they have on here
She's
a
awesome.
series. Yeah, and so they did I don't know how many parts, an 8-part series called Program, and so I only got through 2, and I was like, holy shit! I need to look into like the etymology of the term cult and its tenets and examples, like real, like I need to do my own research, because if I come to the same conclusions that they did and I'm able to divine it the way they did, I honestly can't, like, because once you know what the scientific method is, right? You know what isn't science, or you know who hasn't established a cause and effect relationship. Once you know what logical fallacies are, you can spot them out, right? So with this term cult, like we kind of just like, well, we get the gist of it. It's some dude in Scientology or whatever, something, right? That's at least was my takeaway, and I was like, that's all I need to know. Just some crazy motherfuckers who are into sex rituals and all of this, blah 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 blah. But when you look into like the entire scope of it, you're hard pressed to think about any societal setup right now and set that apart from the definition. And that's when things become really scary. So I'll leave it at that. And I'll post number 2 because it was actually no, I'm gonna post part 2 for you guys. But part 2 is where the breakdown of what I was just talking about really came together. So just message me, inbox me right now if you want this, and I'll message you directly the link. Or if you want to look for it yourself and you're on YouTube and you're not in here, it's the channel name is probably Alexandra, and the series is called Program. It's right there.
Interesting.
I've already seen it. Dang, I thought it was
Easy to
something new
find.
for me.
Just finished.
What were you saying?
Just found it.
Yeah, yo, Chocolate. When you see the first one, it's a doozy, bro. It talks about like, entertainment, and it's a doozy. But when you see number 2, you're like, oh, I got the best answer in here for why they would lie. Oh my goodness. It just comes together.
I got your back. Yep. I'll watch it today.
You ready to get awakened again?
Yeah, I think that's the mistakes maybe a lot of flat earthers make, is that like, right, I'm a flat earther now, I'm awake. It's like, well,
right.
No, there might be a bunch more shit, and I admit that there's loads of shit I'm not awake to at all, like, obviously. But it's like being aware and being like, yeah, this rabbit hole, we could only be at level 3 of the rabbit hole, and there's like 10 levels. Do you know what I mean?
I feel like I'm just realizing how asleep I was. I'm not dealing with, oh, I'm so awake. What? That sounds like these people walk around saying woke. I'm woke. The fuck is that? Are you serious? I want to slap people with that shit.
It seems to me like
that woke shit.
Yeah, it seems to be the people that say like I'm woke, they're like the most compliant sheep of all of them. Like they are the hyper sheep.
No, they're Greta Thunberg. What?
Right. You know how not woke I am? Like this is how I know I'm woke, because I'm cognizant enough to know how scared I am of becoming more aware. Like I'm just on the surface level of certain topics and I'm like, I'm not there yet. And maybe that's how some people feel about flat earth. Maybe that's what it is. So maybe we need to be a little more considerate when we talk to people. Maybe we should show them a different side, which is why I try to take the tack that I do. And when I see someone resisting, I say, look, brother, I respect your career. I respect everything you've been through. And I just stop asking me questions, please. I'd rather disengage.
My shit is, why is it got to be a fight though? Right? That's all we're doing, right? Asking some questions, right? We're not going out and just like physically changing the world. We're just applying the world for what it is, as we observe it, as we experience it. So why the hate? Well, I don't get that at all. All right, yeah, you was a baby when they told you that cool story, but you're grown now, right? You're showing me how grown you are. So why are you not acting grown?
Yeah, but it's like what Nathan says is you're challenging everything that they've ever known, and they have nothing. They think that they're going to be broken if they submit.
Yeah, but it's like I was right there. Like, hello, I'm just another person like you. You know what I'm saying? It's not like I'm some weirdo that came from some weird land. Like I live on the earth just like you do. I just got some questions about it.
To be fair, like I said, like after realizing there's like how woke I'm not, I'm choosing at what level and what timing I wake up to certain things. And we're kind of doing that for people. And they might not, because look, we didn't come into flat earth and it was like, whoop, there it is. You know what I mean? Like we came from 9/11, being New Yorkers. Then we came from so many other just elections, if you paid attention to those. A lot of other government conspiracies. And so we were kind of primed for we were looking. And then it was like, here I am, motherfucker. And it's like, oh shit, I could have never imagined. But some people aren't there yet. You know what I mean?
Dude, I look at it as like a journey. Like people keep asking the questions and blah, blah, blah. And lots of times my responses are like, you have to go on that journey on your own. If I just give you an answer, that's not going to be sufficient because you're not going to know. You're not going to have an understanding. And it's a journey that you need to go on. And most people are so reluctant to take that first step, or they only make it to the first sign marker before they realize they either want to turn back or they don't want to go any further. But that journey never ends. Like we're deep in that journey, but we are not at the final destination.
Some people don't start that journey and they've chosen not to ever partake on that journey.
And those are the ones that are the quickest to shit on you, are the ones that are so scared to even take that first step. But guess what? The most unintellectual, mouth-breathing, knuckle-dragging person can throw out ad homs. So that kind of shows you where some of these people are coming from. But you do have to understand that throwing the flat earth at them before they've even got, that's like throwing somebody in the deep end when they haven't dipped their toes in the pool yet.
So what's
when
this
they
about?
Still think when they still think
Flash.
somebody drove a dune buggy on the moon, and you tell them, nah, none of that popped off.
Yeah, that's where you start.
Yo, I'm telling you, for like 5 minutes straight, when I heard Eddie Bravo say what he said, and then I Googled, I'm just sitting there, type,
pictures from space. Type. Delete. Type. Raw pictures from space. Delete. Actual non CGI,
Uncut
real
and raw.
Yeah, uncut. Yo, every variation I could, and I was like, no, hell no. Like, and I had this
The
smile
Earth
on
has
my
the
face for
OnlyFans.
5 minutes. 5 minutes as I was saying hell no, as I was Googling. Then I started, yes, satellites. And then I was like, well, real pictures of
Bro, I
satellites.
literally laughed out loud when I googled fucking real pictures of satellites from space. I was like, yo, every single one of these is a cartoon. What the fuck?
And then I started
Bro,
thinking about Vsauce, and I started thinking about and I'm like, all that shit is cartoons. Hell no.
Alaya,
Yeah.
did you discover anything about the moon? The thing you asked yourself last time?
What I asked myself.
Like the tilt of the moon, like how it, rotates around
Wait.
a certain axis weirdly.
No. I was wrong. I gave up on that. I was definitely wrong about that. So disregard everything I said about that.
Oh, all right. I was just
Sorry about
curious.
that. I
You
did.
know
I
what I
came
find
in
funny?
the next day and I told everyone, yeah, I was wrong. When I'm wrong, I have to correct it immediately. That's how I stay sharp. That's how I stay true. Truth is very important
I
to
don't
me.
think I've ever heard I shouldn't say a globe earther, but an anti-flat earther make that statement right there. Like I was just wrong. Sorry, that was my bad.
I mean, isn't that
Like
wrong?
it's so weird just to hear that. Not from you, but like in the discussion, like because a glober they just don't do that. They just I'm just right. You just don't understand. I know
Exactly.
even if I don't know, somebody else knows. So you're still wrong.
Because we
You know,
base
you know
ourselves
what's
on actual observations, and when we're wrong, we'll just admit it. Like we don't stick to a belief; we stick to like observations and what's verifiable.
Do you know what's amazing as well, though, Chocolate? I've mentioned this before, is that not only will they never admit that they're wrong, they will never admit when other globers are wrong either. It's like they have this pack mentality, and if you fuck with one of them, you fuck with all of them, even if they're all obviously wrong. They are going down together.
Do you see that from flat earthers?
Not really.
Nah.
Yeah,
Nope.
you do.
Nope.
Yeah, you do. Yes,
Really?
you
But
do.
we disagree with each other all the time.
Really?
Like,
Really?
yeah. Yes.
Oh yeah.
I'm disagreeing with you right now.
You know what? It might be the show flat earthers I'm talking about then, because those weird motherfuckers they don't say my bad, like they don't.
Yeah.
The ones that I consider not, actual. I have my own personal whatever, right? So it's not like my word is law and I'm like the supreme being. No, like I have my own individual thoughts like everybody else, and yeah, I don't believe some of you motherfuckers are real. Surprise! Like,
Surprise, motherfucker!
So the thing about our side is we're all going on a journey of discovery, right? You set aside everything that you know about the current existing model and you go on a journey of discovery, which is you're going to have things that you speculate about that might be incorrect. And sometimes you'll bring them to a public forum, and that's the best place for them to be shot down and ridiculed. But we're trying to figure out the truth, whereas the other side of the argument, everything's already known. We know everything. There is no discovery that's taking place. All they're trying to do is defend a model that's already been constructed. So we're going to be wrong from time to time because we don't know everything.
You're
Yeah, and I think this
definitely
is
wrong if you don't have a replacement teddy bear. Model to give them to replace the model that you just happened to destroy. They don't like that. It's like, why not? Nobody's talking about a model. We're talking about Earth. Why do I
defending
need
their
to
position.
provide you for a model? Why do I need to provide you a model to explain to you what your senses have told you your entire life? The only thing you've experienced, and you want me to prove that to you? You're asking
Yeah, because
me, but because currently you believe somebody in a book, so you want me to give you something to replace what somebody gave you in a book and told you on television. I need to replace that. That's the only way you'll accept what I'm saying. What kind of mentality is that? Are you serious? That's crazy.
that's what they've been taught, models. So they learnt, the first way they learnt was through models. So they don't, we're not taught to use our senses. We came to those conclusions that your senses do actually trump models. We came to those conclusions on our journey.
Yep.
They're not going to go take that journey and make that switch. They're going to trust their models. Elijah said something about cults earlier, and from the last 5 minutes of discussion, it sounds like what the Globe do is the behavior of a cult. And to me, it sounds like what the flat earthers tend to do at this level is very similar to what the gurus in India were doing, which was finding out what is self, what is truth, forget the emotion, forget your belief, completely step outside and analyze it for what it is. And to me, that sounds like it does genuinely sound like, as part of the journey, if you brought this to a guru, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of these guys are flat earthers. I mean, we know that their oldest books were flat earth anyway.
Yeah, so we all came from being duped by a model. The last thing we want to do is get duped by something else, right? We want to know the truth. We don't want to get convinced and duped into something that is false again. That's of utmost importance, at least to me, to not cling on to something just for the sake of having something to cling on to.
Yeah,
I'll just cling on to my experience on a flat earth. That's the only thing I've experienced. Unless you got something else for me, I'll stick with my senses that I was born with. I take my authority back. My authority doesn't come from some dude, writing in a book, or an article, or Bill Nye, or Smoking the Grass Tyson. These people do not give me my reality. So I'm sorry for all the Globers who need to stick with these clowns as priests for their heliocentric model. That's also a religion. And if you don't like that, just ask yourself, what the hell is Helios? That's your problem. There's nothing that you're going to show. There's not an equation that you're going to show me. There's not. Just give me curvature, man. Where's the curve? It all comes down to that question. Where is it? We live on a ball. Where's the curvature of this ball? And now in 2020, 2021, we're asked, why would we expect to see this curve of the ball that you say is curved? Are you serious? This is gonna be a joke. Kids are waking up to this shit. Kids are talking about flat earth. They weren't kids talking about flat earth when I was a kid. So that's different. So maybe that's why that's getting in your ass is starting to bother y'all, because people are waking up to this shit and y'all still holding on.
Like 8-year-olds are calling this shit out for it's obvious bullshit.
Bro.
Like motherfucking
Dead
8-year-olds.
Like, I know one told the teacher, nah, chill with this globe crap. Basically.
Yeah,
It's
and when
flat. Stop lying. She even told us to the teacher, stop lying to the rest of the kids. Teacher ain't know what to say.
Yeah. I just find it amazing, absolutely amazing how, like, how do I word this? Like, how people can say something that they can't possibly know to be true with absolute certainty. Like they just fucking say it to your face. So if the TV like every single day for a year was like, yeah, there's this 20-foot Yeti in the middle of London, and it's gonna come and eat everyone in the world if you don't do X, Y, and Z. I legit think a certain proportion of the population would be like, oh yeah, the Yeti's gonna eat us if we don't do all this stuff. And they would tell you with absolute certainty in their own minds that it's true. And the only reason they have to believe it was that the TV told them.
Well, crypto. I mean, where do you think these Yeti and Bigfoot stories come from? Like, uh, at some point, I do think there was a real fear. Like you're camping and you're like, oh my God. And of course, there are people who are like, obviously that's dumb, but I'm sure that's true. But a more direct, real scenario would be with the Germans and the Hun, right? Like this was an idea that Americans had. Oh, they're these dudes, and that. Oh my gosh, they're brutes and blah 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 blah. That was just an idea of just German people trying to protect do their thing like our soldiers do our thing.
Yeah, sure. But I mean, my point was more just linked to the fact that, like, there are some people who will literally just say something that they can't possibly know, and they will argue with you until they're blue in the face that it's true.
Yeah.
And the information came from an untrustworthy, unverified source, but they don't seem to care. They don't care. So, this is socially acceptable because the TV told me. And I'll give you an example, right? So, I went around a friend's house maybe more like 6 weeks ago, actually. And first thing that his mum asked me when I walked in the door was, have you been, have you had the Fauci ouchie? I said, no, like laughing while I was saying no. And she kind of looked at me horrified, and I was like, well, how, and we had the conversation. I was like, how do you know it works, kind of thing. And her answer was, well, I'm just really thankful that we have some fantastic scientists in this country, right? And obviously, like, without going into the virus thing itself, we're talking about, how does she know that we have fantastic scientists in the country? Well, she knows that because the TV told her that there's this horrible virus, and the TV told her that scientists are dealing with it and they're wonderful. So there's absolutely no way that she can possibly know any of the information that she is telling me is, with absolute certainty, is true.
Yeah, I find appeal to authority and appeal to consensus are two of the strongest things that people do, and fallacies that they not only use an argument but have in their mind.
Yeah, 100%.
Isn't that just self-awareness?
Appealing to authority and consensus is self-awareness.
Yeah, like the people that do that, aren't they just less self-aware? So they're comfortable, they have no bad karma, let's say, because of what they're doing, because they don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, they're almost like subconsciously giving themselves plausible deniability if the authorities are incorrect.
Yeah, because that's how they think it, that's how they think it is. They believe that. So that's all good for them. No conflict.
Well, what about the fact that they don't know enough to be able to solve the problem? So they need to feel a bit of faith in relying on someone that has, in their minds, some more experience and capability to solve it. So let's put the faith in these doctors, whoever they are. I don't need to meet them. I don't need to see their credentials. I just need a third party, which is TV, and we implicitly trust the third party to vouch for them. It's just belief, because otherwise there's fear. You've got no solution of your own.
Yeah, and actually, it's something that Jordan Peterson talks about. Now, I'm not a big fan of Jordan Peterson. I think he gets a lot wrong. But there is one thing he talks about, which is the power dynamic within a father and son relationship. And he talks about how when, if I get this exactly right, when the son grows up to be an adult, he realizes that the father doesn't have all of the answers because he's asking more complicated questions, right? So when you're a 6-year-old, you ask simple questions, your dad can answer them. When you grow up, you realize that your dad is no better than you because you're also an adult. He doesn't have the answers, you don't have the answers. And that there's actually a certain psychological pain in that because now you realize that nobody has all the answers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so what I think might be happening here is that they're realizing that dad doesn't have the answers, mum doesn't have the answers, but Dr. Fauci does, right? And so now Dr. Fauci is the new dad. He's the new dad psychologically for these people.
Exactly.
Like quite literally,
Well,
That's what
imagine
the
if no one
brother
has the
state
answers.
is. That's what the whole Big Brother thing is. It's about being we're children who we need to believe the ideology that we need looking after. We need them to make the decisions for us because we're a bunch of idiots.
Well, can you imagine? No one has the answers. Imagine being in a place where you've got no one to provide anything as far as a virus. Let's assume the virus is real. Let's assume all that is true. No one has any of the answers as to why people are dying.
Yeah, but we don't know that they are. Not like
even
any different
so.
rates.
Well,
that's
here's
true,
the thing.
isn't it?
I'll tell you this. People are dying. Now I'll give you the context of what I'm saying. So yes. Now on my timeline, every week someone else tells me. Yep, someone else tells me that, hey, this person passed, my brother passed, my uncle passed, my cousin passed. It has been happening frequent. But guess what else? I mean, because again, it's not like they know the causal relationship of any of these things. So what is it that these people who are already who already have a predisposition with what's going on, and they think, all right, well, I'm gonna do everything I can to be healthy. I'm gonna go do what the people are asking of me, or I've gotten sick legitimately because people get sick sometimes. And what kind of coverage do they have? What kind of doctor do they have? Where did they go? Did they go to the emergency room? What exactly happened? This I don't know. All I know is people are saying, yeah, this person, they died of this thing. Sometimes they say it's that, sometimes they don't say it's that. But I can't really, in their time of grievance, ask them what specifically happened. That'd just be a dick move.
Yeah.
But I do know if it was like when 9 out of 10 people were, passing for whatever reason, they're on the ventilator and whatever, right? Like I do know that there are a lot of people, especially a lot of old folks, that fueled a lot of the emotions of a lot of people when it damn well, I'm trying not to be super graphic, but I hope you guys know what I'm saying.
Yeah, 100%. But if you look at some of the figures over the last 10 years of people who have died just from normal flu seasons, I think it was 64,000 people in 1 year. Like, this pandemic hasn't reached levels of 2018 and 2016. There was some huge
I was
spikes.
super sick in 2018, man. Super sick. Super duper. Yo, I'm sorry to cut off your point. Please make it again. But I just wanted to say, there was a sickness that I always tell people about this one summer where my sister's boyfriend, he got super sick. And I was taking care of him, and I was, whatever. I was in the house, and it's like, okay, I'll help you out, go to the store, whatever. I wasn't worried because I'm like, I don't get sick, and if I do whatever, I get sick. And then I got sick 3 days later, right? And then my cousin was taking care of me. This dude is like, yo, I haven't had a flu or sickness or anything since before I got locked down. Like, and that's like more than 10 years. He's like, I'm as healthy as an ox. I'll never get sick. Don't worry about it, cuzzo. I got you. Guess what? 3 days later, now I'm taking care of him because I just got over it and he's deathly ill. That happens. It happens.
Yeah, it really does. And that's, I think, they were planning to pull the pandemic off. And in my opinion, they've been ramping up the toxicity levels in the food, in the air, in the, the level of electricity that we're being surrounded by, the Wi-Fi, the 5G, everything is leading to a lower state of health. And this is why we're seeing spikes in 2016, 2018, 2019. I think in 1 month, 11,000 people died of flu, in the UK, that is. And that was a spike that nobody has talked about, nobody cared about.
But now we're in a pandemic that hasn't produced anywhere near these sort of death tolls.
Can you share
So
me that information? But like, to this is Elijah. Can you share me that to my inbox if you can, if you have it?
yeah, sure. It's official information, but I'll dig it out. It's been a while since I've found the documents, but yeah.
Brother, I'll owe you a favor. I'll be eternally grateful. Please send that direct to my inbox. Please don't forget. That's something I want to be equipped with. I'm actually also going to speak to this guy named Mark Crispin Miller. He's obviously not some dude in his mom's basement, who's a super conservative. No, he's a dude that works at NYU here in New York City. And he's like, yo, this is this is um this is all of the tenets of propaganda. And there's this irrational fear going on, and this entire year, like, and he really thoroughly goes into it. It's on Taboo Conspiracy 3 channel, and the video is titled "Propaganda and Irrational Fear." Very good 30-minute watch. I've showed it in the cinema here maybe about 5 times or so. Very good watch. You don't have that, watch that as well. Again, Taboo Conspiracy 3, Propaganda and Irrational. Very good video. Forget why I cut you off, but please continue.
No, that was it. My point is that the last few years, at least the last 10 years, has been a massive spike, not just in seasonal flu deaths, but cardiovascular. This is the biggest cause of death in the world, and even the cancer rates and stuff like that. They're all
I agree, and we also have
exponentially growing.
hypochondriacs, so like people that are. Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. The guy wrote about it. I was going to say we also have people that are hypochondriacs, which are like people that think that they're sick, but they're actually not. So when they see like, oh, there's something going around, people are more likely to think that they're going to have something and then even bring it onto themselves. So.
Well, if you heard the story about the monkeys that learned how to wash nuts through, just there's a story that I can't remember what scientist it was that was telling it about how monkeys learned how a certain species of monkeys, one batch of them were taught how to wash nuts, and over time this whole species of monkey have eventually all just genetic, I don't know, by birth or however we want to call it, they just wash their nuts if there's a place for them to do it now. And it's almost like they, as a species, learnt that in the whole. So Elijah was talking earlier about, people picking up flus. I mean, women, they get synchronize their menstrual cycles. So there's something connected.
It's called the 100th monkey.
That's it.
That, as well as the placebo effect, right? When you can give someone a placebo and they actually feel better. Well, the opposite should also be the truth. Like if you are given something, I think you guys know what I mean. Like people are going to think that they're going to get sick, and yeah, they will get sick, even if it's nothing. It's like a placebo backwards.
Yeah, the power of the mind.
Is that called the nocebo effect? I can't remember.
I mean, there could be everything at play at the same time. Like, the whole multi-dimensional idea. If something is true, it has to be true multi-dimensional. So if there is a connection, between the law of attraction and then that's got to sort of display itself in the other dimensions as well. So you're going to see in a physical level, you're going to see in the the immune systems of everything should be affected by this idea that we must all be connected. In a sense, I'm saying you could assume, that to be the likely cause of some of this.
Yeah, it's really complex. There are so many different aspects to this whole thing going on that it's like death by tiny thousand cuts, from every angle.
Yeah. And that's the advantage that they really have on us, is that all these small things that they do have a larger effect. And, it takes all of that to enslave people, to fully trick people. It has to be multidimensional. It has to be in every level, and they have to take advantage. They have to have knowledge over us in order to trick us, because we're smart as human beings.
As well as the distraction, right? Like just keep people distracted with something that's, I mean, may not be 100% true. And if it is, there are so many things. So just keep people distracted and keep them away from what really matters, which is the subject. In my opinion, the subject of this server, that to me is really important, because once you figure out where you're standing, you can really like take ownership of yourself. And I think that's what people are missing. They're missing taking ownership, investigating, and it's just a little bit discouraging, but I think that we're making some progress. I think some people are waking up, even if it's just some people around me. Just seeing that app thing where I can see a bunch of dots around me, there's not that many, but hey, at least I don't feel as alone as I did before. So that's kind of another positive thing, is people are getting together more, and hopefully that can create some change. So.
Yeah. I think metaphysics is, the cause of it's like we talk about finding the cause and being, scientific about it by following the scientific method. And that is, it's like metaphysics, just finding the cause, to these situations that happen in the real world, these ideas that we come up with. There's a cause to every idea, and that's more of a, like we say, the journey. I think they said it's a journey. It's a metaphysical journey, isn't it? Where we just keep following the cause until, you're going to end up questioning what is why do I believe this is happy, this is sad, this is good, this is bad? It's all based on how we were brought up. Everything is subjective. You know what I mean? And that's ultimately like, at that point, it's like, what is the point about banging on about flat Earth or the germ theory or one subject in particular? The whole thing becomes almost pointless if you take it to the ultimate cause. I'm probably rambling.
I see your point of view. You're good.
Yeah, I was just trying to tie that in with the idea of, flat Earth is just part of the journey of finding the cause to your ideas, to your beliefs, to everything,
Yeah,
really.
and the other thing that when you were saying that jumped into my head is that it's actually almost too simple for people. Like when you realize the whole truth of everything, and you realize that it's actually simpler than you think, and that the answers are the answers, and they are simple, and they're consistent. It's almost like people want it to be more complex. They want it to be more complicated. And that's almost the thing that keeps them back. It's like, it can't be that simple, man. You can't have the answers. It can't be that simple. It has to be more complicated. And someone else had to figure it out with some kind of equation that you don't have. So I think that's one of the other things that's beautiful about realizing the truth of where we're standing, is that it's actually simpler than we think. And we actually have the answers in front of us. Like, it's ridiculous, with water, with air, with reflections, with everything.
Yeah, the truth is on your side if you get to that point, in my opinion. And we've all got our passions, and flat Earth is a huge passion for all of us, clearly. But
You know, at the end of the day, like you said, it can all be so simple. It doesn't have to be the answer to anything.
Well, it's a subject that is unlike other ones where you can't really ignore this one. Like I was out with my friends and we were camping, and then we're gonna go see the sunset, and they're like, you can't ignore of where you're standing because you're always going to be in it. So for me, I try to talk to them. They want to ignore the subject. For me, I love just talking about it, trying to figure out what's going on, looking at it deeper, asking more questions. And I guess just some people don't want to do that, which is fine. I'm here for those that do want to ask those questions. And I've met some people that do want to ask some questions, but they have a wall that they hit. Like you know, and there's a specific wall that they'll hit. It's like too much information. And I think that's the other thing, that we're so used to researching so much, and we have like this insane muscle where we are able to like lift as much information and just take it in, where some people can't. Some people, like, with just one little factoid, they're like, all right, enough, let's talk about the weather, which is also tied to weather.
Bro, your sunset situation, I know sometimes I'm not always the best at this, but not bringing the subject up at all. And then when you get in a situation, like you said, where you and your boys are getting ready to go watch the sunset, just like being in awe of it and roll with the conversation, and then kind of throw in there what their model proposes and how preposterous it is in a comment like, isn't it crazy that this is taking place because we're falling backwards 900 miles per hour? And just let them stew on a little nugget like that.
I like
And
that.
just leave it. Just leave it there. Just let that little thorn stick in their brain.
Yeah, that's good shit, man. That's where you can play with the idea of helping people awaken.
Just a small little throwing out of how preposterous the model is, or just how much we don't think about the model in a day-to-day basis because we just take it for granted, right? Like before you came about this topic, like, at least for me, like, I never thought about it at all on a daily basis. I just accepted what was given to me in school and I went about my way. It wasn't until I was surfing one day and sun was coming up because I was going out for a early morning surf, and I'm looking at the moon and I'm looking at the sun. I'm like, oh, these phases don't look right. And at that point in time, I was so ignorant in the whole topic. This is back in like 2013. I was so ignorant about it. There's no way that shadow on the moon, like, the Earth isn't in between it to cause the shadow on the moon. At that point, I was so ignorant about the topic that I thought that the shadow on the moon was caused by the sun at all times. Like, that's how little I thought about the topic. So that day I immediately went and started researching and figuring out, like, why wasn't this working out the way I was seeing it in the sky? And then I realized, oh, well, I'm stupid. It's not even the shadow of the Earth that's causing the moon phase. That's how little I paid attention. And then I just straight dug into it from that. And then, people started popping up in YouTube, Eric DeBay and Math Powerland and all that stuff. And there's the rabbit hole. But people don't think about it.
Dude, that's so true. And it started with just a question, right? Like, that's interesting. Why don't I look into it? But I think some people have lost that sense. So, yeah, cheers to you.
Yeah, at that point in time, I mean, I was so dug into researching other things as far as like fractional reserve banking, political system, political theory, all that kind of stuff, that I wasn't even thinking about science at that point in time. But once I started figuring out, how do we know the distance to the sun? Oh, we measured it from Venus, but we assumed that Venus was the same size as Earth. Well, how did we know that? And I found this circular argument and I was like, something's not right here. And around that same time is when videos started popping up on YouTube about this topic, when it was just sent to you via algorithms before the algorithms were censored. And even after going through that, I looked at the topic, as I'm scrolling through YouTube, I'm like, flat earth, like, come on, man, this is ridiculous. And I wouldn't look at it. It took me a while to look at it. Even after I had gone through trying to figure out the distance to the sun, all of that stuff.
I know exactly what you're talking about, Napalm, because for me, one example back in 2015 when I first heard about the 8 inches per mile squared, I never heard that before, And I was like, really, let me look into that, So I know exactly what you're talking about.
For me, the one that I didn't foresee was the gas pressure one. So that is one that I hadn't thought about either. Like a lot of people say, like, "Oh, that's a really good one." I hadn't thought about it at all. I knew that like when I went up and down, my ears would pop, but I had, like when a fish, like how does a fish know that it's in the water? I almost had not thought about that we had gas pressure, and then I started realizing, oh, in the same way that liquids need a container, gases need a container. And I started learning about gas pressure. So that was for me a new one when I started learning about flat Earth. So it's kind of funny that everyone's kind of throwing in the things that they haven't, that they didn't know about, that they learned from flat Earth. So that's funny.
Yeah, and all it takes is finding that one little string in the sweater and starting to pull it before the whole thing unravels.
And it's a black swan analogy, right? Like if you find one contradiction, then the whole thing falls apart.
And the first time when you go, well, there must be real pictures from space, and you look it up and like, oops, wait a second here. I'm looking at cartoons. What is this?
Yeah, it doesn't take much once you just actually start looking at things with a critical eye, setting aside your preconceived notions and just taking a freaking look.
Anybody that legitimately approaches this subject with intellectual honesty, they can't come out of it thinking they're on a spinning ball and nothing. I don't see how.
For me, I almost get the feeling sometimes that so a lot of us have been researching a bunch of different subjects, to finally get to this one. And we've told people around us, at least I have, about all the subjects that I found out. And I got really excited about them because they were new information. Oh, look, check out these secret societies and all this stuff. And people are like, yeah, whatever. And now that I got to the one that actually matters the most, it's almost like they'd heard too many of them from me that this is just another one where I almost want to go back and not tell them about the other ones and just tell them about this one because this seems to be the most important one. But at the same time, it's not about that. It's kind of like about our own individual journey. So anyway, that's just my thoughts on that.
That's a good point because I've had people in my family that, that it's pretty much like that's a bridge too far for them, this flat earth thing, The other stuff they could kind of get on board with, but this one is like, you're too nuts. Forget about it. And then won't even look at the
Why?
legitimate info,
You know
It's
why?
crazy. Why
Because
is that so?
nobody's taught about JFK when they're 3 years old.
Right.
Nobody's taught about 9/11 when they're 3 years old.
Exactly.
But what does
Good point.
everybody have when they're 3 years old, though?
Yep. Little mobile in your crib and
Globe.
Yeah.
You got that when you're a kid. So it's going to be a little rougher for some people to let go of their little toy.
Yeah. that one gets more ingrained in people's consciousness than most of them want to admit, right? Even us. I know it was in mine.
Yeah, bro. Look at all the cartoons, all the space programming and cartoons for little kids. I mean, we don't have children, but I know with nieces and nephews, some of them growing up watching Little Einstein, and they're getting in their rocket ship and they're going around in space, and they're all these smart kids on their rocket ship. I mean, it's crazy. It's all over the place.
I had a solar system mobile over my crib. And the first mattress that I had, like that wasn't a crib, had rockets and space all over it. Space stations, or futuristic space stations and shit. I remember it like I remember it like I still have it.
Chocolate, when I was 10 years old for Christmas, I got a Major Mason, the astronaut, in his moon rover. I played with that for months. So
Was his name Major Mason?
Major Mason was really his name, yes.
Hmm.
The double M.
Double M's with the Mason and the astronaut? Say it ain't so.
And he had a lunar rover to ride
Purely a
around on.
coincidence.
Yeah, he had a little buggy ride around just like they did on the moon. So it was pretty cool.
Yeah, my dad was like, "Oh, we're gonna go to NASA," and he made a little trip to go to the NASA place, and they showed us the aerogel thing. Yeah, and now looking back, I'm like, oh goodness, I was in the mouth of the beast right there.
No, I like to ask people a question that seems to annoy them. I like to ask people that actually believe it happened. Did you actually watch the moon landings? Quote unquote moon landings? You know, that question seems to really piss people off. I'm not sure why. Because
that's a good question.
You believe this shit. Why you want to argue with me that this shit is real? But when I ask you, have you seen it? Have you just watched it? You know, this is supposed to be the greatest thing since sliced bread, right? Did you watch it? Why are you asking me that? See, you're arguing with me that it's real. I just want to know: Did you watch? Did you watch it? Did you enjoy it? And I thought, well, it seems like you're not very interested in watching what you think is reality. And I think I know why, because it scares you. Because you don't want to sit down and watch that nonsense and watch a dune buggy driving around on what's supposed to be a freaking moon and think, nah, this looks whack as hell. Because that's going to give me some type of credit, right? You're going to look at me and say, oh, shit, he can't be right. He's a flat earther. He can't be right about this. And I've had somebody tell me that. Tell me, yeah, I went, tried to watch the moon landing, and he could not stop from like laughing. He looked like he kind of wanted to cry, but there was like a nervous laughter because he was just like, it's so bad. I'm like, bro,
Yep,
that's the greatest achievement of humankind. What are you
I've had
talking
two
about? It's
people do
bad.
the same thing, Chocolate. Two people come back to me and like, you were right. You know, I never watched that before, and that footage doesn't age well. Put it that way, right?
Not
It's
at
just so
all.
ridiculous.
Yeah, they'll
Not
use
at
like
all.
really tiny clips in between like documentaries. They'll use really short clips of what they won't use anything long.
Even with the newer shit, with the SpaceX shit, with the rockets that just, oh shit, there's a glitch, and then 10 seconds later, oh look, there's the rocket. Just it just landed just during the glitch. Don't worry, guys, it's all great. Still smoke coming out of it. Nothing looks cool. Everything looks nominal. Somebody came back to me and was just like, "Oh my god, I'm mad that I you told me to watch that." I was like, "Why are you mad?" You mad at me? I didn't make that shit. Don't be mad at me. But you believe this shit. You argue with me all the time. And then when I ask you to watch it, all of a sudden it's a problem. They're scared of their own shit. That's why we can't be right, according to them. It's not my fault you're freaking the greatest achievement of humankind looks like it looks sillier than a Gumby cartoon.
Yeah, you got a good
As a
point.
matter of
there.
fact, you got one that actually looks like a Gumby cartoon. With the astronaut turning its head and all that. Like, that's Gumby. I watched Gumby when I was a kid. Are you kidding me? That's stop motion animation, bro. How you telling me he just turned his head and all that, but today we can't turn our heads? Come on. It's ridiculous.
You got a good point though, Chocolate. There's some people that are so emotionally invested they won't even consider investigating it, watching it, or anything. You know, they just go on with their assumptions and they're happy. You know, la di da.
That's
Well, it's that
sad.
concept. It's that concept of scary movies, right? Where they don't show the monster, but you make it up in your head. So like they don't have to show the details because you make up most of the details in your head, and you scare yourself more than if they actually showed you the scary thing. Well, this is the same thing. It's like they don't want to look at it, but they want to make it up in their head that it is real and it is real and it is real. But I don't want to look at it. So it's that same psychology. It's actually basic psychology.
I mean, Globers and YouTube. Like, I know y'all sitting in there listening to us. Have y'all watched the moon landings? Have you guys seen how crap that looks? Like, are you serious? Please, one of y'all come in here with one of those pieces of footage. Tell us how real it is, because I'm sure somebody's saying in the chat talking about how stupid we are, right? Because that's what y'all do, Globers, right? Did you watch your crappy moon landing? That's not possible because the second law of thermodynamics violate that shit anyway. But have you even seen it? Because you think it's reality. Just curious.
There's at least 2 or 3 people out in the chat just cussing at you right now, Chocolate. You know
I'm
what
sure
it is.
they are. I don't give a shit. But why are you cursing at me? Go curse at NASA. It gave you fucking the crappiest looking footage of what's supposed to be the greatest human achievement ever. That's not my fault.
I think
Come
I've
in, we'll
only
watch
looked,
it together. Like I give a shit.
I think I've only looked at the YouTube chat live once when actually being on the stream. The YouTube chat, I mean, that's like worse than the lobby. I mean, it's the
Sometimes.
Yo, there's definitely something up with the sky today, guys.
Well, it is up, so yeah. You got that right.
Why? What's going on?
I mean,
What do you see?
I don't know what
I know what you mean.
Well, you know how every sunset isn't the same, which is kind of weird because you'd think like, well, I mean, you know, they're vastly different. I mean, sometimes it's just whatever, and sometimes you got this display of like cotton candy, and I'm literally looking at a gradient in the sky. There's light over here, then there's this Terminator line. There's dark on the other side, and I'm like, wow, that's weird. I guess that's why Truth told me to pay attention to the south, but it's too late. Only thing I can do is look west, and I'm like, damn, if I would have looked south when she told me to, it probably would have been amazing. But you have all of these what they call anti-crepuscular rays. So instead of them coming down, you have these rays seeming to shoot up from where the horizon is, and it's beautiful as hell, man. beautiful as hell. I live in a beautiful, well, I mean, yeah, I'm a city guy. Of course, I'm gonna say it's beautiful, but I know that the city has its faults. If it's not the faults of the world, this and its coastal city. I'm sister on the other side, the West Coast. Um, but yeah, it's like sometimes it looks like, oh man, there's the sun, there's the sky, and yeah, whatever, whatever. And then there could be a day where you're like, whoa, why didn't it look like this the other day? You know? Just like the moon, like, everybody thinks there's just like, it's just the phases and that's it. But that should be all kinds of different colors. All kinds. Purple, pink, red, blue, greenish, white, not there at all during the new moon. So invisible. Like, let me share a couple of pictures with you
you don't
guys.
believe in magical invisible rocks?
Nah, yo.
Nah. All right. Well, we happen to have a magical rock that floats around us that goes invisible for like 2 or 3 days. It's crazy. Somebody brought a car to it.
That's where
Drove
we get
around.
our invisibility cloak technology from looking at that phenomenon.
It's gotta be, man.
Yeah.
It's gotta be. When do we get the phase guns and shit?
Yeah, I posted some pictures in the chat. Pictures don't do shit justice, Not with this camera I got.
That's dope though. I like that shadow being cast from that in the back on the second one. Was it no the third one?
That just shows you how flat the sky is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, bro.
Like what kind of shadows do you get on a ball? I just know that I can get shadows to look like that on my table. You know what I'm saying?
So, guys, there's a new person in here named Consequence. Have you talked to him?
No. What does he want?
Low
What does he
consequence.
want?
What brings you to the server? Consequence. Are you there? It's your time to shine. Elijah would like to talk with you.
Depending on what you want.
Guess not.
I think Consequence spoke
Yeah,
earlier, but we haven't.
Oh, he did. I missed.
Yeah, but we haven't run through. I think he just interjected, but I don't think we've welcomed him to the server or run through anything with him.
You opened his mic. You got something to say? Consequence. Come on.
Oh man, Donato BR had to show me up. Look at that sky, man. Fuck you. Oh, that's beautiful.
That's nice though.
Oh, okay. He's saying he might have to restart his Discord. or something. That happens, yeah.
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 Yeah, if you're trying to
You
talk, we
definitely
can't
just
hear you.
you just click X, leave, and come right back. That usually fixes it.
Yeah, he just bounce and see if he comes right back.
That's what happens when your profile pic is Aldous Huxley.
Yo, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's the we were just speaking a little earlier. The cool guy.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just checking the video. I did just pause it because you guys were talking about something, and then I just ran off to do something. But I'll check it out later.
Are you an Aldous Huxley fan?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. How about yourself?
What's up with that? I'm sorry. What's up with that? Like wall cloud. You know what I mean? Like he has it, I have it. What's up with that? Where you at, Donato BR? Are you down the block, bro?
Yeah, about that wall cloud. They for some reason there's been like the dawn cloud or the morning cloud or something like that where it's just it burns off before the sun comes up. Sometimes you can still see remnants of it.
Hmm.
And like when the sun goes down, it starts gaining again. I'm not sure.
Huh. Man, that man riding the cleanest moped I ever seen. Ooh, I want that.
Is it the same way there? If it's under 50 cc, you don't need a license for it, or I think they call it law enforcement.
I think that's the case.
Nice.
Because I had a 50cc and I had to get it registered and all that, which is only like $7 or something like that. You know.
Well, you could argue that technically the displacement is only 48 cc.
Mm.
They always round those numbers up.
Yeah, there's a
'Cause,
lot of dudes that they could probably hit 40 on their electric ones. Maybe even I don't know. Those things are really zippy, but they don't even have a license plate.
You ever heard
Maybe
of a GoPed?
No, what's that?
It's got like a small weed whacker motor on it, and it's basically like a razor scooter. And it's
Oh, yeah,
motorized.
yeah, yeah.
You don't need an endorsement for those.
I don't think those are legal here.
Shit.
Well, they weren't for a long
Being a
time. I don't
normal
know if
person isn't legal there anymore. I feel
True.
sorry for a lot of
I
people
heard
that are
that.
stuck there, man.
I mean,
Like
look, you only have to feel sorry for the people that are scared. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean the people that are stuck, the ones that want to leave but they can't.
Oh, you mean out of the well, that's me. Yeah, feel sorry for me, bro.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Like I wish there was something I could do. You know what? I kind of want to start a project out here where we build this huge like circus tent meeting place. But it's out here in the desert.
Yeah. Sounds like something Moses would do.
I mean, that way, we can get together and talk and get down to brass tacks, build the deception, let everyone know that the world is not round, but break it to them subtly, little by little, drip by drip, drop by drop, and then all of a sudden. In case you were wondering why I've been asking you, why you cannot believe the narrative. I've gone through every example, and we've all agreed on every single example. But the main one, we are motionless, flat plane of reality. There is no arc of the horizon, thus no curvature. Welcome to the flat earth.
Right. And at that point, you gotta feel like that feels kind of culty. But that's the actual reality, you know what I mean?
That's how it's gotta be, though.
Yeah, you gotta drip feed them. Apparently, I don't know. I jumped in 10 toes. I don't know why. I don't know what's up with people. I do know. Um, you know, from a bit from a scriptural standpoint. But aside
What
from
about
that,
the material? Right? They're scared. They're scared little girls, man. They're scared as shit. Especially if, everything they've been told is a lie. They can't handle it.
yeah.
And then that means they would have to give up their career, and they've worked hard for their career, right? For the love of money, they will sell out their brother. So we must crash the financial system.
That's what makes this whole thing scary, though, right? Because that's gonna be like people think, oh, America, yeah, your guns, blah 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 blah. Yeah, well, you got too much faith in your neighbor, buddy.
Yeah.
They're gonna turn those on you for the safety and livelihood of their family.
That's why I'm urging everyone to get out there and talk to at least 15 of the neighbors near you and just get on some kind of a common ground. Because a lot of people, if you start talking to them, they know that things are not what they see.
You could be right.
That's the open door to get the foot in. But just don't sit there and jump right to the fact that, oh, the earth is flat. Just be like something sort of like,
Is this
well, what about the
73?
moon landing?
73, 7?
A lot of them will sit there and say, yeah, I don't think we ever went to the moon. Right? And that's like feather in your hat. You're like, all right, put that on the back order. And I know that that NASA's not telling the truth. Cool. Now let's go down these other avenues. And then sit there and tell them, hey, here's portfolio. Here's all the information. Here's the synopsis of the information. And here's the QR code where you can scan it and find it. But the only thing you're going to get from me is the synopsis. You're going to have to actually look it up yourself. That way you actually retain the information.
Yeah. Right. Or at least feel like you were involved and you know it. So that somebody can't just tell you, oh, your friend brainwashed. No. You need to go on this journey on your own. I'm nobody's babysitter. Well, I'm only my baby's babysitter. Well, even then, you wouldn't call it a babysitter, but
Well, I am my brother's keeper. Right? I have to look out for my brother. If my brother's in trouble, I have to help out my brother.
Yeah.
Like, I don't have any blood brothers, but everyone in here is my extended brother, my tribe.
I don't know where this comes from or if this is even true, but someone said that blood is thicker than water is actually not the full quote. I don't know if that's true and if somebody added on to it later or if they stripped it down from what the one that I'm about to give, but the one that I'm about to give makes a lot more sense to me. And it says, blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb.
That means it does not matter, what family you're born under. It matters on the covenant, the faith, the promise. Yeah. But I mean, blood's heavier than water because it's got more stuff in there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Elijah, we need the spirit of Elijah.
Yeah. Can't wait to get to that part in the scripture. Look, I'm just on Exodus, man. I'm at the beginning of my journey, and I only hope that I survive long enough to read the rest of it.
Yeah.
That's all I want. I want to be around as hard as things might get. I think that I'm valuable here. And I would like to be around, but in case my days are numbered, they're very short. I definitely want to make sure I get that out the way.
Well, remember, Lot was spared because he was found, faithful.
Yeah.
But everything else is destroyed around. So when you are told, flee, do not look back. It's time to start stepping. Don't sit there and tell everybody, hey, come on, come with me, you're going to die. Because they'll just laugh at you. It's a hard thing to do. I mean, that's like, in real life, I only have like maybe one person I can call a friend. And that's the guy that I work with sometimes and buy weed from. Sometimes I'll go over there and help him get rid of pests. So it's just one of those things to where, you keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. And it makes sense to where, those that you would think are your friend are not truly friends. They have ulterior motives, right? The only time, or the only reason why they're in communication with you and fellowship with you is to get something from you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
And with friends like that, who needs enemies?
Yeah. Speaking of friends, let me call my friend Gregory. I'll speak to you guys later.
All right. Peace.
Peace.
We got to slay the mockingbird. Wouldn't it be great if all of a sudden all the broadcasts were taken up and the buildings were blockaded, generators installed with enough fuel to run those generators 3 months, and then just broadcast nothing but truth, expose lies?
Nice pipe dream you got there, Joshua. Would be nice, wouldn't it?
What we need is, or what I need is able-bodied men with balls and a spine.
Yeah, not enough of them around. Sure
I
it
need
is.
mighty men, not gamma cut.
It's a very small percentage of men you're looking for there in today's society, unfortunately.
Hey, it was only 300 that took on an entire nation and won.
Yeah, that's what the history books tell us. Who knows?
Well, no, this is biblical time.
Well, yeah.
Joshua
I
took
hear
up
you.
300 mighty men and whooped all the giants.
I'm looking at all this shit. I'm getting ready to be 59 next month. I've had a
You're still young.
decent existence, whatever this is, and whatever happens, I just kind of don't give an F, you know. I mean, I'm going to
Dave,
prepare best I can, but if
you're
it comes
still
down
young,
to it,
right?
yeah.
Caleb was like 97 years old and still slaying giants.
I hear you, man. I mean, I'm definitely not going to lay down, but if I have to pick a hill to die on, and so be it, you know. So
I mean, I understand you're tired. We're all tired.
let's hope it doesn't come to that for everybody, you know. That's what I hope for my children, my grandchildren, everything.
And see, the basic thing is I cannot stand lying scum.
Yep, me too.
Even the
It's
unwilling liar can be forgiven, but those that purposely lie are sinning against us, the people. That
yep,
sin.
the intentional deceivers are the ones
Yes.
that, you know, knowingly deceiving people. That's what I can't stand.
It's time to pay them. Time to pay the piper for his sin.
Yep. 100%.
The blind sheep are eyeless, and I see them going nowhere. They say there are two types, the sheep and the sheepdog. Well, I say be the donkey, protect and trample the dog.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good one.
So is anybody interested in writing some articles with me?
What article?
I don't know if it should be titled Confederacy or Anarchy.
What's it about?
Declaration to the Pope. Basically sending him a severed red horse's head in his bed.
Is that the...
And yes, that's the mafia. Who do you think the Pope is? He's the head of the mafia, the godfather.
No, I just think...
Okay, you're breaking up. I couldn't hear. I just heard, I just think.
I just think he's evil.
Yeah. Well, what is evil? Anyone who seeks
deceiver.
after their own heart. Anyone who seeks after their own heart.
Has there ever been a good pope?
The Pope is nothing more than the Emperor of Rome, the Caesar, the Kazar.
Good
Yeah,
Pope.
I'm basically completely anti-Catholicism at this point.
You should be. It's completely antithetical to the Bible, for sure.
The thing is, though, I mean, my family isn't Catholic, but I've grown up around like Catholic people, so it's just like it's very weird.
The thing I really have against Catholics is they practice necromancy.
They do, but they also, I mean, have they even read the Bible? I mean, they call Catholic priests fathers. They have intermediaries between themselves and God. They have to talk, confess to a man, and they claim that a man speaks for God on earth that they worship. Have they read the Bible? Do they know what's in
No,
it?
they have not. That's the scary thing. Now get this. A girlfriend of mine, her niece was getting like confirmed or something like that, confirmation. So out of respect for her and her family, I attended at the Catholic Church. And what that preacher was saying, I kept shouting out, blasphemy!
Did you have a pipe bomb?
No. I kept shouting out, blasphemy! You are evil, worthless shepherd. He kept looking at me with an evil look, and I'm like, what? Are you going to do the Christian thing and attack me? Pathetic, blind shepherd.
So did you run her confirmation, or did anybody else react to you?
Don't care if anybody else reacted to me. They all clammed up and just didn't say anything. Every time I'm in church, I pipe up and I'm like, woe to the worthless shepherd.
Yep.
And everybody just looks at me and just kind of looks down and just, it tries to ignore it. Meanwhile, the preacher or the pastor or the dead father always sits there and goes, well, I don't see why you're doing this. And then I start spitting truth and they go, I didn't know this is a Hebrew study. And I go, woe to your Latin. Nobody spoke it except for the priests of Saturn. I mean, the a lot of people ask me, so what are you? I'm man. What are you? Oh, well, I belong to this troop and that troop. Okay, cool. So you're in army. Know this. You lose in the end. I do not identify as a Christian. I do not identify as a Jew. I am a true believer, which means I feed upon the meat, not the milk.
A believer of what?
Scripture.
What scripture?
What scripture says.
What scripture?
Are you hard of hearing?
You just said what scripture says.
Yeah. I'm a true believer in what scripture says.
What scripture?
What is the breakdown here? Do you know what scripture is?
I see what you mean.
I tear 2 pages out of every Bible. The page that says Old Testament and the page that says New Testament. They're not needed. Because you cannot understand anything from the New Testament if you know nothing about the foundation. I'll tell you what, I've about had enough.
Do you have a preference?
Nothing against you, but I've about had enough of this world. Enough of their bullshit. Enough of their fucking lies.
I'm with you, brother. I'm sick of it all.
I feel like if we all came together, we could take them on. Like, truly come together.
No, I don't need everyone. I need strong men. Real men. Mighty men. Men who are convicted by their faith. Because not everybody needs to be a mighty man. We still need farmers, husbands, all that stuff. What I mean by husband is one who takes care and raises farm animals.
So a farmer isn't a mighty man?
No. He's a man of the field. But a farmer can be a mighty man. But if you have a wife and child, you are not mighty. You are a husband.
Are you saying like you're not mighty by default, or you're saying you can't?
No, I'm saying you have other obligations, is to take care of your family, raise your children, protect your wife, feed those around you. Very small percentage grows their own food. Everybody hunts at Walmart.
I mean, with how toxic the soil is nowadays, there's very few people who, even if they could, it wouldn't be.
That's not true.
In like major areas. Like I couldn't do it where I live. Unless I had like a separate plot of land.
Florida has a problem with high sulfur levels. Other areas have a problem with too much minerals. Like out here, there's a problem with too much iron. But you can amend the soil. You can heal it, make it whole. And the thing is you don't grow food on that plot of land all the time. You grow enough food on that land to have a stockpile of that food. So every 7 years, you let the land rest. If
What do they call that?
If something grows, it's called crop rotation.
Yeah,
if something grows in that land, you are not to harvest it. You're to leave that for the animals to feed on.
So grow food and then grow cash crops?
No.
Just don't grow food at all to let the land
Eliminate
recuperate?
cash altogether. We don't fucking need it.
Could you grow medicinal things in lieu of food?
You can grow whatever you want. Because see, here's the thing. Some people are skilled at growing apple. Other people are skilled at growing corn. Some are skilled at growing marijuana. The person with the apple orchard may not be able to grow a field of wheat to make bread, but he can take those apples and trade them to the cannabis seller, and the cannabis seller will trade his apples that he got from the apple seller to the corn seller, right? And then you have another one out there that will take the corn, convert it into a liquid so it can be stored indefinitely without spoiling, and give back to the corn farmer that liquid corn whiskey. It's all a system. Everybody has their own niche. Whatever your niche is, do it, right? And then agree upon to trade with those around you so that you want for naught, and you will always have what you need because everybody is providing substance, right? Like growing mushrooms. That's hard to do. You need a special environment to grow mushrooms. Dark environment with high humidity and lots of oxygen. So the farmers, the husbands that grow animals will not be growing vegetables, but yet they need to feed their livestock vegetables. So it's a promise. I'll give you this cow if you give me bushels throughout the year of your hay or your corn, and I will give you a cow in return. That way they have meat and you can feed your whole herd. Is that kind of a thing. We do not need money. Let's go back to salt. At least salt you can preserve things with. And you cannot survive without salt. And yeah, you can get salt from evaporating the seawater. But then again, not everybody's going to be able to do that. So those that live on the coast will produce the salt. And in return, they get goods that they could not grow in that salty, marshy land. You see how it works?
Are you Ann Prem?
Huh?
Are you Ann Prem?
No, I'm Joshua.
No, I meant like, are you Ann Prem?
I don't know what the hell that means. No idea what that means.
And it's anarcho-primitivism.
No, I'm more of along the means of dissolve all states, all borders. We don't need government. We are our own government. We don't need leaders. We don't need armies. Why the fuck do we need to go and invade and kill innocent people in foreign lands? And yes, if you pay taxes, you are guilty of killing innocent people because it is your money from taxes that caused it to happen. Taxation is theft.
If they didn't
So
take your
yes,
tax,
I am an anarchist. Sorry.
if they didn't take your tax money, they would just borrow it anyway and do it anyway.
Yeah. That's why we need to eliminate them. Military-industrial complex completely.
Let's use it off their line of.
I mean, even in the Constitution of the United States, we're to have a well-formed militia, not a standing army. Those that have standing armies are regals, the royal, the emperor. See, they've hoodwinked everyone. Next thing you know, the cable toes around your neck, and they're going to kick the stool out from underneath you.
The question I would ask is, how do you eliminate the military without a military to fight them?
How can you pay the military when there's no money?
Yeah, but there is money.
Not if you crash it and make it to where, yeah, all of those, it's worthless because everybody knows what it means. It's blood money. It's worthless.
It already is blood money.
Been doing it.
Like, money doesn't exist, right? So we all agree on that. Money is completely fictional.
Right.
The economy is completely fictional. None of it exists in reality. But what money really is doing at the moment is, like, you're talking about taxes. They don't need your tax money. What tax is there to do is to restrict the supply of money for you, because money is there to control you in the first place. Right? We all agree on this.
Yes.
So,
like a chattel system.
exactly. So these same people will never abolish money because it is how they control us in the first place.
That's why we need to stop using it. Just be like, nah, fuck you.
Or
Oh,
let's
you want
all
to give us money?
collectively
We're
stop
going to take
paying
all your
taxes.
money and burn it in the streets. We want gold. We'll take it from your teeth.
So let's all collectively not pay taxes.
But gold is not scalable. Money exists as a contract, which is all it is. So what would you replace it with?
You can make gold out of nothing. You know that, right?
No, you can't.
Yeah, you can. Hey, come over here and I'll take you up to my gold mine.
You said to make it out of nothing.
Couple days of breaking rocks, splitting rocks. You'll have some gold.
Okay, in 7 billion people, global economy, it's not scalable.
No such thing as a global economy without a globe.
Okay, a worldwide economy.
There is no worldwide economy.
You don't know.
There is a worldwide economy.
No, there's not.
There is trade between nations. There's resources in one country that another country doesn't have. It creates a larger economy than just the local economy. The gold would not be scalable. There's 7 billion people. Gold is not scalable. So what scalable solution would you have to replace what is currently
Perhaps
the contract?
Perhaps you didn't understand what I was saying. We go to the bankers and we rip out their teeth.
No, I'm all with you to violently take out elites, ruling elites, bankers. No problem. It's just that that's a temporary solution that doesn't fix anything.
Yes, it does.
What would it fix?
First of all, it would dissolve the false idea because the British Empire is completely gone. Hong Kong was the last part when they gave it back to the Chinese, no, they didn't give it back to the Chinese. They let the Hong Kong become independent. That was the end of the British Empire. No more need for a queen. No more need for a king. Fuck the royals.
But I think, how does that fix what we're talking about?
Okay, the country that I live in is owned by the queen.
Okay.
Why is it owned by the queen? The queen's not in charge of anything.
Hmm?
It's the parliament, right?
Should be, but it's not.
Ah, shadow corporations. That's the problem.
But like I said, I'm all with you to take out the elites, the ruling elites, and that's not just the ones that we've elected. To do that, great. I'll be right next to you, cutting them down, ripping the gold from their teeth. Cool. That's done. What next?
See, here's the thing, right? It doesn't matter if you eliminate the elites, new ones will arise because it's the ghost enemy, right? It's a disembodied spirit that possesses those elites.
I would say as well, with
bloodline can house.
Yeah, just responding to what you said about not just the ones who elect. Right? You don't elect anyone that matters. There was nobody
theoretically elect. Yeah, I'm just saying.
Sure. But it's important to be aware of this. Like, if voting mattered, they wouldn't let you do it. Like, obviously. So yeah, these people that you see up on stage, they're talking heads, they're puppets, they're nobodies. And the clue that they're nobodies is the fact that they need money just like the rest of us. They may be very wealthy. They may make more money and have better perks than us, but they're kind of like the favourite pets of the elite. They're not actually the elite themselves. There's no way that we get to know the names of the elites.
So I'm not in disagreement that elections are symbolic to calm down the populations and make them feel like they've got a stake in it or some sort of say in it. I'm all with that. My point is that, and yeah, exactly, 100%. When you need a collection of sociopath narcissists to take the role to bullshit about everything without blinking, And you've got a collection of those, both in venture capitalists or in politicians. They dominate the percentage of the population for their areas. And we see that every day. Get rid of them. Yep, I'm all with you. They're gone. You're going to need to replace that with something. Something. You need some form of governance.
We will
you need
never
some form
reach
of
the
control.
stars. We will never reach the stars. That's what enterprise is all about. Capitalism. Ledgers. It's about building infrastructure to reach the stars. We will never reach the stars. We can never travel the cosmos.
I'm not going to that point. I'm talking about terrestrial survival and cooperation and an economy, essentially, to be able to trade and survive and exist.
When did the petrodollar come about?
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying. You're saying if you replace kind of cash and money, which aren't the same thing, but then you have to kind of bring in something that's going to replace that, right? So would it be some kind of like modified barter system, or would it be like a third system? And to be honest, this is something I've wrestled with for a long time. The answer, I can't give you a good answer. I don't know. All I know is that the current system is not only fundamentally corrupt, but designed to be corruptible, and that a barter system would have many flaws, and would ultimately then just be replaced by the bankers by some kind of even worse, monetary system than we have at the moment, because they are psychopaths and they will do that. But yeah, I don't see why a barter system would be worse, other than convenience, really.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. It doesn't scale as well. That's the problem when your population goes beyond a certain amount. You had a concept of democracy, and that concept apparently is the same thing we've got today, which is a load of shit, because democracy was based on education. Education was key, and we're not being educated; we're being bullshitted to. So while I don't agree with you guys on some topics around cosmology, I agree with you guys on pretty much everything else. Well, mostly everything else. One thing is frustration with the education we're getting. So we can't elect people.
Are you a fan of 1930s Germany?
Oh, selectively.
It's one of the most lied about periods in European history. So let's actually get some facts straight first.
I wouldn't say I'm a fan. I would say that, yeah, I know that there is some deep lies about what has happened. And I know there's it's controversial because I could be corrected on that. I'm not an expert on it, but from what I'm seeing, I get conflicting stories as to what has happened and the reasons for it versus what we're told and we're told to believe. But like I said, I stand to be corrected on that. Not an expert. I've lost the train of thought.
I hate it when that happens. It'll come back. It
was
does.
around. It was around economy. It was around what happens next. And
no, it wasn't actually. What you were talking about. No. What you're talking about was education and your frustration with the miseducation of the world.
Well, that was just I was setting that up as an example of one of the values that we need to be able to have. Well, you do need leaders to have proper leaders, and to have a proper economic system, and to have a proper social cohesion. And we've lost those basic values, thinking that we still have them. I think it was Aristotle or Plato said that we need to have. You will have a healthy society when your leaders are doctors, or your doctors leaders, one way or the other. But either way, to say that they're educated or they agree with education.
I disagree. Look at classical times.
Hmm?
The height of civilization. Do you think we're at the height of civilization? We live in tinderboxes.
Debatable as to whether we're the height of civilization. I can say
We are
that
not.
you can have philosophers who ideal or propose ideal conditions. It doesn't mean that the society they live in, all the subsequent societies follow those ideal conditions. It means that they propose a civilization that, or an ideal for a civilization that they would like to have. I know we don't have it. I know they didn't have it. But I do know that there were certain values that they knew that they needed that were more easily attainable when the population wasn't 7 billion people. Once it becomes a lot larger, it's easier to sway 30% of the population to vote one way, while the rest of the 70% are really not, or a larger percentage of the population is not interested in voting, and suddenly you have a complete muppet running the country. And that's done by lying to these people and filling their heads with education that is bullshit on any level. With media that is bullshit is the education I'm talking about. So it's very easy to take a solid nation or solid society and twist it and fuck with its economics and fuck with its money system. Take it off the gold standard and use that to fund a war that lasts for 20 years that is pointless and
So,
feeds only
do
a
you know what?
military-industrial complex.
Do you truly know what democracy is?
Yeah, I think I do.
Mob rule.
Ooh,
Oh, that's modern democracy. I mean, if you look at the origins of
yeah.
democracy, it comes from democracy was always meant to be a few hundred people, or maybe a couple of thousand at most, deciding what's
Exactly.
best for those very local people. Quote unquote democracy. I mean, we don't have it in the Western world anyway, because for the reasons stated, you can't get 60 million people to agree on what's best for them, right?
Exactly.
On anything. Like it's very difficult to get two people to agree on most things.
Either that, not just agree, but also to lie to them and get them to believe something that's not true. But yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
with
for
that.
sure. But if you were to have a few hundred people, they'll have certain. Let's say there's a small town. They will have certain common needs. For instance, if they're by a lake or a river, and that lake or river provides food, then you could say, well, we must provide a budget for boats, just as an example, right? And so then you go, okay, everyone in the village agrees that boats are really important because we fish and we eat from the fish and we sell the fish. Okay, cool. Now you've got a government of 100 million people. That small village of 300 people doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. And so if they petition the larger government and they say, well, we need boats to fish, the larger government's going to go, don't give a fuck. And that's exactly what happens with larger governments. They just don't care. They don't care about you. They don't care about me. All they care about is their own agenda and how they can push it. And fundamentally, there are people behind them who are actually providing the money and controlling that agenda. So these people don't even have that control. They might think they do, but they actually don't. Yeah.
Yeah, that gets lost in scale.
Of course,
it gets lost in scale and human nature. You can have a small village of 100 people, and the bastard running it could be a corrupt piece of shit.
And it wouldn't matter because you could just kill him and replace him, and it's all good.
There, Joshua's method would work. Yeah, I agree. Definitely.
I mean, well, this is why as well. Like, it's funny because I would take an obvious dictator over democracy any day of the week, because with a dictator, at least it's fucking obvious that you're being you're being oppressed. This guy's like, right, I'm a dictator, and also it's like, if he fucks over the people, it's very easy to just kill him and replace him and move on. The problem you have with a quote-unquote democratic system is that you're encouraging all of the psychopaths in your society into that kind of club, and now this club can't be replaced. You can't just kill one of them because then another psychopath just replaces them. Like, you're talking about 700, 800, 900 people in a government in the UK, and they will fundamentally agree on anything that matters, which is basically whatever's the worst for the people. Same in America, same in most European countries. Like they don't, their only real interest is their own careers, and yeah, and that tends to be very, very bad for the people. So I would rather be ruled by a dictator, honestly.
I mean, there's a country that I can think of, a European nation that had a dictator until recently, and I've traveled through there and spoke to the people and seen the works that they've done under the dictator, and there was a much better, happier society. There were much better public works done, better infrastructure. There was more organization within that society and within that country than ever before, but it was toppled because of foreign interests. They didn't like it. And it was replaced with a democratic system. And the country has since turned to shit, and it will continue to be like that. And the values, the family values have been thrown out. The culture has been trashed. It's just deteriorating.
Yeah.
Now, a dictator to stay in his position over time will get people trying to take his crown from him. So he will turn sociopathic, or at least he will be conducting himself in very brutal, violent ways as well. And that can get out of hand. So it's not always going to be rosy gardens and easy flow. But then you've got someone like a Gaddafi who decides, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to give the local communities democratic ability for their own region, and I won't get involved. And suddenly you have, I could probably be correct on this, but very good literacy and medical services and a fairly cohesive, organized society, despite it being comprised of varying warring tribes that wanted to destroy each other. He managed this. The only problem that poor fucker did was to give up his nuclear weapons in 2001 and then decide that he was going to go with a gold standard for Africa after that. And, well, he took a few bullets in the head after that. So they don't really like that kind of a system. Pure democratic system is not good. It doesn't help the people who need to benefit and profit from a system of subjugation. But again, I mean, that worked in a small scale. It wasn't a really big country. And it worked for a short time only. And now we live in what's, I think, an illusion of democracy and civilization. And to Joshua's point, I agree. I don't think we're at the peak of civilization. I think we're being given this idea that everything is nice and dandy and civilized. Because if we had the alternative and the realistic view that it's a 24/7 war and it's chaos, we would just turn on those few hundred people in Parliament and rip the gold from their teeth and their heads off their necks. So they need us to think that we're all comfortable and we're all safe and this is the best that you're ever going to get. My problem is, what would be the alternative? How could you change this?
Smash all the idols, burn the capitals, dissolve the borders. We don't need fucking countries. Go back to tribalism.
Yeah, I mean,
Your tribe is your family.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that broadly speaking, I'm a nationalist, but I see nations as the people and not as the land.
Yes.
I think the problem we have now is that we have. Sorry, I actually need to go for a sec. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that's one of the things. National, right? Nation means ethnos or family group. It doesn't mean a consensus of a land.
Ethnos is nation, but you're right as far as family group. And I think the biggest mistake nations have done is to allow the family group to be dissolved. Because there was power in united families in a small community. Whereas when there's individuals running around, they look for some sort of direction. And it goes back to what you guys, which is an interesting point and why I sat listening earlier. We're talking about before where you've got, I mean, you guys use the term globus for it. They believe in whatever they're told, and I can understand where you're coming from. But people who are lost and they don't have direction, so they look to a source of information that they can put their trust and faith in because they don't have time to research, lazy or not able to, or whatever you want to call it, and they just absorb the info that comes from the TV. Whereas if they were united families and groups, then yeah, it wouldn't be so easily
See,
swayed.
you had said earlier that there's an issue with education, and I am in complete agreement with you.
I think it's hard to deny that. It's kind of self-evident.
It's a truth. Anybody that is alive, that has a heart, that's taking blood, can see. Right?
We disagree slightly on some of the things that we would consider to be lies and truth, yeah, but there's some fundamentals that kids are not being taught that would benefit them as humans and not as consumers.
A kid is not a human.
Yeah, I mean, he
A
means
kid is a
child.
goat.
So that's yeah.
Yeah, I know. But see, that's one of the things to where it's a miseducation where even in school they say, "Oh, well, the kids." You know, that's a major problem. They're cutting the root of the language. Do not fuck with the definition of the words.
Yeah, look, I agree. Also, you got to understand that language is an evolution. It's never been a static thing. If you get into etymology, you see it's never been static. And yeah, totally. You take a look at, I mean, I was studying French. I took a look at it, and it looked like English was the slang version of French.
Yeah.
And you think, well, what the hell? I'm speaking English. I thought it was a pure and clean language. Bullshit. It's the slang version of another language, which is a bastardization and amalgamation of 3 other languages. So,
Yeah.
and I hate that language is distorted and twisted and words are used improperly. But at the same time, fuck me, it's a evolution. It's a growing beast.
Yeah, like for
never
instance,
stops.
look at the Japanese language, right? They didn't have a word for bread. They got the word for bread from the Portuguese, pão, right? They had no word for hot dog. They had no word for hamburger. So they used the English word hatu dagu, or hot dog, and they pronounce it hatu dagu. And like hamburger, they pronounce it hamburger. Ice cream is ice cream.
Biru.
Yeah, biru for beer, all that stuff.
Yeah. I mean,
So
the ancient. I agree with you. The ancient Greek language, and even the modern Greek to a degree, but then that's just a collection of different languages as well. But it was object oriented. You don't have you don't have a concept. You've been introduced to a new concept. Great. Pull 2 or 3 other words that you've got, slam them together into one word. There you go. And it stays within that language. So the beauty of it is you can just go to another Greek who's never heard of that concept before, another ancient Greek, and tell him this new word, which is a composite, and he will understand in the basic terms or the basic principles of that new concept or that idea from ones that already existed. Yes, it's limiting because some ideas cannot be done in that way, and you can only approximate, but still, as a form of communication, very efficient in developing new ideas.
Yeah, that's like the word centripetal, right? Instead of centrifugal. Centripetal was not a word. You know who invented the word centripetal? Which means an inward attraction to something that's spinning, which never occurs? Newton.
Okay.
And all
That's
he did
Latin,
was
right?
he combined a couple of different words that meant something because like Latin is 3-lettered words. Right? So it's one of these things to where, better describe something, they will use other words from a different language that is not their native tongue to describe it. Just like with the hatu dagu and the biru and the hambaga and pan for bread, all that stuff, right?
I mean, in that, yeah. Go on, sorry.
This is the conversation that's important, right? Is getting together on a common level to know that things are not what they seem.
Things are definitely not what they seem. If that's the understatement of the year.
Especially when they tell you that you're on a ball and you can look out on the ocean and you have maybe 125 to 115 degrees of sight. You should be able to see an arc of the horizon if it was spherical. End of story.
Well, On that, I think that while we agree on a number of stuff, on that we'll disagree. But I understand
I
that's
was
a
going to ask.
very
Yeah, I was going to ask you actually. First of all, I actually can't figure out if you're South African or New Zealander. You seem to have like a hybrid accent.
yeah. It's
But I'm going to.
I've travelled around a bit too much.
Yeah, yeah.
I've
But
lived
I
in
just
three
wanted to
continents.
ask, like, yeah. I can hear it in your voice. But I just wanted to ask, like, what is it that convinces you that you're on a ball?
Question. I mean, you can probably hear from what I'm saying that I have a massive mistrust of government and existing institutions, right? So I'm not.
Yeah. That's kind of why That's why I'm like, why do you believe that?
Yeah, yeah, and that's why I'm saying it is a valid question. I think the requirement of the level of conspiracy to lie and hide about something as immense as flat Earth, or to create a false cosmology or false science called globe, is so huge that it is so much bigger than the benefit that it would achieve. So the cost benefit analysis basically on that kind of endeavor is so much bigger than, well, the cost is so much bigger than the benefit, in my estimation. And that's why, as I see it. So taking it on that level, right? Because I'm not able to travel outside into what's called space and prove it and see it and do, as you guys correctly do, observe nature. And I can't do that. So I have to rely on someone else doing that for me. And the funny thing is, I don't trust that someone else. So that's one thing I can't do. Then I look at other explanations. So one of the reasons that I like the idea of flat Earth is because it challenges what's there. Don't have to agree with it to want to listen to it. It just challenges what I've known, and for me, that's appealing. Now, there are certain elements that I've seen in what I understand is flat Earth that doesn't answer correctly what I know to be natural observations. Yeah, cheers, mate. But it's certain things like that. I mean, things like the Foucault pendulum and the super K measuring neutrinos from the sun and stuff like that that challenges the idea of
ghost like particles, man. Ghost like particles.
Yeah, I mean stuff like that.
Now,
Which, yeah,
I asked something very specific, and it was, what specifically convinces you that you live on a ball Earth? Have you noticed how you haven't actually answered? You haven't actually answered that question. There was an incredulity. There was an appeal to incredulity.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the first one, which is what you said, which is an appeal to incredulity, which is basically, I don't believe that the cost would be good enough. Right. Okay. So yeah, the benefit would be good enough given the cost.
It's not so
which
much
I think,
incredulity.
well, it is. So I
No,
can't believe it.
I
Therefore,
mean,
it's not true.
No, I'm saying that you would need to create entire industries worth, well, in total trillions. You would need to have a
Wait,
massive.
let him finish. Let him finish.
You would need to have massive fields of science which are completely false. You would need to create and generate terabytes of video and footage and lies, which, yeah, I can say that the moon landing looks a little bit suspicious even to me.
I can stop you there. Yeah, that's a CIA talking point from the 1960s. You know that, right?
I just come up with it myself.
Or did you know that?
I
Well, I
just
mean,
came up with it myself.
think
This is my
we
own
think
thought on it.
we think we come up with things, but you're not the first person to say that. These kinds of thoughts get passed down generationally, and I'm telling you that what you just said is a CIA talking point from the 1960s.
I don't know whether to be proud or ashamed, but all right, fair enough.
So it's not actually an argument.
Yeah, I mean, I think fundamentally what I was looking for, what I was looking for really from my question, which is where we started with this, was something physical. So when I said like, what convinces you that the Earth is a globe? Well, the answers were like, oh well, humans would have to do things. Okay, that hasn't really got anything to do with the Earth. I was talking about the Earth, not the humans, right? So,
fair enough.
I mean, for someone to say to me, "Oh yeah, well, a government would have to create a multi-billion-pound industry." I mean, look at the COVID scam, like that's happening right now in front of your eyes, and it's creating billionaires left and right. So to say that you can't believe that this would be true when it's clearly and plainly happening right this second, I know it doesn't wash with me. What was the other thing you said? It was to do with kind of sciences that would have to be false and all the rest. I mean, I have a little bit of sympathy with that argument, but what I would really say is that a lot of it comes down to worldviews rather than actually so what they're seeing isn't false, but how they understand what they see is based on assumptions that can't be proven. Okay, so that's how I would explain that. So a good example would be how we quote unquote know the distance to the sun. Right? Do you know how that was originally kind of let's call it measured, even though it wasn't. Do you know how? Okay, calculated. Do you know how the distance to the sun was originally calculated?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, it's something to do with Venus, and Venus was assumed to be the same size as Earth, etc., etc. I don't remember exactly how it was calculated, but there were a number of assumptions in there that were proven to be incorrect.
Bang on. So the problem isn't what's observed. The problem is the assumption, right? So you see the transit of Venus, and you go, "Oh shit, Venus just transited the sun. That's cool, right?" The problem isn't what you've actually seen. The problem is the assumption that Venus is a bald planet in the first place. The problem is the assumption that Venus is the same size as the Earth, and the problem is the assumption that you can therefore calculate the distance to the sun based on those assumptions. So that would be how I would explain a lot of these fields aren't false, but they carry false assumptions.
Hang on, you're jumping.
You left out an assumption. Yeah, I was gonna point it out. The one about because you said Venus is the same size as Earth, but the size of Earth is also assumed.
Yeah, that's another assumption, and there'll be other assumptions that I haven't even pointed out. The point I'm making is that the observations don't have to be false for the science, quote unquote, to be based on assumptions that then make the whole field false, even though the observations are true.
You're saying you're basing whether the validity of the entire field on an observation which has some assumptions which were incorrect or false, or whatever you'd like to describe them. The only problem is that if you are going to test out a hypothesis, you can have assumptions which then you'll test out, and you'll need to make predictions off the back of that to validate your hypothesis. And if you come up with squat, you have to scratch those assumptions, restate the hypothesis or restate the assumptions, and test that again.
I'm sorry.
It's a real
Crypto, you got this in lock and key?
No, you can go ahead, man. I just got dinner, so you can go ahead.
All right. See what you describe when you say making predictions off of these hypotheses. Yeah, that's more of a presupposition. That's more begging the question. Because when you have an assumption for a hypothesis, it's actually just a supposition as to what causes the phenomena that you're looking at. You're only concerned with what causes a natural phenomena. And then you do experiment where your independent variable is manipulated to recreate this thing.
Try.
That's it. There's no prediction in there. There's that's it. Once you've validated that your independent variable is the cause of the dependent variable, well, now you have something. Now you do it multiple times. Now you have a scientific theory after it has been proven through experiment multiple times, and only when it's proven through experiment after having manipulated the independent variable.
That's correct. And the theory that you have should be able to then predict or be used to predict. If it cannot, then it is not valid. If you
Well, I don't get what you mean by predict. What do you mean by, like, okay, say for instance, okay, I know at what temperature and what atmosphere water boils. Then what do I use to predict? Like, what do I go from there to predict something about how water boils?
if we're talking about, I mean, how water boils,
No,
I mean,
we're talking
you need,
about water boiling at the moment. So give me an
then
example there.
well, then you should. I mean, that's a very basic one, and it's even stupid to predict
So it's
anything with
very
it because
easy then. So it's very easy then to give me an example using this.
for that,
It's very
yeah,
trivial, right?
yeah. For that one, you just set a temperature and raise it to a certain degree of, to a certain temperature, and you expect it to boil, and it will boil. That's an obvious
Okay,
one.
so
With
jumping off of that supposition being now you know the cause of water boiling. What are you gonna do to make a prediction off the back of this? In the way that you just tried to, you know.
The prediction is that the water will boil at 100 degrees because that's a very obvious chemical reaction. That there's no need to make a prediction on that one. I'm talking about
Wouldn't that be a post prediction? Meaning, well, you already know now because that's how you found out by the way of experimentation. So there's nothing left to do, right?
That's what I'm saying. That example doesn't have any predictive value.
Okay, I'll give you a shot. Go ahead.
So you've got.
Uh-huh.
I'm talking about orbits of the sun, of planets, etc., and being able to measure distances.
What would be the observed phenomenon?
Well, you'd expect a sun to have. I mean, if the sun is a certain distance.
No, what would be the observed phenomena? So what's the supposition? What is your assumption? What is the hypothesis?
Oh, well, I mean, if you take Foucault's pendulum, for example, and the hypothesis is that the Earth rotates.
Okay, so the independent variable is the Earth in this example?
No, the independent variable can be the latitude or the location at which the experimental observation is taken.
Latitude. So a location is an independent variable?
Yes. So
how would you physically manipulate that?
So you have a Foucault pendulum at a certain location, and then you move it to what you'd suppose is the North Pole or the South Pole, and you'd expect a different result. And doing that, if you do get a different result, by moving the pendulum to a different location, yeah, you are.
Can I just admit to you that right now that your understanding of a scientific experiment is different from mine? And I'm ready to pull citations for my understanding. I'm trying to figure out where you got yours. Because yours is sounding like I said, a begging the question fallacy.
Okay.
Because you're trying to figure out what you've already concluded, that there's a ball that's turning. Am I correct?
Figure out what I've already concluded. I have a hypothesis that the ball is turning.
Hypothesis, that's what I'm saying. Well, when crypto asked you, well, what would be your evidence for a ball? And then we started talking about science. And then I'm like, well, you would need an independent and dependent variable. Well, if you're trying to use this as a proof for the globe, well, you've already baked into the answer, or you've already have in the presupposition a ball and its movement. You're just trying to figure out exactly how. That's not
exactly how
a supposition, that's a presupposition.
Oh, isn't the hypothesis that you're on a ball that rotates? The hypothesis.
Well, here's a good example. Right? Let's just say that, I mean, and I don't necessarily believe this, but let's just say that I had a hypothesis that we had a flat Earth and that there was a circular magnetic wind that circled over the plane. And if there is a circular magnetic wind, then the Foucault's pendulum will rotate at 15 degrees per hour. Right? We set up the Foucault's pendulum, and then we decide, oh, okay, cool. So because the Foucault's pendulum has moved, therefore there is a magnetic wind over the flat plane. Is it therefore a flat plane?
That has no relevance to a flat plane. That's just a magnetic wind.
Okay, fine. Ignore the flat plane then. Does that mean that there's a magnetic wind?
There could be. It's a good point. There could be.
Okay, cool. So we've got a result that could be interpreted two ways, right? So how does it prove either of them?
Is there no other way that you can measure if there is a electromagnetic wind?
Well, I'm not talking about any other way. I'm talking about this way.
No, but I'm saying if there is another way. So what you would do, theoretically, and I could be wrong, but you would eliminate all the other possible causes. So you would have it in a vacuum chamber, you would make sure that there was no other interference, and so on and so forth.
Sure. So, for instance, if I was to say, assume that there was a ball Earth and that Foucault's pendulum happened on a ball Earth, I would probably need to then go, okay, we're on a ball Earth. Cool, let's find some curvature. When I went looking for curvature and there wasn't any, I would have to think, oh shit, maybe the Foucault's pendulum has a different explanation and the Earth isn't actually a ball.
And so if you move Foucault's pendulum from the North Pole, where it has one result, and you bring it closer to the equator and you have a different result, then you move it closer to what you claim to be the South Pole, and yet again it has a similar result to the North Pole. You need to explain that somehow. But it does
Sure, and
have that behavior. So
I mean, have you
is
actually done
the
that
win?
yourself?
No, I've seen others do it. I've seen videos of people
Okay,
doing
cool.
it.
That's fine. I'm not going to crucify you for that. I'm not going to
No,
crucify
I
you for that.
understand.
That's fair. But what I'm saying is that if you have those three results, and let's just say that they're real, just unquestioningly, we're not going to question it. But then you go out and look for curvature and there isn't any, you now have to incorporate that into your result according to you, correct?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So you don't see curvature, then you can't have that, or you can't base it on that assumption.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I got you. I agree 100%. I mean, a lot of this stuff that I've taken a look at that I used to agree there is a globe Earth, I haven't taken a look at to this degree. And looking into flat Earth has pushed me to look at it to this level. And I happily admit, I accepted a lot of this stuff without question, simply because I've got other things to do. But now I find it interesting that there are people that have looked into this and that have spent time looking into this that can challenge this and make me then go back and look at it again. So things like the Foucault pendulum, things like the Blackpool Tower observation, things like even the Black Swan with the platforms. Even that was a bit of a challenge in that the guy's got a video showing one platform that is heavily distorted, which looks like it's caused by refraction that shows,
Can I pause you for a second? Actually, no. That was kind of rude because I just got off the phone because it was nagging at me that I pointed out that you were using a logical fallacy, and I don't know why anyone would want to move past someone saying that they're using a logical fallacy without investigating or having them press the issue and explain, well, what do you mean? Exactly how am I committing a logical fallacy, as you so call it? I don't think that, because a logical fallacy is not something you can just move past,
Well, I think we were describing what I used to believe that I took as evidence up until
Well,
now to
if
believe
your
that we're on the
logic
globe
is
Earth.
fallacious, then and I doubt that, then it that would automatically trigger you to think, well, shit, I think I have a conclusion that I wholeheartedly believe genuinely, but I've reached it fallaciously. There must be something wrong with that.
Yeah, of
Or
course.
I don't think I committed the fallacy, so maybe I'll challenge him on it and have him use my words and formulate it into the logical fallacy.
Yeah,
That's what I would think,
Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing what you're saying, and like I said, a lot of this
So
stuff.
you're just gonna try to move past it because it's almost a waste if we do. Everything you say afterward is just because you're gonna run into another logical fallacy. I'm gonna call it out. For instance, refraction. You're begging the question.
Not really. I mean, when you
when I pull out these Andrew Thomas Young papers and I point out how it's begging the question, what are you going to say then?
well, I don't know who Andrew Thomas Young is, but the
Well, when
video that
people say
shows
refraction, I know, and I know what you're talking about. And ballers have this this knee-jerk reaction from I don't know who. But at the end of the day, they say refraction. They don't understand what Snell's law is. They don't know that atmospheric refraction is a derivation of Snell's law in a sense. Because you need two media. Obviously, the atmosphere is only one. Second of all, atmosphere is a
hang on.
contradiction.
You don't need two media. You do.
You do need to. As far as the law, you do. I was getting into that. I was getting into that, which brings me to the begging the question fallacy of how they curve the atmosphere, right? And then they beg the question of the radius of the theoretical light ray. Okay, which they would need, right? The radius of the Earth, which is the thing that we're trying to prove, aka a begging the question fallacy. So we're going to keep running into this fallacy if I don't stop you and explain to you how it's being done. And if you don't allow me to stop you, I feel like there's some manipulation going on, and maybe it's just that it's this deep with you. I don't know which one yet.
What? I didn't hear that.
Either there's a manipulation going on, and where you're speaking like you're being genuine, but you're really not, or it's very deep and you don't realize the implications of begging the question. In which I would say maybe we would need to. In which I would say maybe we would need to read the definition, or maybe give an example, so that the crowd knows, so that everyone knows, so that we all know that you're not really slipping anything past me. And I don't want to be considered as the guy that is very skeptical, very leery. So I tend to prove, in a sense, what I'm saying, because I don't want to seem like the crazy guy here. And I think I'm being very reasonable with you.
I've got no complaints. The point around the Black Swan and why I raised it is the video that was made that showed this example with the platforms, Habitat, and I forget what the other one was called, but that's right, Hill House. Habitat is shown to appear almost fully with its cranes and its structure very wavy and distorted, which someone who wanted to promote or propose the idea of refraction would suggest that is caused by refraction. And in the same video, at another point, obviously taken on a different day, because it's clear that the weather, or at least the time of day, or the colors of the sky look different, so it could have been a different time. So I don't know the weather exactly, but I would assume the temperature is different. You have platform Habitat hidden behind what looks to be the horizon, at least half of it hidden behind, as opposed to the other scene where it is all clearly visible.
What about the closer platform? What about that one? What does it look like?
Yeah, agreed. The closer platform.
No,
is further than one.
What does it look like?
It's clear. It looks clear, and it is beyond 1.22 miles.
Right. So what's the point?
The point is that what has caused the platform Habitat to be hidden behind what looks to be the horizon.
Not a geometric horizon caused by physical. No, I'm telling you, because guess what? I'm not making a claim. All I know is I don't live on a ball based on the observation. I don't have to really give an example. Second of all, saying refraction relinquishes the geometric claim of it all. Third, it's a begging the question fallacy that I've pointed out to you already.
I think fundamentally what the problem is I think a lot of people who believe in the globe don't really understand the point of the Black Swan. The point isn't actually to do with the cranes at all, or the oil rigs, whatever they are, they actually don't matter, other than as the demarcation of distance. The only thing they matter for, so that you know how far the horizon is away. That's the only reason they matter. So if they're wavy, if they're bendy, if they're doing the fucking Macarena, doesn't matter.
Good point.
Right? What matters?
I love your point.
Thank you. What matters is how far they are away and how far the horizon is therefore away. And if the horizon is further than 1.22 miles, then you have an issue. That's all that matters. The other issue I just wanted to highlight, Elijah already brought it up. When they talk about R, yes, that is already a begging the question fallacy. On top of that, they will say something like 7/6R. You'll notice how they're not actually talking about light at that point anymore. They're actually increasing the size of the ball Earth in order to justify what you can see. So you've actually already not only just assumed a ball Earth, but made it bigger, right, with maths, in order to justify what you're seeing. So they're actually not talking about light at that point, even though they're saying refraction. And it's a very interesting trick that they play there.
I don't see it as a trick. How can you say that they're not talking about light when they're talking about what you can visually see?
Because they're talking about the radius. It's talking about the radius of the Earth.
Yes.
So they say 7/6R. That's the radius. That's R for radius, not R for refraction. Right?
I know.
So they've actually not talking about light anymore. They're talking about the size of the ball Earth. You understand?
Okay, and
right?
how did they come to the value of 7?
They make it up, bro.
Yeah, they made it up.
How did they make it up?
You make it up. You put some numbers together.
But I already told them. I got Andrew Thomas Young's paper that you don't know anything about, but you're parroting incorrectly, by the way. So we're talking about an observation that goes well past his tables in this paper, well past, right? And so that being the case, it's not like refraction, at least as far as the math that he's doing, it doesn't help you. But you're parroting it, and you don't know where it's coming from. Nor
he doesn't get it.
Nor do you care to investigate, because I've told you this. You didn't say send me the PDF. I need to see this. Once again,
literally going to ask that, and Matthew has just posted it. I'm looking through it.
Well, Matthew's a Ball Earth teacher, so you have to remember that he's one of your proponents.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
If you guys,
it doesn't matter who Matthew is. That's fine.
Hang on. I don't know who Matthew is. I'm just saying that if you guys have material that would explain something else other than what he's linked to, which is Andrew Thomas Young's paper, I'm happy to read that as well. I'm just looking at, which is why I asked, how did they come to the conclusion over 7/6?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying atmospheric refraction is a derivation, and it first of all, the refraction is done over a plane, so it's really not even talking about the same thing. So after they're doing this on a plane over distance, right, which you can see in the math, it's all there. Then they say, but of course the Earth is not flat, and so we need to introduce geometric considerations to begging the question entry. And this is where you begin to understand, or at least therein lies the answer to your question. Where did they come up with it? They pulled it out of their butthole.
They made it up because the maths have to be this way because they know they're on a ball, right? Quote unquote. So
that's the begging the question point, right? That's the point.
Yeah, exactly. You already know X, and therefore whatever you observe must prop up
equal
X. Yeah, this is what I was saying to you before. Like, it's not necessarily that the observation is incorrect; it's that the science can be warped to require a certain outcome when it's not necessarily actually required. I would like to actually move on to something just slightly different, just to see if you understand, because I feel like this is really, really strong in terms of getting people to understand how globers think about things and how ridiculous it is, right? So, have you ever heard about the Eratosthenes example?
Yes.
Okay, so you understand that there was a 7.2 degree angle, there was a 500-mile distance between the two, and therefore you can derive that the Earth is 500 times, 360 over 7.2, which is where they get the radius from, right?
Don't remember the numbers exactly, but yeah.
Okay,
I get the
so
concept.
well, I'm telling you that that's the case, right? So they said, right, well, if there's a 7.2 degree angle shadow at one place and there's a 0 degree shadow angle at the other place, therefore it's 1/50th of the Earth because it's 360 degrees in a circle. Therefore 500 times 50. Therefore that's the radius, right? Okay, cool. So we've got the maths down now. If I tell you to put 2 pencils in your room, one directly under the light, and then another one off to the side at a 7.2 degree angle shadow. Let's just assume, for the sake of argument, that that's a meter off to the side. Right? Then we can use the very same method to calculate the radius of your floor. Do you understand the problem?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So, do you think, therefore, Eratosthenes is a proof of a ball Earth?
Oh, I mean, if you can measure the radius of a flat room, no.
Yeah, of course. I will calculate, not measure, but so you
calculate.
can use the Eratosthenes example to calculate the radius of a flat floor, and you're probably the first glober, maybe the second, that has understood. Therefore, this is an insufficient method. I've spoken to loads of globers, and they're like, "Yeah, no, it's fully legit," even after I've told them.
I knew of Eratosthenes and the measurement and his observations, but I didn't mention it as one of the proofs for globe Earth.
No, you didn't. I know, but that's why I wanted to bring it up. I wanted to show you an example as to how people can warp their thinking and wrap it around an idea, and they'll just keep going with it, even though it's patently ridiculous. That was the only reason.
No, I agree 100%. I mean, now it's not that I agree that the Eratosthenes is wrong and that there isn't something else that you haven't considered there, because I haven't looked at it enough to be able to speak on it. But the concept of people wrapping their heads around an idea which is wrong and then going with it, and only using confirmation bias to come to a conclusion. Yeah, of course, that happens all the time.
Okay, so now that Crypto's taking you through that, and it's like, okay, that's as good of an answer as we're gonna get. I'd like you to read something, if you don't mind. Because this kind of ties back into the Black Swan, because you ever heard of the expression, you can't have your cake and eat it too? Well, this right here is going to tell me if you're intellectually honest or if you're wasting my time, at least. So, do you mind?
Sure.
All right, I'm going to post it in the chat in a second. All right. Would you mind reading that out for us? Out loud?
This is a sextant's device which can be used to measure the angle of separation between two objects. The user points the sextant at the first object of interest, usually the horizon navigation, and then slides the index bar until the light from the second object is reflected off the index mirror, horizon mirror. Okay, to ensure the object is
out loud, if you don't mind, for everyone else who's waiting, listening.
Yeah,
I
I
wouldn't
mean,
mind.
if you guys want to read it out, I would.
Well,
like
I've
not to
asked
be-
you already. You were already reading it. I've just asked if you could just, I mean, is it really that big a deal?
Yeah, I don't want to be a dancing monkey. I would like to read it, and I appreciate that you're sending it, but if you give me the moment to look through it.
All right.
Well, it's a good one.
Jenny, would you mind reading it after he reads it to himself, or maybe he can read it to himself on
I'll
mute?
read it.
Because I'd like I'd like everyone
I'll
else
read
to.
it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I get it, because this is a group kind of chat, and I don't mind reading for the class.
Can you dance?
So if you guys want me to, I'll start now.
Go
Yes,
for it.
please.
So, The sextant is a device which can be used to measure the angular separation between two objects. The user points the sextant at the first object of interest, usually the horizon in navigation, and then the slides the index bar until the light from the second object is reflected off the index mirror and the horizon mirror, such that the two images are horizontally aligned when observed through the telescope. The shades simply prevent eye damage. Using the Vernier scale micrometer drum, it is then possible to read the angle to a high level of precision. To ensure that the object is at its lowest possible point, the sextant is rotated along the axis of the telescope, and the time of measurement and altitude are noted. By measuring the angle, and I don't know what that symbol means. It's like a zero with a dot in the middle.
Zero.
Okay.
Theta.
Okay, so by measuring the angle zero of a known star from the horizon and using a book containing known reference values for the star in question at the time of measurement, it is possible to determine the distance r along the surface of Earth to the point at which the star is exactly overhead. From this, a navigator knows he is on a specific circle along the plane of the surface of the Earth of radius r, known as the line of position, LOP. He does not know his direction from this point, however. By examining a second star, a second radius can be deduced. The navigator now knows he is at one of the points where both the circle functions meet. In the case that there is only one real route, he knows his position, although this is only possible if the radii are parallel. More realistically, he can look up a third star in order to find the intersection between three circles. This will give him his location to a certain precision based on the precision of his watch altimeter and the divisions on the reference table. There is reasonable scope for both human error and a cumulative lack of precision. That's a lot.
It's a lot of bullshit.
You call bullshit?
Yeah, I do.
You know how
Just
to
a little.
measure angles? You know how to measure angles, eggs?
Yeah, yes, I do, brother. Yeah, I did engineering.
Okay. So what's bullshit about it?
Well, there's too many fucking variables. You're assuming a lot of things. You're looking at one thing to find another, and
then you go there, and lo and behold, you were right. That's how people navigate. What do you mean?
Yeah.
You know of any other way to do it? I mean,
Damn.
it's trigonometry. You ever use the protractor? I'm not trying to grill you, but don't fuck up my good thing here.
No. I mean, no. I meant it is in a different way.
All right.
I meant it as in a different way. No.
That's all right. So Guy, are you still there? Consequence. That's your name. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Can a radius be curved?
A radius be curved? No, that wouldn't make sense.
Right. So they're talking about the radius between the GP of the star and you along the surface of the Earth. Thank you very much. You already understand. I don't need to grill you any further. Unless you have some questions.
I mean, what's the distance? What's the R that we're talking about?
Could be 3,000. And if you're using 3 stars, whoa, that's a shitload of flat, my friend.
A second. Wait, what's the R that we're talking about?
I just told you. One
Of radius
example,
R
it
of the
could
Earth.
be radius R. The radius is the distance, right?
Yes.
Between the ground position of the star and you. That chord is the radius between you and the GP of that star.
Radius is the line of equal altitude, man.
So if the radius is larger, like as it goes towards infinity, as it tends to larger, it would increase the error, would it not? If we're talking about a globe Earth.
Where are you going to infinity? You're talking about two different things. Elijah's talking about the line of equal altitude as you're measuring the 90 degrees from the star.
Know what Elijah's talking about. Know what he's talking about. And that's why I'm asking. So theoretically, if we are on a globe Earth, as R increases, your error as far as your location on Earth would be wrong.
Excuse me. Check this out. You can't do this over a ball. Why? Because how the hell, with 3,000 miles of curvature, can you look into the corner pocket of that there 90-degree angle? Never work.
Corner
you wouldn't 3,000 miles of curvature? No.
Yeah, I like the corner pocket. I see what you're saying. That's a good one.
Yeah, I said the same thing earlier. I was feeling the corner pocket shit.
Yeah, I like the corner pocket. I like that consequence. You're getting confused between the radius of the Earth and what he's talking about, the line of equal altitude.
No, I'm not getting confused.
Yeah,
I'm not
you
getting
are.
confused at all.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
I'm not getting confused.
Wait,
what I'm
Huey,
saying
before it devolves, I just want to say I'm about to go home and have dinner with my fam, and at least to me, you've been exposed. Have a good night.
Oh, there we.
No, I haven't. You can't just say it and
Yeah,
go.
you
But all
have.
right.
Yes, you have. You just don't know it yet.
No, you can't explain how I've been exposed.
you got a little bit of skirt up. Yep.
Yeah, he explained it.
No,
He's
at all.
not new.
That's
I
how
asked the question.
That's how
I
you
asked the question and he
triangulate. That's how you triangulate your position using a sextant. It's very easy.
No, nobody challenged how you triangulate. It seems you're the one that's confused.
Oh,
I didn't
yeah.
question how you
I'm
triangulate.
really confused.
I know. I've heard your shit. Yeah, I know you're confused.
Yeah, you heard my
What I'm
shit.
talking about is how far R is. And I
R,
said, as you
that
increase,
depends on how what star. Shut up and I'll tell you. So don't ask a fucking question and then keep on diarrhea to mouth. All
This
right?
is gonna be a knockdown drag out. Don't rage quit, dude. Don't rage quit. This isn't about
fucking
feelings.
gone. He's gone.
Are you kidding me?
Nope.
Are you kidding me? That's crazy.
Nope. He knew better. That was his ass.
Wow. He needs to be tagged appropriately.
He's in the live stream voice text now, texting away.
That's all right. He can text away
Consequence.
all he wants. So like I told him, I was trying to demonstrate to anyone in here, you do not let people slip by logical fallacies, because everything after that is diarrhea. You cannot have a logical conversation with someone who isn't concerned that they are making logical fallacies. You can't do it.
See, I thought I was gaining headway with the guy by coming to an understanding that there's a problem with education, problem with government, problem with the system, but yet he still refuses to see the world for what the fuck it is because he's so ingrained and indoctrinated.
He gamed you, bro.
Brainwashed. Never
He
wondered.
gamed you. That's why you test him. He gamed you. He took you out on a cheap date.
No, the thing is he's the one that told me these things, and I was like, yeah, that's right. So why are you a fan of 1930s Germany? And everybody's like, ooh, right? And he goes, well, kind of in a way I am. Yeah, because you trust the fucking Nazis. You trust the nationalists. This is why we don't need countries. And he kept going with the country thing. No, fuck your country, dude.
Yeah, they got a bit co-opted that lot, didn't they? But hopefully, people will figure this out eventually.
Yeah, well, one day, sooner rather than later.
Man.
He was just pretending. You gotta. I mean, like I said, you gotta test people. This wasn't like he tactfully tried to skirt around every poignant question there was, or every time I pointed out, hey, that's a logical fallacy, right? You're begging the question, right? That's not a hypothesis, that's a presupposition, aka you're begging the question, right? Like you don't. Now you have to say, well, my understanding what scientific method is isn't your understanding, and we can't have a conversation if we don't agree on terms. So now we have to stop here. But he kept trying to move forward with his diarrhea of the mouth.
Damn.
Yeah, that's why when you started talking, I mic'd out.
Hey, Elijah, do you think it would be appropriate to have a tag that says that diarrhea of the mouth?
Copyright.
I think you should create it. What?
Yeah,
You just stole that from me. I said that.
Well, okay, then. All right. So we got a second, regardless of how you look at it, and a third. I think we should.
I was this close to calling him a window licking pretender clown.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Okay, pretender clown. We can do that. I think that's still on there.
Nah, these intellectuals that talk really
We be
calmly.
taking my copyrighted shit all day, so.
Chocolate, and go check your Skype.
What's up, man?
Go check your Skype, sir. Let me check and see if you checked it yet.
Hold on.
I'll bet you it's a big fat no.
Yeah, I'll tell you straight up is no.
Yeah, I already knew before I checked it was a no.
Wait, I did actually.
No, you
I don't
did.
have any new messages.
That's bullshit.
See, I even copped to it too. Like, no, I'm good.
You haven't checked it since August 10th.
What are you talking about? I haven't written anything.
That's the last time I see your smiling face, little icon there.
That makes no sense. Because
I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it right now.
I haven't written anything, or
no. Usually, when you at least view something in Skype, it'll put your little avatar down there.
I don't know how that works.
You know that little trick?
Oh, I have no idea.
Oh yeah, sure. Okay,
that's all right. I'm here now. We're good.
Are you in there now?
Yeah.
It's not placing your avatar there, so that could be a problem. Okay.
There you go.
All right, we can move on. That's just
next.
What's up, Jen? How you been?
Me? Who, me?
Oh, that's why he brought up. My bad. I was just thinking that's why he brought up neutrinos. I thought he was saying it was BS.
Do neutrinos even exist?
Isn't that what he says? I don't know. I came in on the tail end of that, and then me and Crypto started laying into him.
I think he was using neutrinos as evidence of Earth curve or something.
I definitely was hearing some scientism word usage, like politicians speak in there. So
neutrinos,
Earth curve. Neutrinos is Earth curve. That's a new one.
I know when he brought up neutrinos, I said those are ghost particles. They don't exist.
Matthew Learns, have you been exposed to the what is it, 2021 Flat Earth Killer?
Yeah, I did it to him.
Which one?
I did it to him.
You did it to him? Okay.
I like how you said which one.
But you know what? Go
many.
ahead. Go on ahead, and I don't even remember what his response was. Go ahead anyway.
Now, to the sextant, to the things that we were just talking about, to triangulate your position, using the sextant, you must have a flat Earth, or it doesn't work.
Oh yeah, I heard Jenny read that. Yeah, that's the first time I heard that specific thing.
Okay.
I don't have a response to it right now.
Yeah, it's connected to the Black Swan. You see, when the Black Swan, when I originated the Black Swan, the same day, right? Even before I presented to or made a formal presentation, I got into a group chat with a few people, and I said, you know something, some problems with the sextant. Somebody was sitting in there. Guess who was sitting in that Skype chat?
I don't know who.
10th man. That's who. That's who's brought the hammer down on all you guys, because he that kind of piqued his interest, and for the next 18 to 20 months here, that's all he's been studying, real quiet, like in the background. I'd bring it up every now and again and say, "Sextant." He goes, "Shh." So,
and then he's skin that smoke wagon.
Yeah, in that smoke wagon. So you're welcome. Yeah, it's all over. Black Swan. As soon as you say that, Horizon's refracted. Oh, there's even
Bro,
though
did you hear Virus? Did you
Say
hear
again?
Virus on this? Did you hear Virus on this one?
No, for the third time, no.
Oh, you missed it.
Oh my god. This is great. You gotta watch it.
Well,
I think he's got
is
a.
it gonna be? Is it gonna shock me more than you left your parents? And
Yes.
It is.
He gave he went back to he went
closed
back
the circle,
to
basically.
20. He went back to 2019 and said, "Yeah, that's a geometric horizon there in that sextant measure. Yeah, that's it's a straight shot." That's what he said.
Did he? Do you welcome him to
Yeah.
Flat Earth?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Nathan did like 30 times. He even said it too. He's like, "Don't welcome me to Flat Earth. Don't do that." It was great. Oh man. Yeah, you gotta listen to it, man. It was too funny. Yeah, that whole year and change of saying refraction. Ouch. This is no bueno now. You don't need refraction now.
He threw that shit in the bin like it was a hot potato.
You know what might annoy them even more? Instead of like welcoming them to Flat Earth, you could be like, "I would welcome you to Flat Earth, but you were there the whole time anyway." So, like, what's the point?
Oh man. Yeah, it's terrible. What do you do now after a year and a half or a couple of years of saying refraction, that everything's refracting always because we have an atmosphere? What do you do now that you need a straight line?
I thought the image that was refracted is refracted and shifted to the right of the actual object.
Well, that's unfortunate because all of a sudden they need the straight line that this thing called a sextant can't work without. So
yeah, you need a square angle, you need a right angle, a 90-degree angle. How do you get that on an arc?
Yeah.
This is the 8-ball in the corner pocket.
And then I was like, well, because I be making shit up sometimes, and if nobody says nothing, I know it's good, right? That's why I say it publicly, because I want people to stop me immediately. Like when I was like, "You got 2 tangents," and Nathan was like, "Nah, just say lines." I was like, "Cool, fair enough." and then so I looked it up after I'd said it. I was like, "Well, a zero angle, like what? Is that a thing?" And then I looked it up, and I'm like, "Oh my god, it's a fucking thing! It's it's just a line." And they put zero right there on the fucking line.
Well, that's what magically changes it from a line to a zero angle. You just put the zero on it. There you go.
Did you catch that, Matthew?
Yeah,
where's
Matthew.
the zero? I don't see the zero.
Not on that one, bro. You're gonna have to do a little more research than a screenshot from me.
No, I was just asking what you meant by the zero.
Zero angle.
Where is the zero angle?
Straight line.
The one that's the from you to the horizon, that's the zero angle.
Got it. Okay.
Well, my bad. You to the GP of the star, that's the zero angle. Or whatever it is that you're
Isn't a
using
straight
a
line
triangle.
called in mathematics ray?
But Matthew, don't disappoint me. You could Jedi mind trick yourself with the refraction. I might give you that because I like you.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
But here we are now.
Whoa! Refraction.
I know. I said he could Jedi mind trick himself.
Oh.
But you can't do that here, Matthew. You know that, right?
No, I know. I just say bagok and then I'm done.
As a matter of fact, you're a goddamn
That
math
was
teacher to
hilarious.
children. So I'm sure you know trick. I'm sure you understand what was just read.
Yes, I do. I understand it.
So
I can reread.
what's the holdup? You're gonna bring some beer to the party or what? Welcome to Flat Earth.
I know I haven't used a sextant before. I'd be interested to try one out. I saw that what Jenny read, but I haven't looked into it much. So
I can link you to like some ABC's kinds of video, like a dude that's just like trying to show people how to use it for beginners.
You don't have to use one to understand the concept, though.
I'll take it.
All
You
right,
know what
Jenny.
I'm saying? You don't have to use it to understand to triangulate yourself. You need 3 locations with 90 degrees from the GP, or down from the GP to you, or down from the star. Sorry, to the GP and then the GP to you. What's that? It's over. What else is there to understand? I'm failing to see it.
Yeah, I don't know what that straight line is. What it would be on a globe. So
there isn't one on the globe.
No, I understand.
Snacks in the back.
I don't know what that
Did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, that was a good one.
Well, okay.
What would the straight line be on the globe? Well,
let me. Okay, look, Matthew. Let's say you have 3,000 miles of curve, it's just 3,000 miles between you and that GP, and you're on a ball. Now, the right angle is over there with the star. Okay, that's where it's at. Right. So,
right, yeah.
There comes the corner pocket.
How are you going to get that to go to you on a curved surface?
I don't know. Doesn't make sense.
Thank you so much. Yo, Matthew,
DJ spinning
I really
requests.
do love you, man. I love you. Brother, come to the truth side. I'm telling you, man, it's better. It's not, there's nothing is going to defeat this argument. I mean, the Black Swan already had it in the bag. But I mean, I just look, there's a dude out there that straight up said, fuck refraction. You got a straight shot between you and the horizon. And then we said, not on the globe, you don't. You have curved light rays. And he said, yeah, but you're still looking straight at it. You want to be that guy?
Don't be that guy. It's a bad move.
what does a straight line have to do on a ball?
Not much. There isn't one.
That was a good call. I like that.
Because as soon as you say, you see how the Black Swan's connected this, right? As soon as you say that horizon is refracted, that you have a curved line at the base of the triangle, you're dead. It's over. There goes the sextant. Right? So you bring up the sextant, it's over. You can't do it.
It's almost like that the circle has been like completed.
Yeah.
They've run themselves right back into the black swan, and now
Yeah.
their very response to it is
You
going
know
to
what's
destroy
crazy?
this argument. It's beautiful.
You know what's crazy? I spent like 2 hours on Gilligan's Island. I mean, Jim Pandas, and I didn't even bring it up because I need them to survive. Like, we need the concept.
Do you think they're scrambling right now trying to find a sextant that could work on a ball?
Has there been any? Because I've been gone for a week. Is there any numpty? I know Bob, the pseudoscience fallacy, Mr. Quanumbrum guy. Did he do anything?
Only Akumu and the people in Science versus Pseudoscience and Brandon's. I'm you already know with it that when they were like, you don't need the 90 degrees. You already know about that, right?
I think virus is the only one.
Let me post the
I think.
screenshot so you know it's real. Yeah, you see that shit? Unbelievable.
Shine on Harvey. What the hell is that?
I don't even know. Don't worry. I don't know.
What the? I don't know what he was.
Bruh.
And then look at the little graphic that they did it with. They just took out the whole line from the fucking start to the. They just left it out. And they fucked up the measurement because they didn't correct for the dip angle. Now this is really scary though. That's what it is. It's scary. I live on a thing with these people.
Who want to tell you it's not the thing that it is, but something else, and you should just believe them because they have an equation or something.
Yeah, Matthew. Why don't you do a video on the sextant?
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. It would be interesting. I'd have to learn more about it first, but yeah.
Yeah, the best thing the sextant is used for is to find a straight line.
A straight line. I think its main use is finding an angle, like an angle between two objects. Right?
Yeah.
Only on the globe is the quickest distance between 2 points is an arc. Only on the globe.
Without the straight line, you're not finding nothing, bro. That's the point I was trying to make before, Elijah. There, I wasn't trying to mess your shit up. You're like, you're messing my shit up.
Well, yeah, it's kind of self-explanatory. Like you need the lines to measure the like it. You you're not going to be using squigglies.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was trying to say. Okay, you got all these variables, but there's just a straight line there. And yeah, you thought I was trying to, I don't know, say something else. But yeah, that's why I just left it. Just like, yep, we'll go to 1 star, then 2 stars, then 3 stars, then 4 stars, and it's like, but the straight line is there. You still need the fucking straight line. You can go to 50 if you want, you know? Oh, it's beautiful.
I gotta find them saying that they'll probably never say it, even though they say the radii for the multiple circles of altitude have to be parallel, Matthew.
Wow.
So I would like to find where they're saying that the zeniths have to be parallel. That would be the cherry on the top.
How do circles become parallel?
Yeah, I don't know what they meant by that in the in that explanation. I wasn't sure.
Well, you got one radius from one star, right? Because you're triangulating, right, across like so. You're trying to get the angle and the distance between you and across the plane, so wherever the GP is, and you're like, okay, well, I could use a second star to get another circle, and wherever those two circles intersect, that is where I am. And so you have a line one way, and then you have a line another way. Those lines have to be parallel.
Elijah, can you repost what you had? I was trying to scroll up to find it. I read. Scrolling. Oh,
Matthew, 02 past the hour.
I got it.
Matthew, you couldn't have said it any better yourself. Trig deals with triangles, so no curve, just 3 straight lines that make up a triangle. You're exactly right, sir.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yep. Well, at least you're honest. I don't know if that's honest or not. It's just more like, well, duh, right? That's what I'm thinking. That's triangles with trig. It's well, duh. You got to have 3 straight lines. Period. You got to have
one
3.
get?
I'm sorry. You got to have 3 corner pockets, man.
Yeah,
you do actually.
How does one get a right angle on a sphere?
You don't.
Without chopping off large land masses.
You don't. The only way you could do it is imagine a cord going through the earth, but that's stupid.
Yeah, the plumb.
No, the cord from your position would have to dive straight through the earth to the GP. You'd be all screwed up. Your distances will be all screwed up, though. If you were to try that little maneuver with 3 points, get out. You're through.
And then you're trying to triangulate on a pincushion. That's retarded.
You couldn't do that. You need that 90, man.
A little bit.
You need the corner pockets. You can't. There's no way around it. I'm not getting it. This is too easy, man. It's slam dunk.
Okay, I admit that I don't understand how sextants work just because I've never looked into it. That's interesting. I will look into it. My question is, hypothetically, if the Earth were a sphere, do you think that you could use trigonometry to find your position on a sphere or not?
Using the sextant?
Yeah, using a sextant.
No.
So it's not even possible to use a sextant on a globe, is what you're claiming.
No, it's not. Yeah, exactly. Precisely.
Nope.
Exactly.
Hey, Matthew, do you work at a university?
I do.
They should have a sextant in the archaic instruments section or department or whatever it's called.
Yeah, I know a couple people who teach astronomy. I just haven't asked them about it. That would be interesting.
Yeah, because they're like kind of spendy, man.
Yeah, I was actually looked into them. I don't know, a couple months ago, and they're like $500 or $600 for a accurate one.
Mm-hmm.
Matthew, this might sound a bit irrelevant. Is there a church nearby you?
There is, yes.
Yeah, well, if you can't find the sexton at the university, there's a sexton in the church. Just speak to him.
A sextant in the church?
Yep, sexton, yep. Like there's a priest, there's a guy that his title is a sexton, so that was a joke. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Got it. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm in America. We don't use that name, but I get what you're saying. That's pretty clever.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a lower like rank dude than a priest. That's all good, bro. Thank you for playing.
He ran away without answering me. I asked him if horizontal lines curve.
Who'd you ask?
Matthew, and he ran away. Mr. University Professor couldn't answer me. That's rude. And then I was just picking out every single time the word horizontal was measured in the sextant explanation for him.
Yeah.
That awkward moment when your professor has to take you outside of class because you presented that his data is false to the rest of the class. Yeah, that's happened to me a couple of times. One of them was just basic, like engine assembly.
We had a tutor at college who couldn't spell. She spelled Egypt, EJYPT. That's what £18 an hour they get you. And the next, I left that class for, I don't know why, can't think of a reason. And
did you leave that class to go to Egypt?
But yeah, I left that class. I went to another class, and I ended up teaching that class because the teacher had no clue what he was doing. So that was good. Yeah, it was a 9-page document that they thought would take 12 weeks to learn 1 day a week for 3 hours a day. I did it over the weekend.
Well, I remember coming back here. I moved a couple of times back, and then when I came back here, it was like it's called like grade 6. And I get to class, and they're like, 5 times 6, you're doing your times tables, and I'm like, I just left overseas, and I was doing what's it called, trigonometry, parabolas, and I had to do it like on the table. And I've come back here, and they're asking me like what 5 times 6 was, and my times tables, 5 plus 2 plus minus 7. And I'm like, how the fuck did I go backwards?
Excuse me, guys. I'm sorry. I just got to cross all bases. Matthew, you see that other screenshot that I posted? Does that make any sense?
Matthew ran away because I asked him if horizontal means curve, and he ignored me.
Oh, well. Oh. Alrighty then.
I'll ask QE. He knows a bit about science. QE, does horizontal lines curve? Oh, he's ran off too.
I think he's chasing after Matthew. Nah.
He might catch him along the route to Egypt, huh?
Yeah, with the J.
Why does Matthew call himself Matthew Learns? Because he hasn't learned a damn thing. He's been here for 2 years.
I don't know.
Well, he's trying.
I think he experiences severe cognitive dissonance. I don't think I still that's why I still like him. I truly don't believe he's alive. I mean, for God's sakes, he has a no. I just don't think he's alive.
Yeah, he truly believes in what he's saying. That's the yeah.
Do you think it comes down to his ego, like just won't let him? Oh, I'm a university professor, you know, so he thinks he knows something, or
And he has a 500,000 subscriber count on YouTube. So,
oh man,
hell no,
There
he
we
can't
go.
just become a flat earther tomorrow. You know?
Why didn't anybody? I didn't know that about him. Fuck, no wonder he's not fucking switching over.
he needs to learn better manners. It's very rude.
Really?
It's because he ran off on his question. That's why he
I'm a skedaddle on out of here. I can't even make it sound like you know how you have an argument like with the I think it's refraction. If I'm not like you know that old answer. Damn, you know what? He kind of disappeared like the other guy I called fake. Maybe I'm wrong about him.
You're very wrong about him. What does he do at university?
Math? That's what's
trigonometry.
crazy.
Matthew does math.
Yeah.
Trigonometry.
He does trigonometry, but he doesn't understand the sextant. Interesting.
That's what I said. Oh, it looks a bit difficult. I don't want to use it. I'm like, bro, you just like point and aim. It's
I can't believe he said, but how would that line work on the
on the ball? That's a soundbite. I swear. That's why I started laughing.
I gotta go back. You're right. I gotta that whole conversation. I need that. I need that.
Yeah.
What
Take
time
that,
was
bro.
it? I don't know.
Oh, I think it was like maybe 15, 20 minutes ago, bro.
I might start my YouTube channel with that conversation right there. I don't know.
Yeah.
That was just before.
That's a cool one, bro.
Yeah.
I was just laughing. I just started laughing. I couldn't help myself.
Just before QE jumped in and ruined everything.
That's what I do. You're welcome.
Son of a bitch.
I'm getting saucy tonight, boys. I got my Moscato. Just getting off work, about to head right in right now. So I don't know if we'll be talking. Because again, I got the family upstairs. But it was a good night. Thank you guys.
Cheers, bro.
You're welcome. You can pay me later.
You know, I can't lie. I mean, 10th Men's only been talking about this for a year now. I didn't feel recently. It just clicked. Maybe because I wanted to get it. So, you know, when I was explaining it,
10th just busted this out.
he's been he's been drip feeding it to us in the early morning, like every morning. And I was the first to ask him, "Yo, you've been talking about this shit for 6 months. Why don't you share any of this on the live?" And he's like, "Because people don't understand it yet. It's not time. And I was like, fair enough, because whenever I just zoned out whenever you started talking about it. So I was like, fair enough.
Wanker's trying to take full credit too, trying to play like I didn't say I was the one. He remembers the exact conversation too. A little friggin' slime ball. 10th.
Yeah, QE. All right, we believe you.
I know I'm right.
He does bring up the
I'm right.
He does.
I know I'm exactly right because the same day I told you. As soon as I came up with the modus tollens, I said, sextant. I know I'm right. And I remember the exact conversation I had with Nathan and 10th being in there. I know it. And there's a message trail. If I go back and find it, I'll bet you it's there.
Oop, provenance. Here we go.
Yeah, I know I'm damn right.
CGI, we don't believe it.
Yeah.
Here we go.
So I guess I brought it up because I don't bring it out often, Like I don't like a lot of people. It's like, I don't even know if it's even worth it for you,
Bring
but
what out?
Bring it out, yeah. It's worth to start off.
Bring what out?
The sextant. The sextant.
You don't bring it out often. It just fucking hit.
You're right. You're right.
That's the new hotness.
Every conversation that you have, you should be bringing it out.
But I've tested it a little bit, and it's like that's exactly why I'm bringing it up right now, because I wanted to ask if the rest of you guys that are in here that have heard me talk about it about 4 times now. The first time I spoke about it, people said, I kind of zoned out, and I was like, you know what? I feel you. I can't even lie, because that was me. So do you guys get it now?
I got you straight up, bro. Just don't get angry at me. Sorry, I got you.
What about you, Jenny? Like, what do you think?
Sorry, I was half listening. I'm kind of working on this little web page. But what's your question?
I thought she was going to say I wasn't paying attention. I'm working on the sextant proof.
Well, no, I'm very interested in that. Actually, it's for the Black Swan. Like all the gifts we post, I was trying to organize them.
Oh, cool.
So
it's connected. As soon as they say
yeah, absolutely. And I'm all for mechanical measuring devices versus all these other
Optical
things that, satellites and crazy stuff.
Yeah, because you can't measure with your eyes. It's a bit of an oxymoronic thing.
That's not according to the Kumu. You look at it. There it is.
You measure with you measure with your eyes. You definitely do.
Wow.
Bro, that's what I say to everybody. I go, how can you measure with your eyes, bro? And they're like, no, but if you look at the math, I go, what does the math have to do with the measurement, man? But these people still don't get it.
Because they're scientism believers.
No, this doesn't have anything to do with science. And you do measure with your eyes. That's what you do with the sextant.
Scientism, meaning pseudoscience. That's what I was meaning.
But you do use your eyes with the sextant. I'm not following your point.
No.
No, not you, Jenny.
Okay.
So you can derive a direct measurement with your eyes, like
no.
with
the sextant.
Okay.
You need to no, because you don't have any calibration in your eyes.
That's what I was trying to say, bro. Yeah, that's cool.
Speak for yourself.
But to make a measurement, you hold on a second. This is an important concept. To make a measurement, you have to use your eyes, though.
Yes, to observe. Yes, correct. Obviously.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what a measurement
that's
is.
a given, bro.
Do you know what do you know what the definition of measurement is?
Mm-mm.
All right, I'll post it. Just for you guys. 1 second.
He's a scientism believer. He doesn't know.
Who is?
The guy you're talking to.
Oh, I thought he's not a. I thought he was a
Jen,
flat
you're speaking to me, man. What the? I'm a scientism believer.
Okay,
You're-
wait a minute.
Wow, you
Hold
lost
the phone. Hold the phone.
Hold up. Hold up. Back up. Wow.
All right, so if you guys know me, you would know that sometimes I don't look at my phone.
Yeah, I
So
know
my
you didn't.
apologies for any confusion on my part. Sorry.
Confucius.
He was a flat earther. Am I correct?
Yeah.
I figured as
correct,
much. I was wondering what Jenny was talking about.
Yeah.
I was
She was
out
like,
of my mind
She,
for a
she said
moment.
you got Glober voice.
I was out of my mind for a moment. My apologies.
All right, there you go. Who is it? IGZ. What are you, a fucking
Yep.
antibody?
Antibody. That's my eye, bro. It's my own eye.
And that's been your gift for a while, right? Your whatever.
Yeah.
No, IGZ. That's an antibody identification. Thanks for the toilet flush. Appreciate that,
Bruh.
GM.
One hand clapping. One hand clapping, you guys. Come on. So funny.
So away from the antibiotics, IGZ. I don't think. Do you even know? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
Really?
I'll be honest. No, I don't.
If you look at different antibodies, they have that nomenclature like your name is written in.
Oh, okay. I get what you mean now.
That's when I see you, I think of that all the time. I just never said anything. So
I think you've said it to me a few times and I never got it, brother. I was like,
okay.
what is he bringing this up?
Fair enough. At 8:54, I gave you the difference between a measurement and a calculation. There you go.
Oh, yep. I got it. I said. Yep, Britannica, yep. Yeah, that's a good proper. Yep.
You may need that down the line if you want to snatch it up. That's why I put it there.
Yeah, no, I will actually. They keep on changing like definitions of things and to try to muddy the waters.
Yeah.
Is
Oh,
your
the
look-
ballers. Oh, yeah, that's their number one tool to trade. They'll just make shit up.
Yeah. I'm like, I've never heard that actual, definition of that.
Yeah. Then after they make something up, after you provide a definition, then they'll charge you with semantics. That's how stupid these fucking guys are.
I was
Well,
talking
definitions of words are fucking meaningless. So.
Sorry, I was talking with one the other day, and I said, if I say something is 6 feet, you can measure that to verify it. And he said, maybe. So I said, what do you mean, maybe? Well, maybe the tape measure is 2 inches out. I was like, well, it isn't. And then he said, well, the tape measure's out, so it might be 3 microns out. And it's like, oh, okay. It's 6 foot. Yeah,
Bro. That's
You
when
can't,
you turn
yeah.
around and just talk to the wall, and you might have a better conversation.
Yeah, would love the way he pays attention to detail there, but then you ask him the difference between level and curve, and he's fucking clueless.
If he hasn't run away, I'll try and bring him in here. It'd be good to have a chat with him.
I like the way you always bring up definitions. I'm the same way. I always ask what do they mean? Even when they construct the sentence, the way that they pose the sentence, sometimes it has actual no meaning to it when they say blah 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 blah.
It's just a Socratic method, though, dude. Right? It's self-evident. I don't even know why it's so stupid for me to even bring it up. This is duh, right? I don't have to say the Socratic method. You have to know what words mean to communicate with each other.
Yeah.
It's intuitive. It's self-evident.
Yeah.
It's duh.
Yeah, that's why it's even communication. It's a science. Writing a sentence is a science. Otherwise, you leave it up to ambiguity, and people don't get it.
Well, if I'm talking about amoebas and you're thinking they're fucking aardvarks, we're gonna have a difficult time.
Communicating, yeah.
Yeah, don't you? Yeah, right. Duh.
Yeah. But yeah, we're on the same page. But I keep on saying it to people. People don't get it. I'm like, put down the definition. What do you want? Even you pick your own definition from your own head and explain it to me, and we'll work around it.
No. You don't let them do that. You don't. You see, I'm going to tell you what you're
If it's
dealing
really
with.
boring. Sorry,
I'm
Rocco.
going to tell you what you're dealing with here. You see, when you're dealing with globers, see, they're like anti-globers. I think the anti-flat earthers may be a wrong tag to put on, because you see, they're not parroting. If you study like Wiki and stuff, that's they're actual mentors. You think that they'd be parroting them. No. See, they're like this left-wing radical fucking make shit up numpty group, right? I'm telling you. They just make shit up. And then you go to research and you say, wait a second, their pseudoscientists ain't even saying what they're saying. That's why I call them the left-wing radical numpty dipshit group.
That's funny. I said the same shit to Nathan. I
You
said,
did. Copyright.
why do yeah.
Appreciate.
Like, why? We probably should be calling them anti-glober because they're going against their own rhetoric.
Yeah, exactly.
It's their shit they're going against. It's not really us.
Yep.
They're going against the rhetoric because of us. That's true, but it's not us they have to deal with. They need to deal with their own side before they even come see us. They're not even ready.
Too complex for them. There's too much sophistry and getting entangled in their own web of crap.
Oh, now Elmer Fudd sophistry. Chocolate, you need to push that, man. You're exactly, because I've been talking about this for a while. I just didn't label it.
Go for it.
I've been saying it. Like, they need to work it out between themselves, man. Work it out. Because before you decide to tell us some shit, you might want to decide if, I don't know, for example, is the earth spinning underneath the football or not? That you don't got to see us about that. We don't think the earth's spinning at all. Fuck darts. That's your shit.
Come together and agree on something.
Oh, you know what? I can totally relate to that, because generally in life, I try and not make other people's problems my problems. So that's why I'd rather talk to someone who's a seeker. You guys are better at talking to other people than me. Just saying, that's it.
You can tell right away when they bring up Newtonian horseshit that they're not parroting the correct pseudoscience. You know that they're off on their own little fucking left-wing fuckwit group.
Oh yeah, they're like 100 and something years behind, 150 years behind.
Exactly. Yeah. That's the most pronounced one, but there's it's with every topic.
Yep. They're nowhere up to speed on what they should be. But the funny thing is, I always ask them, I go, is this, whatever you're fighting for so hard, I go, is this yours? And is it really making your life better? And they just go quiet. I go, if you actually knew the facts, the empirical evidence, I go, your life will probably, most likely improve. With this stuff, I go, you're getting robbed from everywhere. Mind, pocket, everything. Spiritually, however you want to put it. But I don't know. The guy that Elijah was speaking to, as soon as I'm like, yeah, you do it sometimes. Some people QA, but as soon as you heard you, his voice started going up a few octaves, and you're like, hey, let me explain. No, fuck you. I'm like, oh fuck it, now here we go. He's fucking off on his tangent. Banned. It's funny. I find it fucking hilarious.
Oh, Loggers posted those antibodies. That's too funny.
Yeah, you said that to me a few times. I'm like, why is QE fucking all the time talking to me about you like it's antibodies? I'm like, bro, it's just my eye.
Is there an
And then-
IgZ? Loggers, did you look up IgZ? See if there was one?
Yeah, I looked it up. I didn't see IgZ. There was like IgA, IG, something else.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
for
but you
that.
got your capitalization wrong. IgZ, you need to turn that around.
Round there.
Yeah, it should be capital I, little G, and big Z.
Big Z, yeah.
What does it mean to you, and why did you pick that name?
Oh, it's short for my proper name.
Ah, okay. So you're called
Yeah.
Exalius.
Iximus. No, it's Igor. So it's just short Igs. Here, people can't pronounce
Ignoramus.
it. Yeah. Just, I don't know, whatever you want.
Iguanas.
You made me into a fucking fish now. Lizard. Iguana. Oh, Loggers, you weren't there when I think Jason was there. Me, Jason, Crack, and a couple of other guys. This dude didn't want to let up on on that one, bro. It was imminent that some dudes got on a plane and just, I gave him 10 definitions of what terrorism means. He didn't want to accept any of them.
Hey, you guys.
Hello. What's going on, bro?
Wait, you have 10 definitions of terrorism?
Yeah, bro. I was trying to explain to this one.
I haven't actually seen this. The 10 definitions of terrorism.
I got it from like a
Oh, I'm
Britannica.
listening to the
Collins.
wrong shit. My bad. Hold on.
Yeah, no, I gave him like definitions from Collins, Britannica, every single dictionary. And he goes, no, that's not what I mean. I go, when the government inflicts pain on its own people. I even got the legalese dictionary. It's when the government does psychological, operations on its people, whatever. He's like, no, it can't be my government. I'm like, fuck, okay, this guy's just got, he's gone. You can't help him. Like, get married to your government, brother. When's your wedding?
Can I get a check? Check 1 2.
You're good, bro.
I was just hearing myself back. I mean, I wanted to interject. I was hearing myself back. Shit, where am I hearing this freaking? Yeah, it's me. Hold on. Give me a minute.
The goat humpers.
I still am. So.
Say that again, Logos.
I said, how did you find 10 different definitions of goat humpers?
Goat humpers.
I'll figure it out.
All right. Oh, yeah. You couldn't get past the thing that you just posted. I'm like, that all just went to, smithereens, but they found their passports. Okay, that's just common sense, yeah. They were in the plane.
Bandana.
Oh, yeah, of course. You have to have a bandana, too.
All terrorists wear bandanas. Haven't you seen Lethal Weapon?
Yeah. Not for a while.
I have a shitload of windows open, and I can't figure out where I'm hearing this feedback from. Yeah, well, I'll figure it out eventually, and I'll get back with you.
All right.
If it's any consolation, we don't hear it.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't.
So there's no
it's
echo.
Yeah. It does your head in though when you hear yourself like when you're speaking, just like repeat.
Yeah, we know all about the echoes.
Hold on. Let me check something else. Check 1 2. Can you guys? This is
good.
All good, buddy.
Yep. Can you hear yourself?
No, it's not working. Damn it. Jump out.
You don't have the monitor setting on OBS, do you? Because that'll do it too. That would be advanced sound properties for your devices.
Hello.
Hello.
Still some. Oh, let me try something else here. Still going. Any sense? Let's try this.
Yeah, what up, guys? You guys still arguing that gravity doesn't exist?
Nah, we've already debunked.
Yeah,
Which gravity are you
definitive.
talking about?
Yeah.
Gravitas.
Oh, here we go with the
vernacular
fallacy.
What up, Kiwi?
What?
Yeah, yeah.
You
No,
say
wait.
gravity. When you say gravity, there's two types of gravity.
Right. Well, I'm just referring to weight.
Yeah. Well, weight equals mg. Mg loves you long time. So the first thing you have to do is define, because in any equation, any mathematician worth their salt's going to tell you.
I'm using it.
I wasn't done yet.
I
wasn't done yet. That's right. I wasn't done yet. I'm very concise. Be
Karen.
patient.
Yeah, I'm gonna start calling you Karen E.
Be patient.
Uh-oh.
Be patient. Weight equals mg. Like I was saying before I was rudely interrupted.
So rude.
Yeah, that's right. Every mathematician will tell you, mathematician will tell you, each variable has to be defined rigorously. So I'm going to be concise. Define mass.
What?
Define mass.
I'm not defining. Well, no, I'm not saying. I'm just saying that gravity means weight.
Not today. It doesn't.
Well, I mean, like, you know, in the traditional Latin sense, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
gravitas.
it just.
Oh my God, that was slurred words.
It just means, you know, it just means weight.
Yeah,
Yes.
weight
Gravitas.
equals. Here we go again. Weight in today's vernacular means W is weight equals mg. Mg love you long time. That mg is mass times your gravitas.
Right, but you're putting it into the science, you know, this mathematical equation.
No, I'm not. They did.
Well, my point is that it doesn't mean that it still doesn't mean weight, you know?
It's still that it doesn't mean weight. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
You know, like it just means, well, I mean, it just means weight, gravity.
Yeah, weight is W equal mg. Mg love you a long time for the fourth time.
Well, I mean, when you stand on a scale, what is the measurement of, you know, weight? I mean, we do have weight on Earth. I mean, do you deny that?
Weight is not measured on a fucking scale.
All right, so where is weight measured?
Weight isn't measured, and weight doesn't exist because they can't define it.
All right, so
thank you. Man.
So wait, is there a standard thing? You know, I mean, I mean, I figured my sound shit out. Right? Anyway, so where are we measuring?
Blessed.
So weight doesn't exist and mass doesn't exist the way that it's prescribed, right?
Here we fucking go. People that just like to argue.
No, I love it too. That's why I'm asking.
Hey,
I'm
fuck
asking
yeah. I mean, hell yeah, dude. Why not? This is interesting shit.
No, it's not.
Come on, get you.
No, it's not. It's already described. Everybody that denies it is out of their mind or something. So anyway, so quantum eraser. So what is weight and mass, and you know, if you stand on a scale, and you know, in modern times or whatever, we build scales, and if somebody stands on it, if they weigh 180 pounds, where does that weight come from in your mind?
Weight. It's just a convention that we use for weight. But if you go by their definition, weight equals mg. Mg love you long time. It makes no sense.
Sure, but is it practical?
Yeah, it's a convention. I didn't say it wasn't practical as long as everyone's on the same convention. It's like the metric system, right? If everyone's on the same page, then it's useful for certain things. But if you go like to the friggin' deserts of New Mexico and bring up fucking metric system, they're going to look at you like you got 25 heads, right?
Well, yeah, it has to be an agreed upon system.
Exactly.
Right?
Convention. Yep.
Yeah.
You got. Yeah, but it's useful. It could be useful as long. See, here's the problem though. The moment you come outside the convention to make claims upon reality, that's when you get into problems because that's begging the question. Textbook.
And this is where like with weight, everyone that believes the Earth is a globe say that the weight is due to gravity, right? Which we have no evidence for.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's our bottom line of the thing. Yes, we can practically use weight to exist on Earth, but we're not going to claim that it makes balls spin around the universe.
I just seen a bald-tard numpty dipshit talk about scales and weight on a video, and he said that's not weight either. Do you see that one?
Weight can only apply on Earth, right?
No, I'm talking about weight and scales. That's not how you measure weight. Even a bald-tard, a regular secular bald-tard, come out and said that's horseshit.
Okay, cool.
Hold on, maybe I can grab it. Hopefully, I like
grab
that
it and
video.
see if you can share that.
Yeah,
and I'd like to see
real quick though, if I may, just to clarify my point regarding the term gravity, is that to say that, let's say, gravity or weight doesn't exist is where one runs the risk of just not having.
Oh, I got it, Helio.
Cool. I'll check it
he can
out.
go ahead and finish his point. I ain't running any risk. You better start.
No, to be honest, Issa's been saying this for like 3 years. So
I know.
I think I know. Yeah, I know what he's about to say.
He got his ass handed to him over on Nathan's show for etymological fallacy.
Oh, I contend I've heard otherwise.
Hey, there you go, Helio.
But like, hey, if you want to avoid simple facts like gravitas,
simple facts,
gravity, and you're gonna simply just partake in the mathematical language and let them dictate your reality.
They don't dictate. I destroy their reality.
Then but I'm just saying gravity exists in the sense that weight exists, and to complicate it further.
I was going to say I don't see your link. But go ahead.
Well, to complicate it further with like the idea that you're going to impose this mathematics of what modern science puts it on, is to let them dictate the conversation when in reality these terms go long back and way before these people put forth these ideas. Language precedes this.
See that?
No, I see it now. Yeah, I'll check it out. We can actually play the audio on here if you want.
I don't know how. Hold on. How long is this? 9 minutes. I don't think you should.
No, we're not going to play the whole thing. Yeah, check it out. Took a scale on an elevator.
I was just ready to get there.
Hey, Helio, were you able to use that clip I sent you?
Who's that talking?
Josh.
Joshua. No, I actually went ahead and recorded myself. I already put it up. Did you watch it?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I mean, after when I clicked on your link, it was still uploading or processing. So I went ahead and I just had a little time. I just put it up myself. By recording.
Well, the link was to my Google Drive. So
yeah, you can take it down to save room on your Google Drive. It's already up now.
Oh, dude, I got like 200 Google accounts. It's all good.
Well, either way, that one you can erase. I already put it up.
Loving it up when I hit
Well, it's just really weird that a lot of people were requesting that video from the Twitch account. It was just like, anyway, that stint of everything was.
I'm sorry, Helio. I totally rumpused you the whole fucking time. Now you owe me one.
That was like Michael Jackson does. Yeah, that was
Somebody was. Yeah, we could make a video off of this one with
Love in an elevator.
wait in an elevator. Oh, it'd be wait in an elevator, right?
Wait in an elevator.
Living it up while I'm wait.
Yeah, so it'd be like
Scaling
gravity
up
sucks.
while I'm going down.
Gravity sucks because we're going down. I don't know.
Scaling it up because I'm going down.
There you go.
That's what's up. That's
Weighing
good
it up,
stuff.
that shit's going down.
Waiting for somebody, but nobody turning around.
Waiting for someone to come around.
That's it.
Waiting for glow proof to come around.
So yeah, that's
I
a good.
took a scale
I'll
on the
definitely
elevator.
check that out. I guess I'm kind
Oh,
of
that's cool.
talk shit, but I took a scale on an elevator.
Yeah, elevator. Wow.
All right, so and this is a thing. I hope that John, if he has really much more to offer about weight. I mean, does weight exist? I mean, everyone stands on a scale.
I remember
when you
QE
go
a
to
long
the
time
doctor,
ago,
every time you go into a doctor's office, they weigh you, and then they test your height, your weight. They have a little scale, so you weigh something. Now, whether or not that has anything to do with gravity.
No, because
that's
you only weigh something because of your medium and your interaction with the medium, correct, QE?
Well,
Yes, because you can take a weight measurement in water. You know, proper like what's it called? I forget what it's called. When you place yourself into water and you find out how much you weigh. Forget the term.
Dude, is Isha still here? No, he left because he. See that it's about to get deep. Yeah, this weight thing, which is a gravity measurement, right?
Don't do that.
Yeah,
Don't
I'm
help
gonna
them out.
do it. I'm gonna do it.
Why?
Well, but what? Well, why do you weigh something?
We just have to come to the conclusion that it's not gravity, and we're fine.
Okay, well, yeah, I'm totally down with that. So, we're
last time.
Go ahead, Jen.
To answer your question, the last time I remember this being brought up was way back in science class, and I was doing an experiment. That's when you weigh something.
Shit.
So you
She said
weighed
experiment.
something. Go ahead, Quantum. Go ahead.
No, I said, oh shit. She said experiment.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know what I was doing.
You mean in high school? You mean in high school, Jan? You mean in high school, Jenny?
Yeah, I specifically remember doing math. I was doing math, you know.
I specifically.
Yeah. I'm eating a strawberry and I'm lounging in my PJs. So you have to
One strawberry.
Yep.
Oh
I have one.
She's eating one strawberry for the next 2.5 hours.
What you wearing? What you wearing?
Times are tough.
Oh,
Were you sitting by the pool in the
I'm lounging by my kitchen table.
Good Lord.
And I'm gonna make a smoothie with kale and romaine lettuce.
Well, then, did you
I
use
want
a
sugar.
blender? That's centrifugal
Yeah, I got
force. If you use a blender,
I got a ninja blender.
there you go. So then you're swirling the strawberries around. You put a little rum in there.
She said strawberry.
That is a possibility, but probably not. But anyway, when you have to weigh something, I remember doing that in science class.
I've been a drug dealer for many years. I'm not anymore, but I was. I know how to weigh something, with small scales and everything. I deal drugs, so I know how to weigh something in a very, very small scale.
Oh, good.
Yeah, on a small scale. So we
Small
got
scale.
a small cell.
what?
Scale.
Scale.
You got a strawberry in your mouth too.
I mean, it depends on whether you want to go by grams or ounces. Yeah, I can tell you that 7 ounces is about 28 grams. You know, I mean,
Do conversions. Bravo.
yeah, sure. Yeah,
Bravo.
I mean, when you deal pot or whatever, you know how to.
Of course, you got to
do
know
that
what you're
shit.
talking about,
It's
or you're
really
going to
easy.
get jigged.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
28 grams. It depends on what kind of scale you use to weigh the grams. If it's a digital scale or a physical scale, just like float it.
Yeah, so I
you know.
bet you there's a lot of pot dealers like selling to dumb people.
Imperial or Troy?
Oh yeah, it's easy to sell. It's easy to sell bad pot to dumb people.
Yeah,
but at the same time, if you sell bad pot, they won't come back. You know. So
That's
whatever.
true. That is
So man, that gets into commercialism. If you sell good product, they'll always come back. So anyway,
Well, you can
Some
tell I've
people
never
still
sold
come
pot.
back, man.
Me and everyone I deal with deals in Troy ounces, which is 31 grams.
31. Yeah.
oh, is that how? Is that how?
so-
Is that the new drug dealer?
Okay, so wait.
No, because
okay.
it's the gold weight. When you
So-
buy gold, an ounce of gold, it's 31 grams, not 28.
Troy, yeah.
So-
31.
When you weigh something, it's supposed to be a measurement, correct?
Yeah, but natural science doesn't deal in quantitative. It only deals with qualitative. How about that?
Then what about mass?
What is mass?
I know it's a big debate on that, and
I created that debate, by the way.
I think mass versus gravity is. Go ahead, Jen.
I thought mass was supposed to be the molecular weight of a compound.
Nope.
You know what mass versus gravity reminds me of? It's color of law. I think mass is color of law versus gravity. With everything that we have to deal with.
Okay,
Jen.
I really fudged that.
Jen.
I really fudged that one. I need to
Jen.
correct myself. So rewind and delete.
Jen, you're not going to get a word in edgewise. Don't even try it.
No,
Okay,
Jen,
so
Jen,
anyway-
you're doing great. Yeah, I love Jen, man. She's been here for a long time. Yeah, it's all.
Yeah,
I didn't
it's
say
okay.
you didn't love Jen. I said she wasn't getting a word in edgewise.
Okay,
Yes,
so
'cause I'm a
anyway,
dick.
I have to be careful with my words here, especially right now. Okay,
You
so
still eat-
anyway,
You still eating that strawberry?
no, I'm not.
right.
I'm
No
Well, I
excuses
got
now.
more
Go ahead.
strawberries. There's more than one. But
Helio was eating one before.
Anyway, so I thought mass had something to do with the atomic values of what the compound is made of. Like what the fucking shit you did in science class.
Yeah, what's the matter?
Sure, and chemistry is involved as well. Yeah, all of that. Yeah, of course. I mean,
Okay, so
there's no reason to laugh. There's no reason to laugh about it because this is what we were taught that mass is.
Certain okay, so on the periodic
Basically.
table. So on the periodic table there's certain values for each element, correct? Actually there's 2, right?
That's what they say, yeah. That's what they say. What's the
Okay, well,
proof
it's
of
been a really long time since I looked at a periodic table, but so can somebody refresh my memory? Which is which?
So, I mean, just look it up. I mean, just Google it right now. I mean, you
I
can
could
look
do
up
it,
the
but I'm not
periodic
delighted
table
to
of
do
the
that.
elements, and then the mass
Okay, but
values
I-
will be, right there.
All right,
Hold
well,
on,
anyway,
a video just started playing, man. I got to check my tabs. I can't find the damn thing.
Oh shit, you're back. It's like you're
It's
back
the
on
weight.
my bullshit.
It's the scales do not measure weight guy. Where the fuck is he?
Yeah, do the mass values actually equal some type of weight? Compared to the gravity constant, which doesn't
Gravity
exist. Oh my goodness! And all of us flat earthers
Okay.
are so dumb for not believing in this nonsense.
Hmm.
Yeah, Yeah, you got the atomic.
Hey, real
number.
quick, the YouTube
Well,
chat is asking me to sing something for
is
them.
it the atomic weight?
Yes.
Hang on, I gotta
that's
sing
what I was
something
gonna
real
say a
quick.
Yeah, but there's no
second ago.
atom.
Thank
It
you,
doesn't
Helium, for
exist.
being in my brain.
Hey, real
Yeah,
quick, I gotta
I'm
say
sorry I
something.
fired this up so hard tonight, but
Hey,
this is
goddamn
a
it.
discussion that needs to be had. To be honest,
I agree.
at the end of the day.
Hey,
I don't
I got something to sing to the YouTube chat real quick.
Oh, you got
They're asking me to sing something, so
No,
I have
Jenny.
to let them know what they
No.
are,
Jenny's trying
and
to
it's
talk.
really
You want
quick.
to sing?
You're not going to sing. No. Whoever's. Oh, you better fucking make it quick and then drop
I
out.
did. God damn it! That was really
it.
quick.
So, all
That's
right.
what I said it was gonna be.
All right, it's Rumpus Hour, guys.
I'm not gonna talk until Helio's had 5 more beers.
Oh,
I can't do any more. Well, I'll
Yes,
probably
you
have
can.
a couple more because I have to work tomorrow. But I'm not gonna let you fucking
Only a
sing
couple
over
more.
or freaking talk about this atomic fucking energy and shit.
What's
we're
an
not
atom?
well,
Which
yeah.
doesn't exist.
Basically,
An
Define an
atom is
atom.
supposed to be the smallest unit that anything can be broken down to.
I thought that was a
Can
quark
we
or
let
something.
Jenny talk? Would you guys
No,
let
that's an
Jenny
atom.
talk?
Sorry,
for
I'm done.
fuck's
I'm done.
sake?
Go ahead.
Oh no, this is the natural environment that I'm used to. That's so nice. But so Helio brought up a moment ago atomic weight. So that would be part one of on the periodic table, right?
Mm-mm. You got the
Or
well.
okay,
different-
wait, okay. It's so
Now
sorry.
hold on
Yeah.
a second, Jenny. On different periodic tables, things are the nomenclature's a bit different. They're all saying
Okay.
relatively the same. They got atomic number. You have the chemical symbol, right? What else you got? You got the element name, and then I think atomic mass is what you want to go for, right?
Atomic mass.
I think that's what you want to
Yes.
go for, correct?
Yes.
atoms always involve chemistry, right?
Yeah. Well,
All right.
chemistry involves atoms.
No, well, which one starts first, right?
So the atomic mass isn't a measurement. It's a
What's mass?
calculation.
Well, it depends on
wait.
which. Go ahead. Sorry, Chitty.
Oh wait, no. But the atomic mass is not a measurement. It's a calculation.
Well, what's mass first? Before we get there, what the hell is mass?
It's a value for it's a value for a substance, right? It's a numeric value of what you're
It's usually
measuring.
stated as the quantity of matter contained in something, but that's incorrect.
Okay.
Yeah. Now that's what they say it is, but that is friggin' incorrect.
Okay.
I'll show you here. Let me show you 1 second.
Yeah.
Here lies the problem. This is where the problem lies. So, but that's what it means. You're right. You were correct in stating that is correct. That's what it's defined as, or that's what the periodic table states. But
That's
then
what it's defined as.
it states the number and then it defines it, right? But that definition's incorrect. Watch this. So at 37 minutes after the hour, the Royal Society of Chemistry, no less. Moreover, studies have shown that the amount of substance, that is matter, is often incorrectly identified with mass. So what in the world is going on here?
Wow.
See, and the amount of matter, even in 1992 from John Wheeler down there at Princeton, he said nature does not offer us any concept as the amount of matter, just like it's defined, not the way you defined it, the way they define it. If you go to the periodic table, they're going to tell you it's the amount or quantity of substance in that thing.
John, let me ask you.
Right, I'm not
is
done
there
yet.
All right, go for it. Go for it.
So I'm just reading the citation off at 37
I know.
minutes. That's all I'm doing. So nature does not offer us any concept as the amount of matter. History has struck down every proposal to define such a term. Even if we could count the number of atoms or stuff inside an atom, it doesn't say that. I added that. Or by any other counting method, try to evaluate the amount of matter that number would not equal mass. So what's going on here? There seems like they're not on the same sheet of music, right? They're confused.
Hey, John, I was about to ask you, John, I was about to ask you, is there any way to measure it?
Measure what?
What they were talking about.
Somebody's laughing back there because they know exactly what
Me, sorry.
Yeah, everyone knows what we're talking about. There's no fucking way to measure it physically.
Measure what?
Yeah, exactly. So they're embarrassing freaking weird ass argument that doesn't exist. That's what I'm talking about.
So really what it is, what we're dealing here with is a circle jerk.
Yep. Yeah, because they change what they do, Jenny. Here, I'm going to tell you the game. What they do is they're equivocating. That means they have different definitions for a single term, and depending on what argument you're in, they'll change the definition to match what they mean. That's the game.
I understand that game. Thank you for pointing that out. Did you?
I can understand that too. Sorry.
Hold on. Let Quantum, hold on. Everyone, as a moderator here, please let Quantum Eraser finish his point on this, and then everyone ask questions for Quantum Eraser, because I think we solidified a very decent point. Please.
I was already finished. It was Jenny's.
Yeah, no, but I think that you understand what I understand, even though you know, whatever it is. And Jenny or whatever, there's some things that I'm seeing that that people just ask some questions that they don't understand yet, and then anyway, whatever it is.
IGZ, hold up. Jenny was going to say something. Let Jenny talk.
Well, I just like the word you used, equivocation.
Equivocation. It's a bait and switch fallacy. What they do is they use two or more definitions with a single term within the same argument, but they get coy. They'll change arguments. They'll argue that mass is one thing in one argument, and then the next breath, in a different argument, they'll change the definition on you. So it can mean anything they want, whenever they want. That's equivocation.
Oh, yeah. That happens all the time in here.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm very familiar with that. Yeah.
Yep. They do it a lot.
But it never proves shape. It never proves shape.
What?
No, it never proves shape. It just proves ideas of logic.
That's not logic. That's fallacious reason.
Well, it depends on a specific argument. If you're going to use certain aspects of logic to prove shape of anything, then you're going to.
We're not talking about shape. We're talking about mass.
All right. Yes, exactly. No, yeah, sure. Go ahead.
The concept is correct, though.
Yeah, mass has no inherent shape, but yeah.
Thanks. So.
Sorry,
yeah. No. That's what they do. So you're all confused. That's why I have my son and daughter come in when they were coming up through junior high and high school, asking me what an independent variable is, because they're so confused because their teachers don't know what it is. They've been getting cross currents and different definitions, in different contexts. So I'm saying, why are you even asking me that? I mean, you're in 8th grade. You should know what an independent variable was. What's the problem? Right? The problem is nobody knows what the hell they're talking about. And the kids are getting confused. That's the problem.
Yeah. I can go with that. 100%.
And here's what the most poisonous part of the argument that we're going through. Obviously, here's the most poisonous part of this is that it, with the general mass of people, and we're a community in here,
Okay, let's not go on philosophies here. You know what the subtle mind is? I'll give you. I'll give you the
go ahead. You already know where I'm going.
Hold on.
John, I'm saying, go ahead. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. You already know where I'm going. Go ahead.
All right. I'll give you the subtle mind fuck here. You ready? Watch this one. They know human behavior and human nature, right? Now, if they give you multiple fucking definitions for something, especially in a science topic, no one's going to say anything, right? Because as soon as somebody raises their hand to ask a question, which they ain't going to do, they're already showing that they don't understand. And a lot of people will not do that. They will take the loss. They will say, oh, I don't give a fuck. I'll never understand this anyway. I'll just be quiet.
Yeah, they'll just exist in the putrid existence, you know, and yeah, go ahead.
That's some, I'm laying some heavy shit on you now. That's heavy shit. That's the subtle.
Yeah, that's why I said it, you know, but and that's why I said it while you're here. Because people won't just get some balls and say, fuck you. I don't
I don't understand this. I don't understand this. Explain it to me. See, you should have been at the university with me. Because
the FU University.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I was in. You should see all my classmates, right? Because I didn't give a shit. Because I was older, right? And these were all young pups, and they were only there to party and shit, right? But when the professor made some comments that contradicted other comments, my hand, I almost pulled my shoulder out of the socket. And you can see when I do that, yeah, you know I was that asshole. When I do that, I used to look around. Now, I used to do it sort of surreptitiously. I'd look around and you could see all my classmates, you know, rolling the nonverbal, right? Rolling their eyes. Some of it was verbal, like, oh God, here he goes again.
Not
right?
you again.
Thousands of times. Because guess what? I was dropping the Brinks truck in this university, and they ain't getting out of the room until they explain this shit to me.
Including the professor.
And now the professors didn't mind. It was my classmates.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, the professors don't mind if you're asking questions because they know that you're interested and they know where you're at based on your question.
Correct.
Follow?
See, I wasn't in a position, you know, when I was a young man to actually, you know, really do this.
You weren't in this position. Are you eating a strawberry?
I'm a position. Right? I'm a positionary, and we'll figure this shit out later. Why the fuck are you giving me shit, QE? Whatever. I'm just fucking with you. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, there are a lot of intellectuals over multiple platforms that take advantage of their situation and, you know, freaking tell these people, hey, I think you are being influenced by people that you might or might not respect that haven't seen the full fucking picture, you know, over time. And you're actually, you know, with these professors in high school. I mean, I'm a fucking professor of knowledge in the school of hard knocks, right?
Fucking knocks. Fucking A.
It's not like that. I haven't been through some of this shit, but I'm right here doing this shit on the internet. School of Hard Knocks, bro. And I've been to college. I had a full tuition scholarship to college. I fucked it up, whatever. But I'm not sure if I should have finished it, you know?
I can relate.
I don't think I should have, based on their pompous fucking prick attitudes. They're just gonna just roll around their freaking pompous fucking prick attitudes and the United States of America, It's just a story, man.
United States of a miracle.
The United States of America. Did you say miracle eggs?
You did, bro.
Sure.
You did.
No. I said America, but I'm from the South. It might have from the South. It might have sounded like a miracle. But I mean, I guess it might as well have been a miracle from the people that came from the East and said, "Hey, it's a new." From the West, and it might as well have been the new world. Right? That's what they call it, right? The new world, right? It's just, it's the continuation of the Roman Empire, but don't get me started on that bullshit.
The United States of a miracle. I like that. I'm gonna use that.
Oh God, we gotta write a song about that. Like to hear it?
Yeah.
Here it goes. The United States of a miracle. Samuel Jackson, freaking Christopher Columbus, all them motherfuckers discovered the United States of a miracle.
It was a miracle.
It was a miracle every time.
You know, I like it. It's the United States of miracles.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. I live here, and
it's a miracle.
I think the Earth is a miracle. I don't think the United States is a miracle. I think it's a poisonous result of these fucking government freaking. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, if you really want to, I'm not gonna say it totally.
Say it.
No more beers.
All right.
Say it.
All right. Well, I might have to grab another beer, and then I'll tell you how I think that America fucked the whole world.
Say
it. If you have another beer, you won't be able to tell us anything. Does that make sense?
All right, fuck it. I'll just say it right now. America fucked the whole world. Well, it wasn't America. It was a result of the entire conglomeration of all the Europeans that. No, there are so many stories told about how America exists. I don't even have enough time tonight to actually tell you about how America exists.
That's true.
Well, if you grab a beer, you can. We'll listen.
So you guys told me not to get another beer.
I said don't do it.
Beer and then we won't.
Okay,
All right.
I want to hear you shotgun it on the microphone.
No, but I promise me that you guys will talk to me about this. Don't let me go on freaking steroids. Freaking yeah. I mean, you guys know about what we've been talking about forever. I don't fucking shoot drugs up or anything. I just drink beer. All right, cool.
Yeah, because
all right. So, what do you guys think about the history of America? I mean, we've been fed a lot of bullshit, especially. I mean, we're like we're moving up to 9/11. We're only 2 days away from this sumbitch, right? There was a history 20 years ago. Two buildings that were 1,000 feet tall, and then another building that was 700 feet tall. They got knocked down by two airplanes. The whole complex. Well, it wasn't even those three buildings. The entire complex. One was, building 6, everything. It was anti-miracle in my opinion. But anyway, so
Guys, I still have
two
arguments with people.
airplanes brought
Hold on.
down the entire complex. Anyway,
Right.
so we
You're
have to get prepped for what's going to happen when we hit.
What do you
20
think's going to
year
happen in 2 days?
on this server? I think on this server, no, I don't. No,
The world. What's going to happen in the world in 2 days, Helium?
I think it's going to be the same bullshit that we always experience.
Right.
I have no confidence. I have no confidence in general America that watch the news. They just believe everything. But on this server, I think just like we have an anniversary every year, on 9/11, whatever. But
an anniversary.
Generally, we do. We do. But like on this server, we just like we have an anniversary talk about 9/11 and
Celebrate.
It's not a celebration. It's an exposure. It's not a celebration. It's an exposure. It's not. It's not.
Is there like going to be like a 9/11 stream? Is that what you're going to set up?
Well, I mean, it might be, but I haven't even concentrated on that.
Listen,
do you guys want one?
Yeah,
people think that
I'll do it because for the most part they don't really fuck with us on 9/11. Because I'm on YouTube and D Live and shit. They don't really fuck with us about 9/11. If we start talking about the jab and stuff, they're like, "Fuck you! I'm taking your channel down."
Well, that's because 9/11 was 20 years ago.
You know what?
20 years,
dude. I could.
They don't give a fuck anymore.
If I had time, I can show you why that is directly connected to the jab. But
of course,
correct. So anyway,
it's all the same plan. It's all the same loser fucking plan.
Yeah, and it's been going on for over 100 years.
1,000 years, dog.
All right, cool. So we're 2 days away from us talking about 9/11 without, just some kind of. We're gonna jab some information about the jab without actually just because they won't fucking roast us on 9/11. They won't fucking take the channel down for 9/11 shit, but they'll take our shit down.
Just label the stream not 9/11.
I don't know. We'll see. So we have
the United States of America.
The miracle.
Cool.
Yeah, the miracle of 7 buildings falling because of 2 planes. Yeah, that's
some
a
kind of
fucking
intervention.
miracle.
I'll say that. Yeah.
You could have
a lot of shit. A lot of shit had to go real wrong that day. 3 hours of just everything failing. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. Let's. I mean, when 9/11 hits, 20 years after. Boom,
what do you think's going to happen?
We're going to be on. Well, I have a feeling on this.
Do you think this is when they're going to do the alien invasion?
No, I don't think. I don't really give a shit.
No, dude, I want to meet a really hot alien.
No. I'm going to tell you what should happen inside this channel is that we're going to talk about 9/11 for 24 hours.
Oh, can we not, dude?
Nice. Let's do it.
Truthers. Listen. We're truthers. We have already thought about 9/11 more than anyone should. God bless it.
That's not true. It's the 20th anniversary. Are you fucking
that
serious?
Doesn't mean
we're
we
not
have to talk about it, dude.
Yes,
20 hours.
Black Flow. Well, I mean, you don't have to be in here and talk about. We're going to talk about.
Thank you.
Let's do it.
I'm just being a
we're going to do it. Yeah, you're being a dick. I mean, what do you think we're not going to? We're not going to talk about it on the 20th anniversary. Are you fucking serious? What the fuck
are you serious?
I'm going to do some blood magic for everybody.
All right. Well, why don't you make a video about your blood magic? 9/11.
No.
Are you talking about what's the guy? What's that?
Quasi-luminous.
Yeah, quasi.
What?
Did you already write your name in blood for that shit?
I intend to bring forth heaven on earth for the benefit of all. That was his mantra.
No, but I think it's important for people. Oftentimes, like will say, "Hey, you flat earthers, are you curious about other conspiracies?" Right. So, but it's not because they're. See, a lot of people when they find the flat Earth thing, it's not because they're like they already know. It's just like flat Earthers. This is the dumb
They're
shit, right?
bi-serious.
I doubt that there's someone who got into flat Earth before they got into other things.
But I think the 20th anniversary of fucking 9/11 is a good opportunity to freaking talk about this. So Glat Floob, I really think that you're being a dick. They just like don't talk about it.
Dude, I'm trying to be funny.
Yeah, but
sorry.
Yeah, dude. Well, I'm telling you, on 9/11 this year, we're gonna talk about.
All right.
We're gonna talk about 9/11 all fucking day. All fucking day. We're talking about it.
You're making it sound
We're
like
already talking about it, bro.
Yeah, I'm just letting everyone know that when 9/11. No, yeah, it's because it's a preview. We're going to be talking about 9/11 all fucking day. So
we're concepting
9/11, the prequel.
There's no way around it. It's not planned either. But when 9/11 hits on this server, I didn't even set this up, but I already know what's going to happen because it happens every year. We've done this for 3 years in a row, man. 9/11 happens every time. It's 9/11. We're in there talking about live 9/11 all fucking day long.
Cool.
Toast.
So two box cutters? Nobody tackled these dudes? You're fucking kidding me. There's Americans in a plane not going to tackle a couple dudes with box cutters. Get the fuck
You
out
think
of
I'm
here.
scared of getting my arm cut or whatever whenever I punch you in the face?
And they found the passports on the ground after the plane had crashed.
Oh, let's do a prequel now. Let's just freaking talk about 9/11.
It was the
We might as
United
well.
States. Don't want to tell the truth right now. Save it. You gotta save it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to save it. Okay, whatever. We don't have to talk
No,
about it.
don't save it. Don't save it.
Dude, Helio is so ready.
Yeah.
Helio would get excited about it.
I mean, I can't do it while I'm at work, but when I'm at home, I fucking. It's such bullshit, man. It's so nonsense, man. Just
I love it. I just
the
love
official
Helio. I love you so
story
much. Seriously.
I love you too, and we're exposing bullshit to people that buy it, which
Helio.
I don't know if they actually. It's like 9/11 to me is diapers, right? It's just like, I'm gonna take off your diaper and show you some other conspiratorial nonsense.
Wow. Wait a second. Helio.
9/11 is baby's first conspiracy. That's what 9/11 is.
I can't believe what I just heard.
All right, no, I'm sorry if I don't want to.
It's okay.
I mean, 2 buildings, 2 airplanes, 6 buildings, 7 buildings. I mean, give me a shit.
And a field.
Give me a shit. Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna give you a shit.
Helio.
I can go prior to that. Oklahoma City. Have you ever looked into that one?
Helio's gone full retard. Stop him, someone.
No, it's conspiratard. It's conspiratard. That's what they call it.
Yeah, and on that note, I want to add really
Oklahoma
quickly.
City bombing was also direct energy weapons.
No. If you looked into Oklahoma City bombing, you'll find out that was very similar to what happened in 9/11. What were you saying, Jenny?
Oh,
You're
sorry, guys.
You're trying to say shut the
strawberries.
Yeah, maybe I could do that in the background one time. Okay, so you guys are wanting to go into 9/11, which sure we can start now, whatever. But it was something you said, Helio, like a few moments ago or something. And I said in the chat, the voice text, which you're probably not looking at.
Oh, my bad.
People. Okay, so I said, I didn't tag you, so it's all good. People on the fence are bispurious.
I did hear that bispurious. It's like it might or might not matter.
Define matter.
Don't you mean
Define
bipartisan?
Sounds like she might not need any room.
Or we could, when somebody is being ridiculous, we could say, "Are you being spurious? Are you being spurious right now?" I don't know.
Exactly.
No, because technically what we're doing is giving respect to the sun or the dog star Sirius. Let's not do that.
Why not? Why not? I think we should. Are you being fucking serious? Are you being serious right now?
I'm not eating cereal, no.
You're dyspherious?
Well, I'm certainly around in many spots.
But the bispurious, I think that's even more hilarious.
Yeah. They're certainly not curious, that's for sure. Got it all figured out, don't they?
I bet that tastes from Long Island, for sure.
Well, what they are more than bispurious, it'd be more globe curious.
No, it'd be flat curious, man. Everybody's flat curious.
Well, okay. So, would you identify as flat curious? Because
I know the YouTube chatters would identify as flat curious. That's the only reason they're here.
Well, I mean, is a flat
sounds like
versus globe curious?
Flat curious.
Flat curious. See, these labels don't necessarily mean a goddamn
You could say
thing
swan
because,
curious.
see, and
but that's gross. That's disgusting. Never mind.
With this thing comes, it's like, hey, have all of us, everyone with a conscious mind, experience Earth in the same way. Now, whether or not, we often have different arguments about the horizon or space or anything, and mathematics, that has to do with everything, all that shit. I don't want to get into the details of it right now. So this idea of flat curious or globe curious or pie
sounds like a fucking bisexual or something, like another new name for those anagrams.
Well, I mean, it might have been. Let's throw 18,000 labels about curious, and it's like, you know what? I'm fucking curious. Hey, honest to God, I'm a curious person, but I wouldn't put a fucking label on it.
But are you bi-curious though?
I wouldn't even apply it to my sexuality. I'd actually apply it more to, Earth is. I wouldn't apply it to my sexuality because I'm a man. I was born with a penis, so
he's
what
just
would
curious.
George Carlin say? What would George Carlin say?
Flat sexual logos. That's so funny.
Flat
globosexual is what it would be.
Oh wow.
Globosexuals.
Right, globosexual.
Does that mean we're all globophobic?
Does that mean that the globes came about because other globes freaking hit them? That would just be ovaries just smashing into each other and creating other globes.
What in
That's
the
more.
fuck are
That's
you
more.
talking about?
That's
Into
more
each other, making a third one.
pansexual. That's more pansexual. I don't even know where the fuck is that coming from, but whatever.
See, if two of your testicles collide, they can make a third one.
And I'm being comedic for a reason because this total fucking retardedism makes no sense to anything that has to do with creation.
Stop being globophobic. Stop being globophobic.
Well,
right.
You can call me a globophobe if you want to, but I don't give a fuck what you think about me, to be honest.
Oh, I'm certainly not afraid of anti-flat earthers.
They think balls smashed into each other like 4.5 billion years ago and created the
Yeah,
universe.
listen to this. They
What
think
the
balls
fuck are
smashed
you supposed to think? You know what? I mean, it's like they're just making stories up that they have no evidence for. I mean, goddamn, what the fuck are we supposed to do with that?
Elio, it's scientifically proven because when your testicles collide together, a third testicle appears. Didn't you know that? Be careful.
Exactly. It's like they have no basis for it. So where are we supposed to start to figure out if this is true? And what here's where their basis comes from is their pseudoscientific fucking knowledge from the psychoscientific. What is it? I mean, what is it? The astrophysics. That's where they get their pseudoscientific fucking ideas from, and they claim that balls spun around the universe after the Big Bang, and eventually here all of a sudden fucking Earth exists.
What balls?
God damn, give me a fucking break. This is fucking ridiculous, man.
What are balls in there, theory?
Hey, everybody call me an asshole because I am, because I own that shit. I'm an asshole.
You're an
No, you're not, bro.
asshole.
I'm an asshole, yo, yo, yo. Remember that one? You remember that song?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Adam Sandler.
No, it's not
where's
Adam
Johnny?
Sandler.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Where's Johnny? Where's Johnny? Remember Johnny from Iceland?
Johnny from Iceland. No, I don't know.
He used to come on real drunk, and I had a few interactions with him for a couple of hours.
Oh, do I sound drunk? I'm
No,
sorry.
no.
I'm sorry, guys, if I sound really drunk, and if I'm not making. No.
You sound drunk curious.
All right, so I'm drunk.
You're curiously drunk.
That was a good one, man. I figured. Who said that? That was a good one.
Curiously drunk. Nah, but I'm easy.
No, but I was actually just. I mean, here's what I do. I sit around a lot of times drunk, and I listen to you guys talk a lot, and then I'm like, "Holy shit!" I have to jump in because you guys aren't making any fucking sense. So I have to jump in and say, "Wow,
We're not making sense."
No. You guys are making sense. The people that aren't making sense, I point out that you're an asshole. Yo. Now I'm an asshole. But the other guys that aren't really making sense, I notice the difference between the people that make sense and the people that don't, and so their observations are very shallow. So where's the wind Somebody has their microphone up. Hold on. Somebody has their microphone open where it's just like.
Sky 44.
All right, cool. Anyway.
Kai 44, you're hot micing.
I fixed it.
Cool. All right, so for the sake of the live stream, just let mute yourself until you're ready to talk. But yeah, I mean, a lot of times I don't join, but I listen a lot. But everybody knows I'm an asshole, and so we all. Just own that shit, right?
Asshole.
I'm an asshole, yo. God damn it! You guys won't
remember the
asshole song?
The movie Meet the Fuckers when the little
not
kid
a movie.
says
No,
asshole?
it's not a movie. It's just a song.
No. But on the movie, the little kid says asshole. He says it real funny and cute. The little kid.
Oh, I didn't know about that. I just made it up.
Asshole.
No, man, you gotta hold on. I'll send it. Just give me a minute.
I know what song you're talking about.
You do. It's what the hell is his name? I can't remember his name right now.
Logos just put it on.
I'm an asshole. Yeah, that one right there. Dennis Leary. Yeah. Hey, just so happens my name is Dennis with 2 N's, but not. But anyway.
So it's Dennis.
No, it's not. It's pronounced the same, but Jesus Christ.
Why is there 2 N's, bro? Why?
Well,
Dennis.
Redundant.
If you want to go back into the name of
Etymology.
Dennis, the etymology you'll find out that it comes from the root Dionysus from the Greek language, which is the goddess of wine.
How many Dennis?
I'm an asshole, yo.
So funny.
How many assholes does it take to make a sound?
How many assholes does it make to make a globe Earth?
One.
All of them.
All of the assholes make a globe. How many fucking believers does it take to make a globe Earth when it's obviously not globe?
It takes billions to even try to support the
Well,
lie.
all the believers are watching the news, and so the Earth is obviously a globe to them because they just believe it. They've never done any tests. So where's this fucking globe? It's in their mind and in their education system. Hey, see, I'm Dennis Leary, but I'm Dennis Cash. I'm in here. I'm the asshole. There's nobody out there showing the people
Earth
that
is still flat.
I was thinking of your song, I'm a Believer.
Oh, did you listen to it? Yeah. I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried.
It gave me cancer, thanks.
Then I saw
I am believer.
Then I
could not see. I could not ask if try.
I'll
What
post
are
that
the
one.
Do the part where it says, where it's, oh, never mind. I love the song. You should play it. You should sing the whole thing.
I don't have the karaoke track. Well, I can pull it up, but I can sing it live, but I can actually.
Yeah, why not sing it live? I'd rather hear it live, actually.
Yeah.
Well,
Instead of the mic,
sing it like
into a
Ling Ling the
bottle.
Panda.
What, a cappella?
Why not? I was thinking of.
All right, I'll do as much as I can remember a cappella. I thought flat Earth was only true in fairy tales. Meant for someone else, but not for me. Moon landing on TV. They really went, just trust me. They told us what the Earth looks like from space. Then I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. There's not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. I thought globe Earth was more or less an obvious thing. Excuse me. The more I see, the less I understand. They couldn't be lying. There's too many involved. There is no way that this is fake. 'Cause I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. There's not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. Then I saw the cloud. Now I'm a shit. My voice is fucked right now.
It just cracked.
Not a trace of doubt in my mind. Anyway, you can listen to the
Get the
live.
groovy bot back. Bring the groovy bot back.
That was fun, Helio. Thank you. I was like chair dancing. It was fun.
Hey, what'd you guys think? I did most of it.
Okay.
Like when it gets to the high part, I'm freaking blazed. Yeah, I was crazy.
Jenny, define chair dancing, please.
You guys are messed up, man.
Jenny, you should have done a live stream where you dancing to me singing and be like,
Oh, I couldn't do that.
Now I'm a believer.
Actually, the song I've been practicing lately is the whistling to the song Patience by Guns N' Roses. So a long time ago, I actually used to play the flute. So as it turns out, I can whistle. So
Don't laugh.
Well,
Nobody laugh. What the fuck?
No, hold on. Nobody laugh. Hey, Jen, can you actually whistle? Or was it the flute you can play? Because I can
probably not
whistle like
now because
I can whistle like a motherfucker. Yeah, I can whistle like a motherfucker.
I could probably, if I wasn't like.
What? Hold on, Jen. Can you hit this? Can you hit this note?
Helio, what?
I can't hear it.
Well, I was just asking.
That note is so
can you
high
hit
the
this
dogs
note?
can't hear
Can
it.
you go? Well, I'm doing. I mean,
Maybe you
like
did.
Guns N' Roses.
Man, I've studied music for a long time and never heard that note, Helio.
Yeah, I've never fucking heard it too.
All right. Well, I mean, what's
I
that?
guess I
Guns N'
could try it.
Go for it, Jen.
Never heard that. No.
Goodness gracious.
All right, I want to hear you whistle, Jen.
Okay, I'm out.
Wait, that was you?
No, that was me.
Hey, no, the silliness was not me.
Hey, that's a classic and quality show
that's
about
Andy
morals
Griffin.
and ethics.
I played that
and
on the bass.
Fishing and very nice police officers and dumb police officers. It's a great show.
Can you whistle?
Family values.
I don't know, man. Whistling is talent. So I was wondering if you can whistle. I'm not trying to take the piss out of you. Holy shit!
Jenny,
I already did it twice. Now I'm not gonna. I stopped. But I
Poor Horatio.
Whistle November Rain.
Was that bad? Because I guess I can like go back to the drawing board.
Wait, what was that? Somebody, there was a Scorpion song, a song on.
Here I am.
America's Got Talent. There was some freaking like. I don't know if he was Japanese American or real Japanese, whatever, but this
Do I look real Japanese to you?
Fucking roasted this Scorpion song. It was here we go. It was no, it's Winds of Change. And
Yeah, I was trying to say that, yeah.
He fucking he did. He freaking roasted.
Yeah. Good whistle.
I can't do it. I can't do it. No, I don't know the notes. They're mine.
I do.
It's a hard one, man. They picked like a note that a flat in between a flat kind of deal.
Well, you guys don't like my version?
That's the kind of note where you can only whistle it between your teeth.
No, I don't use my teeth. It's my lips. I got big lips. So anyway,
Guys, I want to hear Helio because I'm sure he can reach the note correctly. I think you're going too loud because you're going
I'm
out.
too close to my microphone.
Yeah, I think you're too close to the mic. Try
Take the
again.
microphone out of your throat. Try again.
Yeah.
Dennis. Proper name from French Denis. Ultimately from Latin Dionysus. Name of an important 6th century church father from Greek Dionysos, god of wine and revelry.
God of wine. I own that shit, man. Everybody
You
knows
wear
it.
it well, sir.
I got to hear what you were going to whistle.
Yeah, I just did it. Man, I'm not gonna do the Winds of Change thing. I'm pretty sure, even though that Winds of Change thing, I was thinking of another song. There was a guy that did a Scorpion song on America's Got Talent. It wasn't this one. It was another one that it was like a black guy. I can't remember his name.
Well, spit it out, man. Some of us got to go to work in the morning. Shit.
Son of a bitch. I'll find it. I saw it like 3 days ago. I'll look at my YouTube history, but it was pretty fucking badass. Hank, you son of a bitch.
That was good.
I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole.
I'm an asshole. We oh. Oh, I gotta find that video too. Hold on, I find that.
Hey Hank, did you hear about the new place where you live? It's the United States of a Miracle now. It's been renamed.
A miracle.
Just so you know.
Who renamed it?
And in the place where we live.
United States of a Miracle.
Of a miracle. This is the United States of a miracle.
The miracle that we live in the United States is the most powerful freaking freedom. Freedom. I mean, it's the most the most amazing place you could ever exist because
kneel to your pagan gods.
Helio. So anybody who believes in all that, they should be publicly shamed. That's what I think.
Well, I don't think so. Because, I mean, why would you shame an ignorant person? That really, that's really kind of, I mean, it's kind of like,
far off.
what we do here, even though we have a lot going on here, but we're not trying to shame ignorant people. We're trying to
We like to shame. Yeah.
we expose
Shame the-
ignorance. Yeah, so we're not shaming ignorance. We're exposing ignorance. We do the best we can. So
we don't, Helio. We don't have to shame them. They do that all on their own.
Exactly, but so you have to have a lot of patience. It's not about that.
Jenny, please speak.
Let me rephrase. We should expose those people in public.
Yes,
How about
Jenny,
that?
we should. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Well, hey, even we get different
And make
demographics
them
and
do
age
walk of
groups
shame.
here. I'm sorry, Jen.
And do what?
What'd you just say? Say that again.
And do what?
And I said, and make them do the walk of shame.
Sure. I mean, we people that join our Discord and the YouTube channel and everything, we definitely put them through the ringer.
Realize that you are
We all get put through the ringer.
Retard.
Yeah, we all get put through the ringer too. If you really want to participate, you're gonna have to punch hard, bro. You're gonna have to freaking really, get the. Yeah.
You have to realize that you're a flat earther, or you could later on be subject to ridicule due to being intellectually dishonest. So.
Intellectually dishonest or ignorant it's like if you think you're smart and then you get exposed as being ignorant, just freaking own that shit. If you're really curious about the topic, freaking take a look at it. If you're
wait.
Go ahead.
Remember the movie Fast Times at Ridgemont High? The teacher. Yeah, where the teacher says he writes it down. He asked Sean Penn a question, and he says, "I don't know," and then the teacher says, "I don't know," and he just giggles to himself. It's like a novel idea. That is such a novel idea. I don't know.
I used to like Sean Penn until I figured out he was a libtard.
Yeah.
I used to like him until he started working out, and then I was like, "That's a demon. Look at that. That's a demon."
What the fuck?
It's disgusting, dude. Fucking gross. What happened?
I don't know who the fuck that is.
All of them from Hollyweird. I mean,
they're from Hollywood.
When Tom Cruise does chest exercises, it's not helping him because I don't think that's even a man.
Yeah, he's like a fucking 4'3", bro. That dude.
It's horrible for him.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like his pecs are like droopy pieces of pizza.
Son of a bitch! The motherfucker's older than me. What the fuck are you talking about?
Tom Cruise, and he looks like he's 35, which that's no. He's cloned.
Willis, what are you talking about?
He's cloned.
For some reason, he's pissed off at Tom Cruise. I don't really know.
I'm not pissed at Tom Cruise.
Is it because he's a Scientologist, or because he's just like a popular Hollywood
Throw the wand right through the middle of Tom Cruise's face.
Yeah.
Push kick him right in the throat.
His teeth aren't aligned either.
What? Well, let's set up a
Here, I'm gonna get a
24-hour
picture.
anti-Tom Cruise live stream.
You know what? I have more proof that Tom Cruise is a clone than I have for Globe being where we live.
Lay it on us. Come on. What is it?
So you're
let's
anti-Tom
not
Cruise.
let's not go on Tom Cruise clone. Yeah, and I know he's just being sarcastic, but there's
kinda. I mean, look at what they did with Dave Chappelle. If that's not obvious.
Might as well, man. When you're a Hollywood guy, I mean, it might as well be you or not you, right? I mean, we can never really.
I mean,
prove it.
Dave Chappelle was like, "I'm gonna go to Africa and change my bone structure."
Doppelganger.
You mean you like Paul McCartney?
Oh yeah.
We're not
Remember,
going
they said he died.
hold on. There's a channel for that, but we're not doing that here. What were you going to say,
killed
Jen?
him.
Oh, I was just gonna say there is a deep fake or two of Tom Cruise. I find that pretty interesting, probably because he's an actor on the level of the world stage, right? So he does what he's told because he knows what happens.
Well,
if he
okay.
doesn't.
I guess we might as well go with Paul McCartney. What were you saying about Paul McCartney?
Yeah. Paul McCartney's
that dude. That's not Paul McCartney that you see.
That's a woman, bro. Paula.
Well, it doesn't. Well, I don't know if it's a woman or not, but it's
Yeah,
not.
it is. It's a woman, bro.
Fucking Paul McCartney.
It's a dyke. She's a couple liquor.
Either way, but that doesn't really necessarily matter. At the end of everything, people. Yes, I mean, it does matter because we have what 4 billion. Well, in the Western culture, we have approximately 2 billion that will watch. Paul McCartney have an interview and they actually think that's fucking Paul McCartney when it's obviously not. That's that's something else, But I don't know, if you want to make videos about the conspiratard freaking shit, it's like, oh, this is why this is Billy, instead of Paul. And Billy, Paul was killed back in the 60s, it's fucking, there's all kinds of shit out there.
Yeah, his mum invented whiteout. Fuck off.
All right, well, we don't often talk about it here, but yeah, it's obviously not fucking the original Paul. But anyway,
Hey, Helio, according at your discretion, you could entice people from the YouTube channel to come in here and we could mute and do some off topic.
Hey,
Nobody from the YouTube chat has the cojones to come and talk to us.
Yeah,
dude.
yeah.
They've proven that over and over.
Yeah, I was about to say the same exact thing. Yeah, Jen. They have like 15 different channels. Every time we ban them, they come back in with their freaking pussy ass channels. They don't really have the balls to come in here and talk to us about clutter. Yeah, but
they are like the truffle pig, barely useful, but sometimes useful.
Oh shit! That's why I let them in there without banning them all the time. Because if I ban them, here's what happens: if I ban any of those people, they just create another channel and come back in and be like, they just.
Listen.
Like,
here's the best
all
part.
the people just deal with them all night, just going, "Hey, you guys won't let anybody talk." It's like we give you a platform to come right in here on voice and talk to us, but they're too fucking pussy to come in here and talk to us about flat Earth.
True.
They're bitches. They're just bitches.
Dennis, can you check out your message plates?
I'll shut up. You guys have at it.
Helio, don't lie to us.
Is that a Glober? Since globism?
Helio sounds like he's about to throw hands.
I thought that was funny when Truth Prevail said, "Bitch."
I can, but I'm a little fired up. I'll listen for a little bit, and you guys freaking have it out.
That Truth Prevails.
Oh shit! Truth Prevails and Jenny's voices they both have their voices kind of sound the same.
Oh,
I am
dude,
too hard.
no, I don't think so at all. I think she has like a little bit like of a southern thing. I don't know.
It's more southern than yours, Jenny.
I have to hear. I don't know why. I think it's I have to hear like
Why are the southern states always
different
north of
right
Texas?
now. It's just for some reason I don't know why I thought of Truth Prevails when I heard Jenny talking.
I mean, if any,
you've had something to drink, sir.
Yeah,
it's all relative.
Yeah.
That's a northern
No,
accent.
I did not have anything to drink. I just apologize, Jenny. I feel like an ass. I'm
I'm
an
messing with you,
asshole.
dude.
But I
I'm
totally
I'm
not.
messing
thought
with you too, Enoch.
I thought it was
Okay.
funny.
All right.
She said
All you
That's
people
okay.
sound the same from the United States of a miracle.
A
What
miracle.
do I
one
what do I
asshole.
what do I think about what?
What do
One
you think about
asshole.
adrenochrome
Ugh.
in politics?
Yum.
Nah, I don't. They're liars.
Currency.
I don't want to talk about them.
What do
the
you want to
Buffalo
talk about?
Fools?
I think
Next
if
up.
you
Talk
look
about the
real,
Earth being flat because we know that for a fact.
Hey, didn't you sing a song to to Stand by, I forget the band. Was that you?
What?
Stand by, Steve.
Not that one.
Stand by me.
No, not that one.
Yeah, Stand by, Steve.
What is this? The gay song Stand by Steve.
Never
It's Adam and
mind.
Eve, not Adam and Steve.
I forgot.
I'm sorry, it's been a long time since I heard that. I have to repeat it something.
It's been a while.
I love Stained.
Since those food boys played.
Stained is that guy always crying like a bitch on his CD that one song was singing
Oh my
about.
god. That's so funny.
Their
Aaron Lewis,
first
like,
album's really good though.
Oh shit, that's gonna be.
oh
That's
yeah,
gonna look like
the one with
that's
the Mary and the crucifix. Yeah, that'll rock
No,
your socks off.
Dysfunction.
my face is gonna look like.
Oh, that's their second album. Not a
I
lot of
liked
people know
it
about.
when they did live version with Limp Bizkit. He ruined song. It was best. American best music. Pop music. Rock and roll.
Yeah, the first Stained album, there was a crucifix, and it was
Tormented.
it was tormenting Mary, the mother of.
Oh my god, I didn't know that. That's so
Yeah.
fucked up. I remember when we
Oh,
all
people.
used to buy like, the cassette tapes and you unfolded the inside and had all the lyrics and pictures and shit. Well, before that, albums, of course, like records, but
Yeah, I'd imagine not a lot of
yeah,
people know about that.
yeah. So I
'Cause he
get
went
that
from
completely.
he went from
Digital, you don't get
crucifying
that.
Mary to like singing soccer mom country music, and it's like, did everybody forget about your first album, bro?
Dude,
That's so
Tom Cruise's teeth are all
Yes.
fucked up. Look what I posted.
I knew it. I knew somebody posted about that.
Look at that fucking dude. What happened to him?
I don't know.
closely,
I don't know.
His teeth look better than my teeth. Tell you that.
No, dude, look. Look at how off center. Why did they do that to this man?
Okay, let's. Okay,
Bro.
you gotta stop and
Who
ask
drew a
yourself.
line
Okay,
down
wait.
his face
Have
to
you-
look like a butt?
Okay, so you have to take a forensic approach to this, and just looking at one image, that's ridiculous.
No, this is the only thing you need to see. His teeth are crooked.
No,
That's
no,
it. That's all
okay.
you. Dude,
All right.
okay, fine. Let me get all of these images for you.
How many? Do you have a big folder of Tom Cruise?
Just Tom Cruise, yeah.
Who put a line down his head to make it look like a butt though?
Okay,
Here's why. Guys, here's why it had to happen. Here's why it had to happen. Hold on.
I'll tell you what. I'm willing to be.
Why don't you want to believe that they fucked up when they cloned him?
Sure, I'll give that to you. I'll give it to you.
Dr. Phil's a woman too.
No, it's really because look at you guys. You can replace. Hang on. You can replace your whole jaw. All right. You can replace your whole jaw full of teeth with fake teeth. So that's what celebrities do. Look.
Sitting on the meat
God
again.
damn it. There. That's all. That's all I wanted you guys to see. He had to
Sure.
replace those teeth.
Okay, congratulations. You proved he had dental work done. What's your point?
Look at his the middle. Okay, that line in between his middle teeth. Yeah.
All right.
Look like a butthole.
Okay.
And everything
Enoch,
is
you
opinions
consider-
here.
Yeah. Enoch, don't forget your Beavis voice.
Yeah, okay. Damn it. Don't get me started. I am Cornholio. Oh.
Excuse me, guys. Hello, mic check.
Hello, you sound like a Glober.
Yeah.
Where did Helio go?
What's your name?
Yeah, that's exactly my point. Hi, Hank. It's Tony. Hank, I actually wanted to speak with Helio, or just let Helio know he's got his messenger open, but he hasn't looked at the messages that I've sent him. Can somebody let him know that I sent him a message?
Tom Cruise looks like an asshole.
No problem.
Love you guys. Ciao.
Ciao. He's a flat earther. He just sounded sus.
He believes in fat asses attract fat asses.
I'm not going to stop until you admit it, Jenny.
That I'm a fat ass? Sorry.
Okay, what now?
This is why the
voice text.
Oh wait, sorry, hold on.
Again? What the
Bro, y'all have to agree with me. Because I'm not asking. It's
that line's a little
objective.
crooked. That's a little crooked. That's a little
You gotta
biased.
be kidding me with this.
That last one seems a little off to me. It's a little biased.
It's all off. His teeth are crooked.
No, the line's a little jagged there.
Oh my god. If you can't see it by now, you're a Glober.
Okay, so he's genetically defective. Okay.
No, I see reflection. I see refraction on the line.
Okay, we got Helio Skeptic writes, I am totally into flat Earth.
Flat Earth.
I'm sorry. I see reflection on his face. I don't believe there's a crooked line.
Okay, well, I've always been told that
I don't believe there's a straight line.
The body is not exactly symmetrical. You've just proven that to us. Thank you.
No, I know, but listen. He should be perfect. It's Tom Cruise. God damn it. Why the fuck do we have to put up with this?
Stick your fence in effigy.
Really obsessed with this, and you need to stop. I'm sorry.
I'm posting one more, and you'll fucking look at it and you'll be like super duper. His teeth are not Hollywood.
He has a Hollywood. Here's what is
There.
Hollywood.
He doesn't belong in Hollywood. Look how fucked up his teeth are.
You'd expect more. I mean, really.
Exactly. Thank you,
Okay.
Jenny.
You're welcome.
He's a Scientologist, whatever that means.
Are we done now? Are we done?
The science was a bit off.
Are we done? Are we going to call it? Oh, sorry.
Where's the
I'm calling it, yeah. I've provided more than enough empirical, objective evidence.
Okay.
Jenny, I would like to say thank you.
What if
Yes,
Scientology is just Scientology spelled different?
You mean something manipulated and put upon us? What? Is that what you mean?
Something like that. Is there any Globers in here?
Okay. We definitely need to find us some old heliocentric model believers.
Is there new heliocentric model believers?
Yeah, probably.
The ones that were born yesterday.
Kids.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice one, Hank. Nice.
Those would be kindergartners.
You know what's really crazy about this is that a lot of people will start coming in and talking shit about what I said and make up shit that I didn't say.
Oh,
What?
man. Oh man.
What you talking
Serious?
about, Willis?
What you
Yeah,
talking
Willis.
about? Hey,
Willis.
some people were
There's a laser
saying
tag.
something
Check
about
your
me that
messages.
I didn't say.
Check your
Where,
messages.
Those
where's
motherfuckers. Fuck those
yeah?
Dennis, have a look
fuckers.
at your messages.
Well, either way, I mean, it's just like, what are you saying about me? What did I say? What do you think I said?
No, it's a miracle, bro. It's okay.
It's all about the he said, she said bullshit.
It's all he said, bro.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, Hank knows what's up. It's all about the he said, she said bullshit. Right.
It's all he
Okay.
said, bro. It's invisible.
If I say something, you're gonna know exactly what I say. When I say it, it's
Shut your mouth when you're talking to me.
Shut your fucking mouth when you're talking to me. There you go. That's what I'm saying.
Shut
Yeah,
your mouth.
don't talk shit about me that I didn't say when I'm not here, right?
You know what? If I wanted your opinion, I'd give it to you.
There you go. I'm gonna clap on that one.
Those two sound bites. Shut your mouth when you're talking to me. If I wanted your opinion, I'd give it to you.
Yeah, those are the two.
When you're talking to me,
dude, it's a drill sergeant. That's what drill sergeants say, dude.
This shit kind of pisses me off when I've been here for a while and just saying something, and then I go to smoke a cigarette, and then people are trying to say something that I said when I didn't say it. That
Come on,
shit
bro.
kind of
No,
pisses
they're
me
trying to say
off.
something that you didn't say when you weren't here. That's the worst part.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man.
Here, the United
It's
States
like,
of
oh,
America.
Helio's trying to do this, and he said this, and I'm just like, motherfucker, I
It
didn't
is
say
United States of
miracle.
United States of Immaculate Conception.
By a miracle.
Immaculate Conception
of miracle.
that.
Of Miracle Place. USA.
Yeah, it was just like I was out smoking a cigarette, listening to you guys, and somebody said said something that I didn't say. So that fucking pisses me off, man. To be honest.
Нет. You said what you say.
Niet.
Niet. Oh, well, that's Russian, right? That
Yeah,
means
it's Russian
no.
for no. It's so annoying. Listen to how annoying niet. It's like a oh, God, it's terrible.
Niet.
Isn't that what grandmas do when they got
Actually,
like their
it's like if
time on their hands?
I don't mind the yet, but I will say yet to everybody that said whatever the fuck they were saying about me a couple of minutes ago. I didn't say any of that shit.
Helio, are you a heterosexual?
Yeah, I'm a heterosexual.
No, you said you're gonna say yet.
Well, I mean, as far as sexuality goes, that's something I don't necessarily. I don't necessarily want to address, but for the most part,
I don't want you to wear a dress either, buddy. Look, just let it go.
No, I said progress. I didn't say dress. I said progress of humanity. We're going to have to be male and
say
female.
a dress, right? I mean,
yes.
No, I can address this topic, but I will say for the progress of humanity, we're going to have male and female for procreation. That's where I stand. And you can fucking say whatever the fuck you want to about me, but that's if there's no male and female, we don't have any fucking procreation. So that's where I stand.
I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
Did your mama tell you that? Did your mom tell you that? I mean, let me get started.
Did my mom tell me what, dude?
That Helio stands there in a dress.
And females. Is that what she told you, or did they tell you this in school?
Everyone was talking.
I'm not gonna do anymore. You guys.
All I know is Helio said that he stands in a dress. So
I
like
stand
that.
in address. That's an ADDRESS.
It's a beautiful dress.
One
It is
word.
beautiful sunflower dress.
In the United States.
I'm addressing a topic that we were talking, and that's spelled ADDRESS. Can you say that this person, helioskeptic, is ignorant and doesn't know how to spell?
Helio, I need you to say the alphabet backwards right now. Go.
A, B, C.
Prove it,
Easy
goddamn
as
thing,
1,
but
2, 3.
probably can, but it would be slow. It would be slow. I can do it, but it'd be slow. I ain't gonna lie.
Okay, do it.
Okay, all right. Try
All
it.
right, well, Z freaking fuck. No, I'm not gonna do it.
See,
I didn't
it's
learn about
tough.
those letters.
Z Y.
Tell me about these letters, freaking fuck.
All these fucking letters, whatever. But it's really numbers, you know. I can count to 26.
I'm sorry.
Helio, when the cop asks you to step out of the car, just lean on your car, bro. There's nothing illegal about leaning on your car.
Count to 26 backwards. I can go 26, 25, 24, 23, 21, 22, 26, 25, 24, 23, 21.
Helio, what are you doing right now?
I'm really what I'm doing.
I'm doing math.
Hey, check this out. I mean, since you guys are maybe confused, yes, I'm inebriated. Hold on. Top of the line. I'm inebriated. But I'm going to tell you this, you know, at the end of the day, nobody here. Hold on. Nobody thinks that I'm some fucking idiot sitting out here, you know, in mid America that doesn't understand this shit. Yes, I can count fucking backwards, you know, with the alphabet, or you know, or numbers or whatever. Do you not think that the alphabet is associated with numbers and shit? And you know, we go through all kinds of shit, right? So it's not just because it's like, hey, count backwards, you know, with the alphabet or the numbers and all that kind of shit. It's not gonna prove a goddamn thing about the shape of the earth.
Not good.
All right, well then let's talk about some numbers that we can't find. 3959 radius. Where is it?
That's a good one.
In your head, zombie.
It makes
your head, zombie.
I don't know.
Like totally makes for a shorter conversation if we talk about the radius. I'm just saying, IJS.
Yeah, that circumference is going to take like 24 hours at least the whole
A
day.
JS. That's a different number that you might. Oh shit! IJS is letters, right?
Thank you. Yes.
Oh, the letter for today is 3. That's how many joints I smoked today.
Okay.
All right,
That was a
kids.
big bird quote.
All right, kids. The number for today is blue. Is sponsored by Froggies.
Yeah, the IJS numbers have more to do with spirituality.
It's IGZ.
I need to take a water break.
I don't know if you guys were on the early internet. I don't know.
Oh my god.
The internet.
Piggy, can you throw me a towel?
I just shot a whole bunch of smack into both of my eyeballs, bird.
I'm hunting for a rabbit.
A rascally rabbit!
Do we have any new,
I say, boy, that's not how you make an aeroplane.
I say, boy.
Say what?
Oh,
I
just
said
the foghorn
Rabbit
leghorn. I love that.
I'd have to listen to the
Rabbit
cartoon for a few minutes and then I can do it, but maybe later.
I love
I
foghorn
nice.
said,
leghorn.
boy, that's
Jenny,
Boy.
if you're
yeah.
Jenny, if you're the nice girl that we all know and love, then I'll do it.
Okay, thank you.
I'll say, boy, that's funny. See, I don't sound like foghorn just yet.
You have to have a southern accent.
I sound like a preacher. I sound like a gospel preacher. I'll say, boy, that's funny.
Oh, that's a black preacher. That's what that sounds.
And I'll tell you what, I mean, that's why I didn't actually address these points.
Pass that plate around now. You might have to pass that plate around twice now, folks. Give it up to Jesus.
It's almost like an auctioneer, right? This is like these numbers and lines that you might or might not believe through some type of detail.
Hey, now we got a radius of 39. We can't find a curvature. Anybody got the curvature? Over here. Somebody come get to the curvature. Over here, we got the 39 radius.
Wow.
See how we so on the radius of Earth. So
sold to the 5-year-old who didn't know to ask better.
What was he saying?
If it wasn't so funny, it'd be fucking serious. Like we'd cry about it, which a lot of us have over this time.
Yeah, I still do in my spare time though. It's okay.
You do it in your spare time in your study. You're just like this. It's like, oh my god, can we actually find real people that exist that think that the Earth is actually what it is? Yeah, I get you, brother.
I do, bro. I'm being honest. I do.
Yeah, I do too, and I often admit this. But anyway, continue.
Hey, I was saying,
Someone's
asked me.
Dirt and sand.
Guys, multiple people have said, dude, if we pay for you to go to space, will you go? And I'll do it. Okay, I will go very high with a glober. Right, I'll bring a glober and screw it. You know what? Let's bring an anti-flatty as well. I'll wear a bulletproof vest and bring my knives, and then we can, just check out the non-curvature from way high. What do you think, guys? Pay for me to go up there, and I'll do it. And unlike NASA, I will film it from start to finish.
Oh yeah, you have to.
Only if I just want to see what are you gonna do if you go up there and it's a ball?
Hey, you'd have to not only film it, but you'd have to have somebody filming it. That's
exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, we got a guy in the YouTube chat, Syzygy. He's always there, Syzygy. Right?
Filmers film the filmers, and
let's
then
go.
film the filming of the filmers.
And then you need to do a documentary on the filmers who are filming you.
Hey, somebody
that
asked
one
me just
would be
now,
the most. Yeah, right there.
Somebody asked me just now, what was it? What would I do or say if I saw that it was a ball? Is that what you said?
Yeah, that was me.
Okay.
Hey guys,
can I tell you?
Hold on, guys.
You'd say, "Holy shitballs, Batman!"
Is anybody gonna let me answer?
Yeah, are you talking about the people in the YouTube chat?
No, I'm not. Not right now. I'm talking to the guy who asked me the question. Can I answer his question? Not YouTube chat, Helio. Who was it?
Next one, Justin.
Stop doing that, Justin. Okay, Justin.
No, not Justin.
Whatever. Okay, you, sir. I'm not looking at the thing. I don't know who I'm talking to. Okay, prepubescent young man. I will answer this way.
You can call me Nighthawk.
I'm not going to call anybody Nighthawk. Good Lord. Anyway, Nighthawk. So, if I were to go up, hey, God damn it. If I were to go up in a plane real high, right? And I were to look out the window, I wouldn't see any curvature because I've already been up in a lot of planes. I've been up past 60 grand feet. And I didn't see any curvature. I've seen a lot of stuff, but I haven't seen Earth curvature. So it's impossible to answer that question.
Yeah, it's
I don't know what I
impossible
would say if I
because
saw something
check
that cannot
this.
exist.
Let me check you on that and everyone else. If you were going to travel on an airplane, why do you think they call it an airplane?
What?
Got something to do with breezes.
It's because the airplane as a as a planar vehicle travels across a plane. It doesn't travel over a globe. That's why it's called an airplane.
I want to tell you, Helio, that I agree with you, but at the same time, it's a very weak argument, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
it's kind of like saying the automobile. The reason they call it that is because it got automatic transmission.
Let me ask. Well, I mean, he said it's a weak argument. So when an airplane travels from over thousands of miles, where's the weak argument? Why is it weak?
Helio, listen. It's weak because unless you're a pilot in a commercial aircraft, you can't say whether or not you dip the nose down to account for the curvature, right? That's why it's a weak argument. Does that make sense?
Watch me dip.
It does. Hold on, guys. Hold on. He's asking me. Can you guys let me answer the question?
Calm down.
All right. So, have you ever talked to a pilot before?
Sure, but that's still hearsay.
All right. So they're traveling over hundreds and thousands of miles, and the instrument they're using is called an airplane. But
can you just stick to the arguments that QE has provided for you?
I don't give a shit what QE says, and I said that a couple days ago. But whatever. This particular argument, I don't give a. He already knows that. He already knows that. So anyway,
You've gone and done it now, haven't you, Helio? Jeez.
No, dude, me and QE have been going at it for a couple of years. Anyway,
what's going on in here?
So we're talking about airplane travel. We're talking about airplanes traveling over whether the globe exists.
I'm trying to help Helio out with his arguments, man.
All right. So how are you helping me? How are you
He's
helping
trying to get you to reformulate your argument.
Yep, I am.
All right, Hank, help me out. Hank only.
Just
Hank
because
only,
something is
Hank
called
only,
an airplane,
go ahead.
right? Just because something's called an airplane doesn't mean that it has to do with the Earth shape, right? The Underground Railroad didn't have anything to do with going under tunnels. Nobody dug a tunnel from the south to the north. That would be ridiculous. And putting a railroad down there? No. Way too much trouble.
Hold on. I have a disagreement with that. South to the north. That actually exists. They were going from south to north.
Nope, that's
So
unfalsifiable
can I
as
take a
well.
train underground from a slave state to a northern state? Show me where this Underground Railroad. I mean, like, surely it's got to be somewhere like in between, like Texas and like Illinois or some shit, right?
Okay, that would be from some one land to another land, I guess. I mean, they weren't traveling that. The Underground Railroad didn't use navigation, I guess, necessarily. What?
Oh, that's a good argument you
whatever.
got there. It seems that my argument is fallacious.
Your mom. Damn it, Hank.
What just happened?
Well, what happened is he's using a freaking inconsequential argument. Inconsequential argument to what I was saying about circumnavigation. And so Hank did this on purpose to try to take the piss out of me, but that's okay because I love this brother. We've been talking about this shit for a long time. But yeah, you're right about.
You back, buddy. Love you back.
Here's what I'm saying, Helio. Because we're getting better at showing people the nitty-gritty truth, the anti-flat earthers and globers are just brushing up on their conversational tactics and letting their handlers dictate how they speak to us without any globe evidence whatsoever.
So sad for humanity.
Shit's weak.
Shit's weak.
Hey, Jan, it's actually encouraging. Look at it like me and you and the people that are talking here. Be encouraged because we're talking about be encouraged that we actually understand.
I can never make globe ground.
Yeah, just because your friends and family are watching the mainstream media and then believing all that bullshit, of course it's discouraging. But be encouraged by the actually understand this. So,
Helio, my entire family is retarded.
Well, don't call them retarded.
No, they're retarded.
Yeah, it's okay. I would rather.
So what do you mean? Like they don't win any of their races? They've lost every foot race they've ever had?
They're slow. That's what I mean. They're slow on the pickup.
I use the phrase ignorant. I used the phrase ignorant earlier on purpose. To show that people can't understand this because they're ignorant. They've never been exposed to it. They're ignorant. They're not stupid.
Right. Big difference.
I mean retarded like slow because retarded came from... Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish.
You better make it fucking quick because
Jesus Christ.
Slow.
You're not even going to let me make it regardless of if it's quick or not. Ready? Here we go.
Disabled. You're talking about developmentally disabled. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm not. Okay, ready? Retarded means slowed down because it comes from the Latin word ritardando, which is a musical term.
Yes.
Have at it.
So if you have a candle and you put a container over top of it, like a glass, right? The flame, at the rate that it was burning, it's going to begin to retard and eventually will stop if it doesn't get a new fresh supply of oxygen.
It has nothing to do with people. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a scientific term. I get triggered over that shit too because people are like, don't say that word. Why? Because it offends people? It's a scientific term. It's
everything's
like
offensive, man. Hank.
Let me say something really quick and I'll shut up. If you think that what we're doing is pointing out the retardation of general knowledge or whatever. Anyway, whatever. It's like the only reason that you're awake is because you understand what we're saying, whatever. But then the rest of the population they're not retarded.
Retardation of the nation, immigration and enslavement.
Hold up,
you're right, Helio.
The mass psychosis.
I asked if I could just get a minute, please.
No, you can't.
Okay, well, I guess I can. You guys fucking go ahead.
Try one more time for All right, let Helio do his explanation.
All right, cool. So the general public, has an aspect of their reality that they understand. Now, we can call it retarded because it's a misunderstanding of reality. They can focus their energy into the misunderstanding because it actually has the same their energy.
You got 20 seconds.
Hey,
I'm just kidding.
I'm gonna fucking come wherever you are and I'm gonna fucking kick you in the balls. Anyway. It's easy for truthers to say, well, they misunderstand, but for every negative, there's a positive in their area, right? You can't say, well, will we have everything figured out? Well, God damn it, you fucking don't. Because this is where the energy is for now.
Even when you think you do, you don't.
What?
No matter what. What if you think you know?
All right. So,
got it. A wise man once said nothing.
I mean, in general.
Yeah,
And once a foolish man obliviated.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's like
exactly. Made no sense whatsoever this whole conversation. But
yeah,
continue.
it's like I mean, I would like to be a hermit, but I just don't have that opportunity right now. I look forward to that, but I also care about my family, and I also exist in
Who's whispering?
Don't worry, it's a psychosis, Jenny. It might go away.
I guess.
No. Mm-mm.
It's gonna happen.
What's gonna happen?
When a man loves a woman, you cannot get him to think about anything else.
Hold on. Do you want to hear that? When a man loves a woman. You like that? That sound pretty
Helio,
good?
does your breath stink right now? I'll bet your breath
It
stinks
smells
pretty
like
bad.
alcohol. I guarantee that.
He's gotta get
Cigarettes and alcohol.
Cigarettes and alcohol. Hell yeah.
You're an asshole.
He's gotta
Can't keep his mind on nothing else.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, you like that
I'm
shit,
listening.
don't you?
I'm listening.
Uh-huh. What you got?
What you yeah.
Yikes.
Right?
I wouldn't necessarily like it. It wasn't too bad.
It's anybody's guess.
It almost can be as good as me, except for Axl Rose. That motherfucker. When a man loves a woman, oh, can't keep my nothing else.
Wow.
I can't remember the next lyrics.
He can't stop thinking about Vespucci, right? Isn't that how it goes?
Vespucci. I mean, if I was creative like a lot of these guys in here, I could just freaking make up flat earth lyrics all day. But I'm just not
I
that.
think it rhymes with Vespucci. What does it sound like?
Helio. Can you sing November Rain?
November Rain? Yeah, I'll probably do some November Rain. As a matter of fact, speaking of that, you remember when November Rain came out and...
No, I don't.
Oh, that was 1991. You were probably like 4 years old.
I was 9 years old in 1991.
Yeah, when November Rain came out, I was in college.
I think I remember Purple Rain.
No, November Rain. When it came out, I was in college. As I think it was 1992. And Shannon Hoon, you know who that is? Shannon Hoon.
Shannon who?
Shannon Yo Mama Hoon. Shannon Hoon was the singer for Blind Melon.
Oh.
He sang with Axl Rose on November Rain. But anyway, that's when Blind Melon hit the bomb shit back in 1990, 91, 92. And I was just about to watch a documentary on Shannon Hoon, who's one of my favorite singers. He died of a heroin overdose on a bus.
As you do.
But anyway.
Was he 27?
I wonder.
Only he would have listened to Metallica.
He might have been because he
Master of
made like
Puppets.
4 albums.
Oh, hold on. That's a good one. Master of Puppets, Pastor of Muppets.
Hey! This came out in 88, I think. So, yeah. This was way before that. Yeah,
Shoot, girl.
Yeah, I can't take opiates. I'm very, very allergic. One time I asked my upstairs, I live in apartments, I asked upstairs neighbors, I was like, hey man, I got a headache, you got anything? He gave me a fucking methadone. I puked in my own bathtub water.
Oh yeah, methadone's pretty hard. I mean, it's like, I mean, they'll have methadone clinics for heroin addicts, but
after I like sobered up, like went up there and I was like, bro,
that shit's fucking
give me?
hard, bro.
I was like, what did you give me? And he was like, I'm high, man. I probably gave you a methadone. I was like, what? You gave me meth? What is meth? I don't know what it was.
Well, it's not meth, but it's methadone.
I know, it's synthetic heroin. I know what it is now.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah,
I was
methadone's
like
pretty
19.
hard.
I was thinking I was going to get like an aspirin or something, you know?
No.
Got more than you bargained for, Hank.
Holy shit! Wow, what a jump there.
Yeah, methadone's pretty hardcore, man. It depends
like a
on.
Panadol and aspirin. You just fucking have some fucking heroin. You want me to shoot it up in your vein for your son?
Shit, I was already taking a bunch.
Well,
of
I'm fresh out of aspirin. Would you like some heroin?
Yeah.
If he'd have
That's all I
said,
got.
said no thanks.
Shannon
No,
died when he was
but
28.
methadone is nothing like heroin, but it will just walk your world, man. But anyway,
All I got to say is
I've
it
got
rocked
black
me like a
tar.
hurricane.
You can put this black tar in your eyes. Leave it there.
What? Yeah, just smoke the
Shot a whole
black
bunch
tar.
of smack into my eyeballs, Bert.
oh my goodness.
The early internet was so good.
What were we getting to? I guess we were talking about flat Earth. We should get back to
You know what? Heroin overdoses are only available on a flat Earth.
No, to be honest, Herodose, I have never, to be honest, and all the time that I've been talking to people on, with flat Earth, I mean, I think even today, on this channel, people were talking about different drug, different drugs they've tried and all that kind of stuff. I don't think that's come up, heroin or anything, which is a good thing. They may have tried it, but for the most part, no one's really said, "Hey, this." I mean, I think some of the drugs
Helio.
What?
Nobody wants to talk about whether or not they've done heroin on a live stream.
I know. Well,
nobody.
Okay, well, check this out. I
Does that make
personally,
sense?
no, I get it, but I've never tried heroin myself. But I might.
But then you're doing it right now, so.
Okay, well, I've never tried it. Well, I can tell you about.
Well, that's good. Good for you. Don't worry about it. It's nothing special.
Yeah, I just want to say, I didn't try heroin. My shit was spiked. I was like rape daped.
All right.
You're right,
Right.
Let's move off of
Yeah, Hey, can we talk about something else, please?
Shit, have we ever met before?
Hey, man, I was 19. I didn't know. I was like, this guy's going to be a good neighbor, just like all my other good neighbors. He's going to give me like an aspirin.
Like a good
Had no fucking idea. No idea.
Like a good neighbor, heroin is there.
And the good Samaritan screwed you. Was very good.
Oh shit. Anyway, I guess we should stop talking about it because I
Grab
can talk
another beer.
about.
Novel idea, my friend. Novel idea.
Oh dear. Well,
Crickets brought to you by Helio.
Helio, is that your phone?
No, that's not me. Somebody else is playing that shit.
Oh, it sounds like elevator music. That's the best. That was perfect timing.
Gotta be creation beer for sure. Yeah, it's creation beer. Got it.
And it's the jazz flute.
See, that's a lot of people. A lot of people have been around here a long time, and it's like, okay, everybody.
Creation Bear. Every time Helio speaks, just play that music, okay?
Motherfucker. I could. Do I? Is my shit like really that bad?
No, dude. You're the best part of this conversation, Helio. We would have nothing to do if you weren't here.
All right.
Seriously. We'd have to go back to listen. We'd have to go back to talking about something that doesn't exist, the globe Earth. Okay, so yeah, no worries.
Well, but now we can't even talk about drugs. So I mean, I guess we're just not going to talk about goddamn thing. You know. So.
Would you rather talk about drugs, or would you rather destroy religious beliefs that are ruining society?
All right, so we're not talking about flat Earth. We're not talking about drugs. So what's the newest thing? All right.
Do you
like pina coladas? Getting caught in the rain. I mean, I guess we can talk about those.
Let's talk about Tom
I've met
Cruise.
that guy before.
If you're not into yoga.
I've met that guy before, and I'll tell you what, I've never met somebody made completely out of cocaine, but Jimmy Buffett is that.
Hey, I mean,
That's
I ain't
too
gonna
much.
lie.
That's
I
too
mean, shit, I'm
too much.
Suppose my,
I didn't mean to bring it back to drugs, but man, he's
I
just
know, I ain't gonna lie though. I
like
mean,
you can smell it coming out of his pores. You know what I mean?
Charlie Shane, bro.
I ain't gonna expose myself. I'm a huge fan of cocaine, but I'm just not gonna say it. Well, shit, I
What
just
about
said
that
it.
song? That song by was it by Eric Clapton? Is that who sings it? Cocaine.
Yeah. She don't lie. She don't
She don't
lie.
lie.
She
She
don't
don't
lie.
lie. Cocaine. Is
Propane.
it's like,
Propane, yeah.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's just like I don't have. I mean, it costs too much, so I mean, I just don't do it. But
She don't lie.
I ain't gonna lie, that shit's fucking awesome.
You can't have propane without a container.
And you want to grill on propane.
But that's that's for certain parties at certain times, whatever. Okay, and then what else were we talking about?
You can't have gas pressure without a container. Damn it, Bobby.
There's a lot of I don't know.
I can't do a Hank Hill.
Damn it. Well, I can do it. Hold on. Damn it, Bobby. Damn it, Bobby.
Damn it, Bobby.
Damn it, Bobby.
I love it.
I'll take a large fry, pie, large coffee. Y'all got that in there?
In the sky.
He's ordering a large fry and a pie and a large coffee.
One bulletproof coffee.
Let me
Boys
ask you
been
guys.
flacking.
Do in my natural voice, like I'm talking now, do I sound Southern?
Kinda.
Nah.
Yeah.
Okay, you did a great damn it, Bobby. That was great.
Damn it, Bobby. I don't know, man.
Bobby.
I can't really hit it hard.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Well, yeah. That's only in your spare time.
Helio, you know, if there's one thing I know about you without having to meet you, you could probably hit it pretty hard, bro. Just saying.
I'll be hitting everything hard. You know, it's all the end of it. Hey, I'm always involved in the end of everything, bro. Shit, what you talking about?
Okay. Let's bring it back to flat Earth if we can, please.
All right.
Earth is flat. And stop working off in my tool shed.
Okay. What do we got?
You can't see curvature from an airplane? What?
Damn it, Bobby.
No.
To the globe.
Yeah.
You know what can be really interesting? You can look at the YouTube chat and see what these crazy Negroes saying. Oh shit!
What?
I said Negroes.
People from your Angus.
Did he say Negroes?
Oh no!
How dare you? How dare you?
Shit. I don't think they get mad when I just.
Yeah, but what are the
They get happy and shit.
It's the vernacular. I'm fucking from Arkansas. I can use
Wait, hold on.
That's
Wait, hold on. What?
I got a little.
Wait, hold on, bro. Hold on. I'm here to back you up. then the people from the country next to mine will get very upset because they're from Montenegro. What are they? Montenegrin.
There you go. I mean, shit.
You just stroll up to him and say, "What up, my nigga?"
What up, my Negro? Because they're from Montenegro.
Okay, what the fuck are we doing?
N-I-G-A-H.
I don't know. I'm
I don't
backing up
know.
Hitler.
We're at this point, we're justifying why white people can say Negro.
No, that's not what I mean when I say it. Wait.
Oh no.
Disclaimer on my part, when I say it, I don't mean Negro or anything derogatory.
Yeah, Helio, when this is finished, go ahead and
I've
edit
been
my
living
voice
in
out of this
Arkansas
entire
for a
thing.
long time. I mean, I can say, it's just part of my vernacular sometimes. Just what, man? I mean, I just like don't be offended if I just use the N word. Sometimes.
No, I'm gonna be offended for someone with a different skin color than me. Okay.
Okay. Well, I mean, I you can call me white, but I have all. I'm a fucking mutt, so whatever the fuck you want to call me. I mean, I'm a red man. I have some red man in me, so whatever. I'm not going to be offended if you say, for
Operation Karen can yell. Karen cannot yell at me through her face diaper about how the world is a globe.
You sound like Elvis trying to explain himself after he did some real fucked up shit, Healy.
Me? I mean, I just, I'm just really sick of this shit, man.
Yeah. Too much verbal diarrhea, bro. That's what it is.
Dude, I've been in Little Rock before I moved to where I am now. I was in Little Rock for several years, and it was just like I was in the hood, man. And they didn't give a shit if they used that word, man. I was around people who's like nigga, but when I get on here and everybody just gets all offended when I use that.
Oh,
I'm not offended, but let me tell you something. I'm not offended, but somebody will be. Guaranteed.
I don't give a fuck if they're offended by me, to be honest.
I wonder what it would sound like if Beavis said it. I think it would be funny, like a little kid cussing or something.
Karen's offended cat.
I can't do it. I can do it really well, but I'm not gonna do it.
Okay.
Dude, I'm from Little Rock area. I can freaking do it well.
Fire!
Oh, fire, nigga!
Fire! Don't do it, Helio. Just.
Okay.
So we can't say
I love you
retarded,
so
but
much.
we can say racial slurs. Come on, man. It's
No,
2021.
it's not a racial slur.
Oh
What?
my God!
That's the only thing it is.
Okay, if you think
Helio.
so. Whatever.
It's not like it's a nickname for a piece of food or something, dude. It's a slur.
Why not?
Okay. You think?
Well, see, Richard Pryor tried to.
N-word right now.
I guess I lived in Little Rock too long, so whatever.
Listen, Richard Pryor tried to ruin that word, right? He used it so much he was trying to, get people to like it, they just don't care about it. It's not a word anymore. It's just gibberish at this point. It did not work, but God bless him, huh?
Did he use the word with an R or ending in an A?
All kinds of ways. Any kind of way that you could think.
If Richard
man,
Pryor couldn't do it, then no one can do it.
That's true. Yep.
Can do it anytime I want to, so whatever.
I do
Okay.
it.
Super
What
duper.
you
So
calling people? He was like the litmus test for the N-word, was he? Richard Pryor?
yeah.
Ah,
No,
okay.
I know it wasn't the litmus test. He tried to ruin the word so nobody would use it anymore. That's what, he tried to overuse it, right? He tried to just make it irrelevant because he used it so much.
Okay.
You just got to ignore it.
Dude.
Yep.
Yeah, so
with the Richard Pryor, I mean, yes, he's a great comedian or whatever, but I think you're overthinking it. I mean, he wasn't.
No,
the
I heard
only
him say it
one.
in an interview, man. He said it in an interview.
Yeah, but it's a little overthinking it, Anyway,
I don't see how. I heard him say it.
He said
I know, but I'm a huge
On his
Richard
own volition.
Pryor fan, and he's not the only one.
No, but fuck
Yeah,
it.
that's true.
Helio's got Cogdis.
I'm just saying, I heard it in
Yeah,
an
send me to
interview.
Cogdis. You think I'm wrong about this?
You
don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Nigger Society.
All right, Helio, you gotta go to Cogdis, bro.
All right, send me to Cogdis. I'm messing with you guys, but it's just like, stop being so sensitive.
We don't have a
Quit
meeting.
saying you're from the
Helio?
South, bro.
Helio, you're my hero.
Name.
The Flat Earth Cracker
It's
Society.
not me that's sensitive, man. I just like to protect people from their own mouth sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
All right,
Brother's
cool.
keeper.
Yeah. Well, hey, man, you don't have to protect me. I've been here for a long time. So
come on, bro.
All right.
You're a cracker. All right, moving on.
I'm a cracker. I'm a white cracker.
Hey, y'all know what
Indeed.
Cracker Barrel means?
What?
So all the whips that were used on the slaves, they were kept in a barrel, right? So they would say, "You better get to work. They're gonna go get that Cracker Barrel.
I'm gonna dig in that Cracker Barrel.
That Cracker gonna come over here and crack your ass."
Dang, I did not know that.
But it already is cracked.
I have a bunch.
If you don't behave, sir, if you don't behave, I will get into the Cracker Barrel and I will get a whip out and I will whip you.
Whip you?
Yeah.
I'll whip you so bad, boy. You'll be whipped.
So
You're not that guy.
see, that was good. That was good. see, that's what I'm saying.
See what? What does this mean?
What?
See what? What are you
It's
talking
it.
about?
I'm saying, see, this whole fucking thing is ridiculous. We're people. People are people, so why should it be? You and I should get along so awfully.
Okay, so from now on, just sing what you want to say, Helio, and everybody will listen.
Wait, who was that, Helio?
As long as I don't use the N word.
Just sing it like a Perfect Circle did.
Who was that? I should know it, but
I don't know. I think it was. No, I don't know who it is.
It was Mama Jamma.
Mama Jamma?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a joke?
That was a joke, right? Go on.
Okay, but it does sound like a classic rock band. Mama Jamma? Mama Jamma? Come on.
From the
That's a good, like, yeah. Would have been a good. I'll copyright that one. Save it. Put it in
Yeah,
the back.
Mama Jamma, dude.
Mama
She's
Jamma.
a bad Mama Jamma.
Mama Jamma.
You talking about the song? You talking about the song? Or?
I think there is a song. Yeah.
Is it? Oh, I just said the word. Mama Jamma.
Oh, Mama Jamma.
Ooh, Black Betty, bam bam. Ooh, Black Betty.
Mama Jamma.
Black Betty, bam bam.
I like the Mama Jamma.
Oh, Logris, man.
She's very jamming the mammy. But why? The jamming of the mammy. Very good.
It is great day to be honky. Eh?
Honky Tonky. He's from Honky Tonky Town.
Don't be so sensitive, everyone. Oh my goodness, man. What do we have going on here? This is so amazing. I love that we're having this conversation. This is Helioscap thing. I mean, you guys are so sensitive to these racial terms and these homoerotic or whatever. I mean, I wouldn't say homosexual. Some type of this dystopia of erotica. I mean, it's just amazing. It's
my God, damn it,
Mama Jamma.
Right.
She's a bad Mama Jamma.
Mama Jamma.
That's a
bad
Mama
Jamma. Mama Jamma.
Y'all crazy.
I like that boy. He good. He good. I like that boy.
You damn right. I'm crazy as I want to be. God damn.
He good.
Y'all cray.
Good. He's very good.
You know, that's from Coming to America, right? The preacher, played by Arsenio Hall. He goes,
I like that boy. He good. Yeah, he good.
Yeah, he's very good. He's very good.
So bizarre.
Yeah, at this point, I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I'm not gonna try to bring it out, but only black people are allowed to be racist now. So anyway,
Yeah,
well, no, they're not. What? the fuck are y'all talking about? Nobody's allowed to be racist.
I
It's
said that
never
as a
good.
trigger. I know I said that as trigger. I knew Hank was going to
race.
Let's go. Let's go.
Racism is a weaponized word.
It's getting pretty deep in here.
It was used by Lev Bronstein.
Hey, we might as well. Let's roll it out.
This
No,
is
no,
by
no,
the way.
no.
Where is the race? How long is the race? What is it? 100, 200,
Yeah,
400
exactly.
meters?
What
cut the
is a
shit.
race?
Yeah, cut the shit. You got it, buddy.
Y'all need Jesus.
I like that boy. He good.
Good.
Have you found Jesus? Have you found Jesus?
Jupiter Zeus.
It doesn't matter if you're Greek or Jew or Gentile or black or white or Mexican or mestizo or blackanese. Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Y'all
motherfuckers hate Jesus.
Blackanese.
Or just ignore the 2,300 genetic differences. You know, we don't like science here.
No, I'm
talk
saying
about
for
IQ
to be my
disparities?
neighbor. It doesn't matter if you to be my neighbor. That's all. I mean, I'm not ignoring genetic differences.
Oh my God, he's using the N word. He said neighbor.
Oh shit.
Ooh, that's
racist.
the other N word. Oh my goodness. That's pretty.
What about
Nickel?
nachos spelled Monday?
N-I-C-L-E. You just say nickel. Oh, what up, nickel?
We didn't think you
Nickel,
swung that
nickel.
way, Hank.
Dimes,
Bad fellow.
nickels, pennies.
Would
And
you
like
be
I
Does that
said,
make
mine?
sense?
Could you be mine?
What's up, my
Would
neighbor?
you be my neighbor?
my neighbor.
Did you see
Oh
that,
my
Helio?
Jimmy, what the fuck?
Helio, did you see that? Where this guy went to his new neighbour and he was saying to Blick folks, "What's up, my neighbour?" And they're like, "Did you just say nigger?" And he's like, "No, I said neighbour." And they're about to crack him one, but he's like, "No, I'm filming it," and they just let him be. Have you seen it?
I haven't seen it.
Check it out.
Oh, that sounds like a good idea. They just like walk down the street. I mean, I think a white person should be like in Brooklyn, different parts of New York or any, Detroit. Or like, what's up, my neighbor?
Oh
What's up,
God.
my neighbor?
And
Or it
we're
could be
moving on.
neighbro. It could be neighbro. What's up, my neighbro?
What about Montenegro? Montenegro. What do we do with those people, bro? What do we do with those people? Montenegro.
Well, I
What do we do
mean,
with it?
like I said, I mean, a lot of these people watch the news. I mean, it takes guts to put yourself out there, and to make up these terms or whatever, and like I said, I mean, I'm not going to say it again because everyone is offended
Do
earlier
it.
when I said it.
Say it,
Anyway,
Jimmy.
whatever.
It's golden.
No, I'm
No.
not gonna say. I'm not gonna say it's not necessary. You guys heard me say it, and everybody's just like,
Hey,
"Oh,
man,
you gotta say that." Yes, I
See,
can.
here's the
I
deal.
fucking can
Here's the
say
deal.
it. So
Here's the
whatever.
deal. I don't care about people who want to say whatever they want to say. It's none of my business. The only problem I have is race baiters. Those people like Al
Yeah.
Sharpton who are like, "Ooh, what you gonna do?" Those people that are
Right.
trying to start the fight,
And
right?
they
Those
ain't
people
gonna
like
do
Jesse
shit.
Jackson.
They ain't gonna do shit.
I just want people to be
You know-
peaceful and shit. Like, is it too much to fucking ask?
Hank, can I just say something? What you just said, I just want to elaborate on one thing. There is, all right, in certain nations, there are the original term of the nation, yeah? And when somebody else calls them for that name, that specific name is derogatory, but they can call themselves that name, even though that nation has collapsed, whatever. They use it amongst each other, but if you call them that, it's derogatory.
That's just how the society's made itself, and it sucks, and it's stupid.
Did I make sense there?
Yeah,
Yes.
you made sense, but
Okay,
but it's like that for some people, but not for others. So
Yep.
if I look up the word nations in the Old Testament, right, is it going to say goyim? Right, and if it's got like a slang meaning that's added to it, which only takes effect sometimes.
I think
Right,
you
is
would
it-
only find that term in Israel. But so anyway, go ahead.
But you know what I'm saying? Like if you go to Japan, it's not just Israel, right? There's lots of ethnocentric states. Like if you go to Japan,
There's so
and they
much
say-
racism from every culture.
and they say "Gaijin," should you say thank you? You know, for recognizing that
No.
I'm not Japanese.
Yeah.
You got to
It's not even
remember.
racism. It's just
Hey
recognizing
guys,
differences.
this is like
Sorry about that.
an hour and a half late. No, you're good, Iggs, but the XO is muted, I guess. I don't know. Is he
These
muted?
are just weaponized words, guys. You've got to look into it. They control us through the words. They create a word, they make it the most unwholesome thing, and then they just apply it to anybody that goes outside of the narrative. And that's why they're now calling black people white supremacists.
I'll check that out, Blackphobe. He messaged me a little while ago. I'll check it
Okay.
out.
Thanks. As
You're
you were,
welcome.
ladies and gentlemen. As you were.
Check it in, bro.
So yeah, stop falling for the psyops and tricks. All the ism and code words are just psyops and weaponized words. Ignore them. It's in group versus out group preferences and mirroring. It's just basic psychology. For your group to survive, you reject the other group.
And it's spell casting too. You're spelling. You're gonna spell something.
My dad used to say all the time, like he used to say like these things that were like pointing out logical fallacies, but he would put it in plain English. So he would say stuff like sticks and stones may break my bones, but words can never hurt me. Right? And that taught me something as a kid. Like, okay, people have free speech. Right? They can say whatever the hell they want. It doesn't matter. But there's also fighting words. My dad would say, them's fighting words. Right? So if I go outside of my door and I say, y'all N-words need to shut down that N music, I'm trying to sleep. Right? That is inciting a riot. It's fighting words. So there's free speech and then there's fighting words, right? So there has to be like, understanding that you can't just say anything you want to, right? You can say cops are pigs, I smell bacon, I smell grease, I smell Texas State Police or whatever, right? So you have the right to say that, right? But you can't.
Sorry, bro.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'm so sorry. I need to mute myself. Hold on.
It's okay.
I'm gonna
It's okay.
High five.
But you can't walk into a bar, like let's say a Mexican bar, and make a whole bunch of racial slurs and not expect to get your ass kicked, and then go to the police and go, oh well, I went to a Mexican bar and I asked for some tequila and they beat my ass. Oh, did you leave out the part where you said a whole bunch of racial slurs about the moisture on their
spicks and wetbacks? So you went in there and said spick and wetback.
Yeah,
that would probably get your ass. You're gonna get your ass kicked if you go in there and start saying spicks and wetbacks.
They're just butthurt that they lost Hank. That's all it is. We get called redneck.
Actually, it just depends on your attitude. You could probably if you have the right attitude, you could probably get them to buy you drinks if you start talking shit in the bar.
I think what you're saying is that you can go to a like a science convention, and if you start talking about flat Earth and they kick your ass, you deserved it. Is that what you're saying?
No, if you go to a science convention, you start talking about flat Earth, you could probably get some of those fucking guys to buy you drinks at the bar.
Look up
and
the
start
legal
talking about flat Earth all night.
Look up the legal term fighting words, and maybe it will help you understand what I'm trying to say. There are certain things that you can say which is covered under free speech, like cops smell like bacon. All cops are liars. The government sucks. You're covered under all that. All that you're completely covered. You're allowed to say whatever you want, but you can't walk up to a guy and say, I did your mom last night.
I think you can. I actually think you can.
You can, but when he hits you, the cops are going to take that into consideration that you were using fighting words, and then you got into a fight.
Hang on. Hank,
wait. If they hit you first, it's their fault. You can say whatever you want, but you're
I have a question real quick. Real quick.
hit you.
Hang on. What if it's true?
That's what
then
I was
are they
saying.
fighting words?
Yeah.
Or is
What
it
if
just
he's
like
just saying the
he's
fact?
providing information about an occurrence that he had with a family member? Right? They're no longer fighting words because it's the truth.
I don't think you saying
quality lay.
anything.
Hey,
outside
I
of immediate
I wouldn't recommend going into a Mexican bar and start calling everybody spicks and wetbacks. That would be a bad idea because
them's fighting words.
you're probably gonna get your fucking ass kicked before the cops even show up, and you won't even have time to freaking call the cops. But that would be it would just be a bad idea anyway. But no, if you're racist or what the fuck would you even?
They're words that are meant to incite violence. They're meant to start a fight. For example, I'm going to kick your ass.
You walking up to someone and say, "I banged your mom," they are not allowed to hit you. That is erroneous. That makes no sense.
Well, they're not even allowed.
No cop would ever be like. No cop would ever say, "Oh, you said you banged his mom. Well, I guess you deserve to get hit." No cop would ever say that. That's assault. You hitting someone after they said they banged your mom is assault. I don't know.
Yeah, but if you say I'm going to kick your ass, right?
Okay, yeah, that's a difference. That's something that calls for immediate harm.
Feeling if you walk into a bar where a Mexican bar or whatever, and you started just inciting people with derogatory terms. More than likely, you're going to get some fucking spit cops that come in there, to the scene, and they're just going to take your ass to jail and be like, "Hey, your mom or dad's going to have to fucking pull you out." So, it's not. And I said spick, whatever, and I don't think the Mexicans are fucking offended by it since I said spick. They already know.
Here's how you can tell.
Whatever.
Here's how you can tell what's a fighting word.
A little louder, 100 more times.
Yeah, please.
Anyway, I just really don't care. I live in the South. It's just the way people talk. Goddamn.
Listen to
don't
this.
be
If
so
you notice,
pussy hearted.
If you notice
more times.
You notice all the colorful language that QE uses on his numpty videos. None of them are fighting words. Like, none of them are. They're all just like...
You is saying I'm going to bang your mom, which makes no sense.
Yeah, especially in my case, it's true. So, how is it offensive? If anything, I want to say, hey, and it wasn't a bad experience. It was pretty fun. I just want to let you know. Take care, bud.
I would thank you. I would say thank you, bro.
Right, your mom is passionate. That's what I found that out.
Yeah, thank you for lending me your mom.
Hell, fucking yeah, bro.
I'm sorry, fucking hell.
I would congratulate you.
See, now we've made it offensive, Helio. Do you want to take it up another notch, or
not necessarily? But I just don't see where. It's like. All the Mexican people are. No, I don't necessarily because.
Well, here's one way to piss a Mexican person off.
You want me to pull out my white? You want me to pull out my white privilege card?
You don't.
They issued you a card.
A racial slur.
Man,
I can buy one. I can buy one on the internet.
You son of a bitch.
Wait a minute, where's this card at? Because I've been working like 50 hours a week. Can I register for one of these cards?
Oh yeah, well, I can send you a link. You can buy one. I'm not sure how much it will help you out, but you're in Texas. You might a lot of. Apparently, I've offended a few people by using racial slurs here tonight. But whatever.
You didn't offend me.
What? They're just a bunch of faggots. Don't worry about it.
What?
They're a bunch of faggots. Is that what you said?
Faggots, you faggot.
I love it.
You fucking faggot.
Don't be a fucking faggot. Look at this faggot over here, you fucking faggot.
This fucking guy, is a fucking mooly.
The Sopranos now?
He's a fucking mooly.
Guys.
Motherfucking faggot, bro.
Yeah, don't get me started on. They put the shit in the movies. What the fuck are we supposed to do? Come on.
Say it.
What?
Maybe you're supposed to mindlessly parrot them.
Maybe we're supposed to be like, oh, it's like, don't ever use slurs against anyone and just be the gentle giants here in our Christian values and all this. Dude,
what does that even mean?
The Christians came up with all these freaking slurs. Anyway.
What? I'm sure. Anyway.
Man.
Yeah, don't
Fucking
get me started.
faggotrons.
Don't get me the faggotrons. Did you say the faggotrons?
Yeah, that was me.
Don't
bro.
get me
Faggotrons.
started. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
But
let's get
anyway,
him
don't even get me started. Bro.
Yes. We should.
No, you should.
Yes.
Faggotron is the leader of the faggots from the what's it called? From the what's it called? Those fucking I forgot the movie.
Transformers.
Transformers. That's the one. Thank you. Hank.
The eyes.
Oh wait, that wasn't Faggotron. That was
Faggotron.
Robots in disguise.
I mean, that's Megatron.
what dresses-
Megatron was the
Dragatron.
the enemy.
You've got Faggotron and Dragatron.
Helio, can you do an Optimus Prime impression?
Ooh, let me think. Give me a phrase.
The pillars.
Say say.
Oh no, I got it. I got one. Too much. Autobots roll out.
Oh, there you go.
Faggotron, come in.
Was
Come
that
on,
good? Was that good?
Put on your skirt. Let's
Autobots
go.
roll out. What's another phrase that he used? I'm
I am
doing the
Optimus
deed.
Prime.
I have Dragatron. Putting up the
He
drag.
never says I am Optimus Prime. He doesn't do that.
Yes, he does.
Does he?
Yeah, he does. How else are you gonna know he's Optimus Prime?
Where is my skirt? I'm Dragatron.
Yeah, because if he didn't say he was Optimus Prime, you'd be like, oh, it's another big truck.
if he didn't say it, nobody would know because he's the big ass red truck.
He says
I
Autobots
don't know.
roll out.
Yeah, I just said
What about the
that.
guy in the dress, bro? Come on, Dragatron. Work with me.
Dragatron.
Yeah, it's the robot in the dress.
No.
I'm Dragatron. Where is my dress?
Dragatron. I am
Come on, bro.
Dragatron. Autofags roll out. I am Dragatron.
What about MAGA? What about Magatron?
Maggots. Oh my god.
Fighting words.
This video is definitely getting.
So this is from the Supreme Court. Fighting words. Fighting words are words which, by their very utterance, inflict injury or tend to incite immediate breach of the peace.
Hold on. Words can't hurt you.
Shit, I'm gonna have to look up some Megatron quotes so I can do some.
Right now.
I want to look up some.
I mean, not
Dragatron.
Megatron. Freaking
Optimus Prime.
Optimus Prime.
Right now. Are you gonna check?
Yeah, I'm gonna look up some Optimus Prime.
Do an impression of Optimus Prime finding a hair in his suit.
Why are you gay?
Finding a hair in his
Helio, you're checking. Okay.
Do Optimus Prime paying his mortgage.
What?
Optimus Prime paying his death pledge.
You guys are gonna have to type that shit and I'll read it out in Optimus Prime.
Yes, you need.
I mean, I can't just make that shit up.
So I was born in '82. I thought they were saying big bugs in your eyes when I was a kid because I couldn't understand all the words.
Big bugs in your eyes.
Helio, you can read stuff about or whatever, say stuff about flat Earth in that voice, though.
Helio, read this in Optimus Prime voice.
No, something about flat Earth.
What is that? Kai 44? You just
read what the picture I just posted in Optimus Prime voice.
No, don't read it. It's degenerate.
Who's offended now?
What?
Well, I was just looking up.
What?
Now, all we need is a little energon and a lot of luck.
Get me my skillet.
I just found like a 15 quotes from Optimus Prime. We've suffered losses, but we've suffered losses, but we've never lost the war.
It's not bad, Helio. I think a few more beers and you might nail it there.
I will never stop fighting for our freedom.
And we just happen to be doing it on Earth because fuck the humans, that's why.
Do not forget what you have learned of our past, Rodimus. From its lesson, the future is forged. Autobots, roll out.
Yep, that's the stuff right there.
Even if you defeat me, Megatron, others will rise to defeat your tyranny.
And a few moments later.
Unless it's in a cool voice, those words are fucking wet noodles.
Right. I mean, and that's what I mean. I remember as a little kid when that first. Say I was a Transformers fan when I was a kid, and then when that first movie came out, I went to the theater and saw it. And
it was all about her and him, and nothing to do with the Transformers. Like they were like special guests, like special appearance actors.
Dude, it's always been freaking Optimus Prime for me.
No,
You know
bro, it was
what I
about
mean?
Sam. The whole fucking movie was about Sam and him getting his burying his beak.
I'm just saying, for me, everything else is minutia. I'm in love with Optimus Prime. I just really don't care about that. I mean, the rest.
Can you read?
Everybody else is an asshole. I mean, I like some of the other characters and shit, but it's Optimus
I've got something pretty funny.
Yeah, what's up?
Transgender.
Coming up next, fake Messiah in the sky.
Yeah, sure.
Robots in disguise.
Transformers.
No, transgenders.
More than meets transgenders.
Helio, can you read this in Optimus Prime voice?
What do you want me to read?
Post a picture.
Did you know? Are you talking about this one guy?
Yeah.
With the Donald's shit. Did you know? Is this the one you're talking about?
No, I posted that one earlier.
Did you know? When the man for the McDonald's asked, and what the fuck? I'm not those. When the man for the McDonald's asked and had the mayonnaise in the employee, man, fuck that, man. That's not.
We're twins, you stupid genius.
It's not even a real fucking sentence. Send me something that I can read and.
I can see why you would say that right now.
I mean, is this what you're trying to get me to read? Fucking A. I mean, that's not even a real sentence.
Yes, it is. Just think about it.
No, it's not. I even though I had a D in English and I barely got about a 2.5 grade point average in high school, and most of that had to do with my English class, but I did get a full tuition scholarship to college. In spite of that, I do know what how to understand English, and that is not a real sentence. I read books all the time, and I listen to audiobooks all day long.
What's your favorite book?
The one with pages.
I have a lot of favorite books. So I have a lot of favorite books. Someone asked me what my favorite book is. Can you let me answer it?
The one with pages?
Is that your favorite book? Because I didn't ask. I didn't answer it. The one with pages is your favorite book?
Yep, usually is.
Oh yeah, I've read several books, but I love to listen to audiobooks too.
He's read 7 books.
Several. God damn it! Do you know how to spell the difference between several? But it's more than probably more than likely it's
Helio wants to
several hundred.
exchange fisticuffs.
To be honest, it's probably several hundred books that I've actually physically read.
Sure it is. Yeah. Yep.
Your mama. How many men have has your mother been with 7 men or several hundred men? We'll see. Eventually.
Probably somewhere in between. She was a rock and roll musician for like 15 years of her life. So yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna fucking sit here and be stupid about it. Yeah.
But you don't judge her on that, right?
Not at all. I don't know what she did or how she did it or what the fuck ever. I don't care. People are people.
People are people, so why should it be?
She was young,
should
dude.
get
What the
along so awfully. See, I just sang that one earlier. See, it just comes. It's coming
I know.
back around
I was there
again.
for it.
This
That was
is for
about
the people
37
of the
minutes ago.
sun.
He read 7 pages.
Yeah, this is for the people of the sun. It's coming back around again. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand that that song was early because now we're coming back around again. This is for people of sun, yes?
Yeah.
Very nice. I like the sun. It's a shiny.
That's pretty cool, I
Very
guess.
nice. Very nice. I mean, it's like we have Borat in here. Very nice.
Very nice. Very nice. The sun, yeah?
It's a shiny one. I like. Think we? Oh, the new Borat's funny as bro.
That's what I hear.
Yeah.
Oh,
Borat.
yes.
Sacha.
Yeah.
I like Borat.
Baron, though? What Baron?
He's a
Why
baron.
that name? He
a
really
baron.
is, though?
He is. He's got titles.
He's a Baron
Nobility.
Cohen? Like some family shit.
Yep.
Alrighty.
Well, I mean, he's actually a Jew, but he does.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jiu-jitsu?
Yeah, he's a Jew, but he plays a Macedonian in Borat.
Oh, fuck off.
Or not a Macedonian. What's the not Macedonian? Is it
Kazakhstan?
Kazakhstan.
Oh, Kazakhstan. Yeah,
It doesn't matter. All of those places, oily people come from those places. That's all I'm trying to say.
Oily. Are they oily? Is that what it is?
Yes, oily. Curly hair, oils, smelly.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness! You guys are giving me shit about saying racist terms earlier.
That's not racist, though. It's like saying an apple is red.
All the people in Kazakhstan
Apples are
oily. Either way, it's
funny as hell.
people get so pissed
You guys
off.
remember Vlad? The angry Russian?
Yeah, I remember Vlad.
I can fucking show. I can
He
show
was from
some oily.
Kazakhstan.
I can show some oily Americans. So whatever.
I believe he was Russian. And I think I've seen a picture of him and his dog. And
Vlad was a lot of things. He's not oily. Was he wearing a backwards hat or something?
He wasn't wearing a hat.
You just couldn't tell in the moment. He'd
He looked like
shaved
a
that
tall,
week.
slender Russian.
Yeah. Well, they stink too.
He's like 2 meters, bro.
Oh, you can't even smell vodka. Like if you didn't know vodka was in the glass, and you were like, what is this clear liquid? And you smelt it, you wouldn't know what it was till you drank it, and you're like, oh, it's vodka.
Oh, vodka, no. Нет.
In Soviet Russia, vodka drink you.
That's the only phrase I know in Russian. Yet.
It's not a phrase.
I mean, it means no.
Что ты сказал?
Yeah.
You know, all the people who rape people all over the world, everybody knows that no means no, and everybody knows that no word in English. So it's like, how are there still people getting raped?
Great question. Real good question.
It's like,
Panel, what's the panel have to say on that?
yeah, I mean, can we stop raping people? I think Texas governor said we're going to stop rape.
Oh, good.
I don't know how he plans to implement this. Unless there's like a government official in every single bathroom and every single courtyard and
Yeah, that's not a fool's errand or anything. No way.
No,
Go for it.
yeah.
No, the solution is cameras everywhere.
I was going to say, didn't Joe Biden have a thing against violence against women? We just have to punch through it and punch through it and punch through it.
That's what I'm saying. I was thinking that, but I didn't want to say it because it would be too offensive. It's just like, nyet, pow. Okay, well, it's net.
I can't believe he said that.
Pow.
He was talking about
Hey,
violence
wait a
against
minute.
women.
Isn't his name Netanyahu?
Netanyahu.
So that means
No,
no to God? Because isn't
no to
Yahoo
Yahoo.
like...
Wow, yeah, Yahoo.
Wow. That's deep. Netanyahu.
Just don't go too deep.
Bit of lube. Spit.
Well, good. It's an awkward silence. Super duper. Is Helio smoking? Is that what's going on?
Helio don't smoke.
No, I'm tripping on some of this shit you guys are saying right now, and I'm also tripping on this meme that got fucking Ellen DeGeneres, white Panther of the problem in America, and then it's got freaking what's this guy's name with the
Ellen DeGenerate.
Shit, that's funny as fuck, dude. Look at quick
white
question.
man of the problem. Then why are you
Look
trying
at Michael
to
Obama
look
there.
like one?
Look, see Michael
his name
Obama in the
is-
top middle.
His name is
Oh,
Sam
okay.
Elliott.
Yeah, Sam Elliott. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
That's
Sam
just
Elliott.
That to be honest, you know that those shouldn't be put together. To be honest, so you know that's a good try, Logos, but that one.
Coming up next, Ellen DeGeneres' balls are actually bigger than Sam Neill's.
But maybe they're
She's a
bigger
degenerate.
than Michelle or Michael Obama's. We'll see. We shall.
My Michael.
It's Michael.
Miguel. Maybe
Miguel.
it's Miguel Obama's. What does that one say? Look, smoke crack in our bathroom. We don't care.
That's great. That's great. And you know what? Nobody's getting in trouble for that. That might as well be real.
Yeah, I think I've done that before.
Helio.
Shh,
crack is
don't tell anybody. Don't tell. Oh shit! I just told everybody. Never mind. Never mind.
All right, guys. I don't know if you're like TikTok fans or whatever, but if you could find this guy's channel or page or whatever the fuck TikTok has, I don't even know. But it is so fucking funny. he just goes around like Chinese people speak Mandarin and not woman Mandarin. Canceled. Like he's gonna cancel all of China because they're not, feminist enough. They speak Mandarin. That shit's just funny.
I don't even know if China's real, man. You guys ever met a real Chinese person? Get out of here. Come on.
Oh yeah, I have.
Yeah, but have you?
Yeah, she called herself
I'm
Jennifer.
just fucking around. I'm just kidding around.
Oh, that's got to be one of those German phrases.
Oh yeah. What does it mean in German? What does that mean in German? Do I have to look this up? Can someone tell me?
I'm not going to tell you.
Don't tell me this whole panel of people who
I know.
claimed
We're looking for you.
Yeah.
Looking for you.
We're looking for you. That's even worse.
Yeah, like
Oh,
we want
my.
like the
Donald's. We're looking for you. Like what the fuck,
Helio.
dude? Please don't.
Helio, read that out.
I like a Big Mac as much as the next guy, but that's fucking creepy.
Where's fish and dish?
Yeah.
Yeah, we are looking for you. Yeah.
Maybe that's why like 8 from 80 had it really bad after World War II.
We're gonna find you, and you're gonna enjoy our fries.
Oh my!
God, I hate that person. That is one of the ugliest things I've ever seen.
George Takei?
No, the guy. Ugh, what's wrong, dude? Everything's wrong with his face.
Yeah, he's fucking. It's warped, bro.
Hey guys, don't drink water. It's giving the horses to hydrate them. It's poison.
Well, he looks like he's cousins with horses. Yeah. Yep.
Mr. Ed.
Talking about IR Weasel?
Oh, I'm talking to cut the shit. Posted yeah, that guy. Ugh. He's just a gross human being all around. I can smell that picture. Ugh.
What have you been
His
smelling?
dad is Mr. Ed. His dad's Mr. Ed.
And now I can't stop watching it.
Disgusting!
Oh my!
I think it's just what he looks like when he's not doing anything. Like right when the GIF starts, that's when he's at his ugliest.
He's just facing fuck, bro.
God, it's just, what does he look like? I'm trying to place it.
Bro, even his mother kisses him through a handkerchief.
Well, at least his receding hairline is consistent on both sides. You know, I
Yeah,
couldn't
he
ask
was
for
that
more
ugly
if I was losing
and
my hair.
asymmetrical.
Yeah.
That fucking face, even his mother fucking kisses him through a hanky, bro. I'm telling you.
You mean a face diaper?
Yep.
A nappy?
A nappy.
Like, the sound I hear is not what is on the real video. The sound I hear is like, oh my! Oh my! Oh my!
Is Helio falling asleep?
Yeah.
Oh my!
Oh my!
I think Helio's falling in the tub again.
Oh my!
But the shit keeps posting it too. Hey man, I would take that chick on 1 or maybe 2 dates.
That's the chick from Total Recall.
No, it's not, but that's the same idea.
You do a recall a few times.
I'm done with three. You know what? I'm done with 3-titted bitches. That's all I'm gonna say.
That just
They're just trouble.
You run into them often?
You have one hand's too less. Oh yeah, the bodybuilder chick, she's hot.
Yeah, those are implants, I think.
They're almost as big as mine.
Be careful what you're getting into. In my day, we had Wonder Woman. Nowadays, you got to wonder if it is a woman.
Yeah. Oh, that chick flexing. I reckon if you put your fucking body part in there, she would fucking snap it off.
Yeah.
It's like, what are you doing? I'm just exercising my back.
My
Well,
right
her dick's bigger than mine.
Ew. Run.
Clearly, her dick's bigger than mine. Look at that. Look at that person.
You guys ever seen the new kid?
No, I've heard it's good though.
Who's the bitch now?
Cut the shit.
Oh, good Baphomet creatures. This is fun. Oh no. Just one generation. That's right. That is clearly photoshopped, but hilarious.
It has to be.
Wait, what's photoshopped?
Still funny.
It is photoshopped,
Yeah.
but it's has to be.
Thank you, Chris.
Has to be. It's has to be.
How come we couldn't get like a real like journalist in there and go, why, Mr. Simmons? Why does it have to be? There's 3,000 satellites in orbit right now.
Because that would never get
3,000?
pre-approved.
You know what I have to say about them satellites? Where they at? 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 No? Super duper. Yeah. Where they at? No. Where they at? No. You can't convince me they exist. We're sick of all your fucking tricks.
It feels so lovely to be here tonight. What a beautiful art. Give yourselves a round of applause. You're so lovely. Everyone's so lovely.
Give yourself a round of applause.
You're so lovely. You're so lovely. Look at
You're
you,
so
girl.
lovely. Sexual chocolate. That's right, creation.
You know, it just popped into my head from the Chappelle show. If you count, nigga. And you count, nigga. Why you count?
Ahead of his time.
Oh, those are funniest, man. Darkness! Darkness! How?
Back when shit was funny.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, how are they
I
going to
said,
trade in the real Dave Chappelle for like Swole Dave, not Chappelle?
Yeah.
It's just another double game, you know what I mean?
Clearly, they figured out how to swap consciousnesses, though.
Nah, bro, what are you talking about? Now you're just fucking dumb.
Oh, get out of here, Iggs. You, of all people, know that I'm right about that. See, here's the deal, kids. When they're showing you stuff on TV about it, that means they had the technology for it at the very least 20 years ago.
Oh.
So Westworld. Exactly, creation, exactly.
I would say
Stories
50,
foretold.
50 to 70 years we are behind, minimum.
Right.
Because you can actually ask the dudes. If you ask them for what they have, they'll tell you. If you ask them correctly.
Oh, I don't want to ask them that question. I'd rather not know.
I have. I'd rather.
I know, and that's okay. I don't want to know. But bro, I couldn't handle it. I wouldn't be able to handle it.
Yeah,
I know that about myself. I would freak out, right? I would just freak out and start hurting people involved in any of that.
Hey, I found this picture on Facebook today. Check that one out. You know who that is?
Don Pettit.
Yeah. Look at
He's
that.
my
Look what,
favorite.
yeah, look, it's behind him right there. They got a whole camera crew, and they got the fake footage behind him.
This is fun. Well, there it is.
It do what it do.
What's the banner for? What are they, is that just like a lighting thing? That's probably for lighting. You can't have a direct light on his face.
Yeah, it's like there's a camera behind the camera. There's people on the floor filming Don Pettit saying his nonsense. Whatever. Yeah.
You got your mic stands, and you got the girl who doesn't know how to fucking maneuver around cables, even though that's like half of her goddamn job. Then you got the cameraman.
There's some other stuff I found today. Let me think.
You guys heard the liberals? They're so fucking pissed off at Joe Rogan because the horses can't get their medicine because Joe Rogan took it all. Can you believe this shit?
What up? What up?
I mean, that's their actual argument that the horses can't get their medicine because of people like Joe Rogan are taking on all the horses' medicine.
You're talking about ivermectin, right, Hank?
Hold on. Joe Rogan is stealing horse medicine and hoarding it for himself. Am I correct?
I guess that's what they're saying, that he's taken all the horsey medicine, and now the horsies don't have medicine.
Yep.
Okay. I want to say that again, so it computes in my head. So Joe Rogan is hoarding horse medicine for himself to keep it away.
He's taking it.
From horse. Okay.
Because, the poor horsies, they need the horse medicine.
Horsemen.
That's what normal people do. You grab all the horse medicine you can and you put it away for yourself. In case you ever become a horse and you've got enough medicine to last you forever.
Well, that is a fear. It's a common fear, becoming a horse out of nowhere. But what I wanted to say is that the reason they're doing this is because the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, right? They're rubbing in our face this horse symbolism because of that, yes.
It's been done before, bro. They've been doing the horse symbolism.
They've been doing the horse thing for a while. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Helio, I love that. You know your homeschooled child will not fit in. That's the point. I love it.
My children were homeschooled. You could tell when you listen to them talk too.
Oh, so they're critical thinkers. Nice.
Yeah.
So they know how to construct a sentence too when they speak. That's awesome, bro.
What'd you say?
Oh, good. They know how to construct a sentence when they speak.
This one too.
Fucking great. You know what I mean, Hank?
Were you able to get to spelling and grammar?
My wife did that. I did science and history.
Oh, good. So you've surpassed college kids.
Yep.
Next, we'll do shapes and colors.
Hank was teaching him Scientology. No, I'm just joking.
Yeah, you know me. Actually, we did hire a tutor because eventually it got to a point where, like, he was surpassing us because, the natural thing, like, you hadn't been in high school in 20 years. So we actually hired a guy who's going to college to be, I guess, a literary major. I guess that's what they call it.
Mm-hmm.
And he taught the kid about syllogisms and all that stuff. And
that's good. That's good.
Whatever I couldn't teach him that I sure as fuck didn't know.
So, good morning, guys. I have a question.
Morning, Roger.
Is there 9/11? Is there any ceremony going on in U.S. today? Something we have to watch? Or?
Roger, it's not 9/11 yet, man. We still got 2 days.
I was asking if there's any pre-ceremony for the ceremony when ceremonies.
Pre-ceremony to the ceremony. Is that what you're asking?
Wait, I got my dates wrong. Yeah, sorry.
It's 9/9 over here, bro. It's not 9/11 yet.
It's still early, but well, now I'm still asking: is there a ceremony?
Oh, it's 9/10 where you are, right?
Right. No, I had my dates wrong. But is there any ceremony going on?
I haven't heard anything about
we're ceremoniously bombing the brown people in Middle Eastern countries, because they may have once heard the words of 9/11 and Obama. I mean Osama. So,
hey, I'll tell you what though, when it hits 9/11 in America, or at least on my side, I'm definitely gonna put out all my 9/11 memes and articles and shit. It's 20th anniversary, right? So
Yeah, that's why I ask if there's any ceremony if they're going to do I don't know.
A parade.
I'll tell you
I'm
this
sure,
much.
I'm sure.
The
I'm sure
planets.
on television, in the news, they're probably going to do ceremonies and stuff. What were you going to say? Go ahead. Left flip.
Oh, sorry. So the planets are doing some crazy shit too, and they always capitalize. So they're probably doing a little bit of blood magic, a little bit of sex stuff.
that makes sense. The planets never forget to remember.
Right. Right. Hey, did you know that the lights in the sky prove that we live on a spinning ball in an infinite vacuum, uncontained vacuum?
Yeah, and did you also know that in the summertime when shark bites go up, it's because they like the taste of ice cream. Because ice cream sales go up at the same time. And those are related.
It's all relative, isn't it now?
It's a false cause, but we'll keep on pretending.
It like hurts to laugh like that.
You guys remember that lead singer from the Pretenders? Oh man, she was hot.
Hey, do you want to hear a laugh that might
Yes,
hurt?
he was.
That's
pretty good, Elio.
Dude, I have several laughs that.
I've only got one laugh, the really annoying one.
Well, I mean, I have one. My regular laugh is annoying, and that's just my general laugh. Just like
no.
How about this one though? How about that? That's my. That could be a pretend.
What the fuck is that?
Or it could be like.
Yeah, and then you accidentally shoot yourself.
Anyway, but like when I laugh, generally it's just I'm like.
So, Helio, every time you laugh now, if you do it for a month, it's a habit. So, just laugh like that.
I shouldn't get into the high pitched thing because
the low one, the low register one.
Oh, like that.
Yeah, dude. I feel like I'd be living with like a big warrior from like 1203. He's got furs, a bunch of furs on, and yeah, dude. Just the hairiest son of a bitch. He's always got a backpack full of ale and like mutton chops.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I mean it's pretty much me anyway. So fuck it.
I know. Some things never change.
Helio has mutton chops.
How the fuck did you pick that like 1203? Where did you rip that?
I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
Like it was like 1203. You couldn't just say like a round number.
Oh, hey, it might as well be. How about I just switch every time I laugh? I'll just do the.
That's what I mean. Yes. Yes, do that.
Instead
That's
of
what
my
I'm trying
regular
to tell
laugh,
you.
which is, I'll just.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yes, that one.
All right, cool. I'll work on it.
Good job, Helio.
Oh my god, I can't wait.
This sounds probably retired on YouTube or something.
I don't give a shit
Yeah,
what people think.
True that.
I could
Well,
also.
I think tonight we've said
I could
all the
also
offensive
switch my
words.
voice. I could also switch my voice to like a lower register or a higher register, where I could just talk like this all the time. And I'm Helio Skeptic. Welcome to our channel.
I got a question. I got several questions. Why do we park on driveways and park on driveways, and cargo goes in a ship and a shipment goes in the car?
Exactly.
And why do we take a dump? Why don't we leave a dump? Why do we take a dump?
No,
leaving?
you mean take a shit?
We're
When-
leaving one.
Beavis and
When you're
Butthead
really
reference.
leaving a shit, I mean, you're offering the shit to somewhere else. This is insane.
In fact, the last thing I want to do is take shit anywhere. Okay, I got better things to get
I want to
going.
leave that shit.
Leave the shit. Fuck that shit.
Just leave
Excuse me,
it.
sir. Where are you taking that shit?
And why is it hell yes? It should be heavens yes and hell no, right?
That's exactly right, Uncle. I can't believe that we're on the same
Nah, you
page
can't
on
keep
this.
that voice up. You need to grab your balls and squeeze them.
Sound like
Can't do the
Brenda.
voice. Yeah.
You sound like fucking Brenda.
You don't like my voice. I just
No, I
can't
don't mind
believe
it.
that you don't like my voice.
Just
Actually, I'm
grab
getting
the balls,
turned on, and
squeeze
so
them.
I'm going to take a break.
Oh
Hey,
my
bro,
goodness!
check it out.
Well, hey, maybe we should meet up, Gladfloat, somewhere.
We didn't start the fire.
We didn't
was
start
always
the
burning since
fire.
the world was burning.
There you go. I mean, goodness gracious.
Yeehaw.
I don't know.
JFK's blown away. What do I have to say?
You know, it's really hard for me. You know, when I do the alternate voices and stuff, I kind of have to have some phrasing because it's like an actor's voice for me. So if I'm speaking, you know, like I am right now, just like in my real voice,
Holly Weird.
I kind of Holly. I have to speak in the Holly Weird voice to actually be an actor, kind of thing. So I have to have like a script to actually follow that, you know. But the laughing I can fucking do anytime. I can do some scary ass shit with the laughing. No, you'd be like